Hello everyone and welcome back to the Swiss stage here, CCT Season 3, South America Series 1, kicking things off, opening day here. We've got some great matchups coming up. We had a little discuss about some of the matchups, didn't we, Mark? But before we touch on any of the matchups, how are you doing today? How are you feeling about this one?
Man, I'm doing so good. I'm happy to be back here in South America. It's been a couple of months since Series 8. We've had 3 European events. You guys are taking them all up over there, CMD. But, we're back on my side of the pond. I'm obviously a little more up north, but we're headed back below the equator today. And I'm really excited. I think for, Series 1 where we, put it into gear, there's a major going on right now. It's a busy time in CS. I think the South American region has been waiting for an opportunity, and they finally have one.
Yeah, like you said, I think I've always enjoyed watching the South American CS. I feel like there's never anything that you can predict when it comes to this. It always feels like you come into any series and you feel like you do have a favorite, and then next thing you know, you've been completely surprised. I always do feel like there's a lot of upset. There's a lot of intrigue here. I don't ever think there's any guaranteed victors for when I watch these teams. There's a lot of ones that I do expect to make some decent runs, just for them to go like 0-3 in the Swiss stage. And I'm like, what have we watched? But let's actually have a quick look at some of the matches that we do have for you today. We've got 4 matches coming up. We've got 4 really great ones. Kicking off Flamengo versus the Champions Liga, 2Game versus Game Hunters, Dusty Roots versus Elevate, and then ShindeN versus Yawara kicking things off at the final game of today. So we've got a lot of really interesting ones. And this is always my favorite part of the Swiss stage, where we get to kind of get a bit of a lay of the land in terms of where these teams are going to look throughout the rest of the Swiss stage. Kind of get a bit of a tempo setter for maybe where teams are looking right now, how they're feeling. But are there any sort of specific games you're looking at as a marquee matchup for today?
Yeah, I mean, I think where we actually do rip back into it, I'm excited to see a couple, familiar names, and we'll get to those with La Champions League and Flamengo off the rip. But Game Hunters is a team that stands out to me. I was telling you that these guys have come up to North America and shown at a couple of local lands, Fragadelphias, and pushed far into playoffs and had some good scenes out there. They're currently signed up to go to Canada in a couple of weeks. But also, I haven't had the chance to see this Elevate roster ever since they threw their hat back in the South American space. But if you're a fan of Argentinian Counter-Strike, as I know you and I are, CMD, you're going to get ShindeN right here at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. You've got some really thrilling matchups, but we got a really great matchup kicking things off straight away. Flamengo versus the Champions League. So let's take a bit of a deeper dive into this and the rosters. Why don't we start off with Flamengo? There's a lot of players that I think people at home are going to be aware of certain names on this team. I think in particular, you're going to have players like VSM, obviously being around this block for a decent amount of time, being on teams like MIBR, Oplano, 00 Nation Fluxo even for a bit of a time. And this is going to be some guy who's bringing a lot of experience to this team. There is a decent amount of experience on this team already, but in terms of actual firepower, this team's looking really hot with VSM sort of leading those lines there, isn't it?
He is, and I will say you're forgetting one very important roster to the history of VSM there. For the last year, he was fighting out on probably my favorite South American team through some of these CCT series, Trumpet and Taco. They had some really fun matchups. They met up against Fluxo a couple of times. They were playing with like Jesus over there, and obviously with VSM, that led to some interesting scenes. But enough about them, right? Where you hop down the line. I'm actually a pretty big fan of Misfit on this op, grinding through Patina Stay Ferrari for the last year. I think he's seen into kind of a lot of uncomfortable spots here, but I'm a big fan of Cuts Moretz and, where you can actually provide a pretty interesting line with VSM being an absolute monster. I'm so excited to see him get back into the server. And next to a little bit of youth, I think that's a really good mix.
Yeah, and obviously you've got Cuts Moretz, who's actually probably not had his big break all too much in this sort of South American scene. Has definitely played on multiple different rosters, but obviously got to play with VSM in Trop of the VSM on that team and stuck with him, going to be leading the lines of this roster. And from what I have seen from this guy and sort of patterns to Ferrari on a couple of occasions, have seen some really solid calling out from him. So hopefully he's going to be bringing the heat here. But let's flip over to the other side of the Champions League and look at some of those names. I actually got to watch a decent amount of Lenzi every time I've got to watch some of the South American CS. This has been a guy that it feels like isn't necessarily going to be the highest bragging individual, but in terms of every time I've watched, the amount of sort of clutches and impact that this guy can bring to a game, and I do think it's going to be a lot of clutches and impact that's going to be needed to take down this Flamengo side. He has super impressed me on the Champions League.
Yeah, and you know, for where you pull in the majority of this experience, it's cool to see Lenzi hop back in with, you know, a couple familiar names. On Boca Juniors, he was playing with Pav as well, and Hez. So that's going to be cool. And I do believe Hez is, you know, toting with a lot of responsibility on this roster. Like, I think cliche, I would come to say, like the classic blueprint of the Brazilian roster, but that would be incorrect. It is still true. The classic blueprint of the Argentinian roster, of course, the legendary Op IGL, Mr. Johnny Boy, leaves it open for Hez today.
Yeah, and I think we actually have AGL on this team as well. I don't even know if he's got an HLTV profile yet. So this is going to be interesting to watch what this guy can do on the server. I think that could be interested in getting to watch his first HLTV game and seeing what some of this newer
Welcome to
blood
the big
in
leagues.
South America can do. Exactly. Opening day, I mean, what a statement this could be from him. But let's move on over to the Vetoes and see what we can expect from these two teams. Look, I think we can be honest, we haven't actually got a huge amount of sample size for the Champions League. There's a team that hadn't played a crazy amount of games on HLTV in the past sort of few months or so, and when it has been a bit of a chop and change roster, so this could be a lot of different maps that could be being played. Difficult to exactly know right now who's chosen each map, but I think we can have a decent guess of things. Inferno very likely is selected by the Champions League. It's not a map that Flamengo look to pick all the time and rarely even look to play, so you can imagine they are the ones who have selected Anubis, moving on to Inferno with Nuke as that decider. I don't know what you think about this, but it feels like first two maps reasonably standard. I always feel like Nuke as a decider, it's always going to be one that really tests the team's limits, especially ones that may be a bit more newly formed. It can feel like you can be exploited a lot on this map, especially on that CT side, even where it very much feels like your rotations are going to sort of make or break your CT side. And if you're not feeling the call-in right there, you can kind of get outclassed, even when your opponents are on that weaker side of the map. What do you think about this, Veto?
It's cracking up to be a pretty interesting one. La Champions League, it's worth noting, were under the Argentinian organization Prasal, like I think about a month or two ago, where you were seeing them play in the Astana qualifiers, Bucharest qualifiers, the last series of CCT there. And I mean, it wasn't a lot of Inferno that they did like to rip off there, have some pretty good score lines against some good teams over there. But it's actually a Nuke that's super strong for the Argentinians here at the back end of this series, where I think you leave that open for, you know, a pretty good look that you're going to be able to grab onto this Inferno for a team that literally hasn't like played officials since like March here, CMD. I think it'll be a good mix back into the basket of, you know, Inferno and Nuke. But Anubis is going to be no easy fret. And, you know, running into that quite at the beginning of the series is enough to kind of, I think, throw you off the rails a little bit.
Yeah, and obviously when we haven't exactly got to see this full five play together on HLTV, you are curious what this Champions League roster has done in some of their downtime. You're hoping that they've really worked on certain parts of their map pool, that they're really working on that team cohesion. Because I do think they are going to need it against a team that definitely does, sort of, without a shadow of doubt, have more experience on this server in the form of Flamengo. A lot of these guys have been around the South American team for a decent amount of time. I mean, look, results haven't necessarily been exactly what they've wanted. We have got to see them play recently, losing some solid teams, but also losing to some of those that you'd kind of want this side to get a little bit more. But we are jumping straight into the action now on Anubis. Flamengo's map selection here, and they, of course, are starting on that CT side.
So in one of those qualifiers I was referring to with the PGL events in Bucharest, Flamengo actually 2-0'd over the Argentinians Prasau, and it was an Anubis that was a 13-11 victory, but it was actually the pick of the Argentinians that time. So you mix it along today and see how Flamengo look to take advantage of it again. Look to take advantage of it straight into the B site again.
The early molly towards Dark Forces this bit forward, but he takes the place in his stride, struggling to take down the second. In fact, Pav will get a double, as all three remaining CTs are trapped towards E-Box. Up against this terrorist onslaught, but Customer S, the in-game leader, pushes out is the one to spearhead that attack, doesn't even allow their opponents to get the bomb down, takes this fight forward, and it does pay out for the CT side on this occasion. Big pistol round there from Cuts. And that's really what I feel like you want from your in-game leader, where sometimes you just throw caution to the wind and say, all right, follow me in, lads. Most on that occasion, we are actually going to see a force buy. Look, Mark, we're seeing a lot of these second-round force buys from teams now.
We are.
A lot of them, I mean, I've always been a big fan of the second-round force buys. Sometimes I do feel like they go a bit too far, though. And I'm not all too sure about this investment. It is a T round where you're just sort of sitting on pistols, armor, no utility. But Lenzi maybe has different ideas.
Look, after, the results put up, it's going to be hard to argue with. Let's see if Lenzi can get a third here on the Tech 9. That one's going to be 86th eventually. He gets caught out trying to push it a little bit too far in the bomb site. So still an issue here. Heads with the bomb in the back is yet to go down, but with a little bit of space and can finally get the respect. That'll be quickly put through. So there's the bomb plant that was missing on that pistol, but here goes Cuts to try and find where exactly they have gotten off to. And boy, they have gotten off to exactly Temple, hidden right from both of these players. AGL in between a fight right up and just clearing onto E-Box, boxing them out into Street. Now with the guaranteed bomb defuse, with all of that room, it'll be heads smoked off.
Look at the HP of these final CTs. Like, it's not going to make a difference in the round. The bomb is going to be defused. But it's some real decent damage actually dealt there from the Champions League. This is an MP9 that can be saved across. There is armor behind it. Could realistically see a force buy again if the T's wanted. I don't necessarily know if it's a great play. Probably just a partial buy. You've got a bomb plant. You've got a little bit of money you can spend. Keep this round competitive. Keep the economy of Flamengo humble. But we've seen a lot of MP9s out from Flamengo. We saw it in the last round, a lot of MP9s. It does make things a bit tricky when the Champions League get weapons in play. Because if you just sit with 4 MP9s, it's going to be difficult to outgun those AKs to the same extent you could before.
Look at have to outgun an MP9 straight up, CFT, or not. Actually, 3 of them here on this A site, and they're actually catching quite a couple of shots. Cuts comes up with the first, but now Del up top is going to get a second right off of it, and the A anchor is doing so well. A ton of bodies dropped, 3 of them from the Argentinians, and now this bomb plant going to finally be right where it needs to go. And AGL heard all of this. They know where this player is going to be rotating in back from Game Ender, so that's isolating onto one of these fights. Maybe a little bit obvious that something is waiting to cross. Want to get this on the hook from a main. But here goes VSM. He's literally climbed right on top of the stage, and he's tapping them out. VSM is going to try and dunk it in with that nade on the rim, but he'll double dip for the headshot anyhow.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there between AGL and Adoti on that bomb site. It seemed like AGL wasn't entirely sure if the A-main player could have peeked him. Just went down for free, looking the wrong way. Risks do sometimes need to be taken. You've got weaker weapons, not a lot of utility, but it is the 3-0 start for Flamengo. It's a costly 3-0 start, though, losing a lot of bodies, some super close rounds. The Champions League had opportunities, realistically, to win every single one of them, but weapons are in play. It was, of course, just a partial buy. We got the AWP on the new kid on the block, and instantly going to have to challenge against Misfit.
Had a kill in that pistol. We got to see AGL at his best, and unfortunately, he's decked. No respect to the rookie. But now Dottie, no respect for these Molotovs. He's trying to just really lie in the cut and stand up, and does. On both feet for that first shot onto Donico, but now there's so much pressure, so much fire, everything being put at the back of his bomb site. It's going to take another multi-kill from VSM, and he cashes in for a triple. Flamengo are on fire right now. It's a 4K out of VSM. And hey, man, it was the troop of VSM at one point. That we got to acknowledge.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, this was a guy that we highlighted in the pregame, and for obvious reasons. I mean, showed us very early on what this player can do. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. Not entirely sure about Misfit's ult position there, being very close behind the smoke. See, he did get caught out, but look, he took enough pressure away from VSM to be able to find that triple. And just going to have to be partial by for the T's, but obviously this is already a 4-0 start for the CTs on their map selection. This is as good a start as you can really get, and still potentially more rounds up and coming. The great aggression from Cuts as he times it to perfection. Wants to go for even more. Flash lines at his face and maybe lingers towards A main for slightly too long.
Bit of a ridiculous timing presented to him originally, man. That greed that was activated from somewhere. He saw a whole lot. But that bomb down, and the rest of the Champions League have a couple on the belt, and the rest of this fifth to make something drop. On the safe side, it was not too pretty in the last go-around. But maybe one that is a little bit more preppier right off the belt will find the space they want. Pav with another huge entry. These Tech 9s have done so much work. Dottie can find this back into Galil, but I mean, now it's going to have to be right onto the scope where you have this line held, bomb to go down. That's the requirement, but at this point, you would like to steal the round with it. So now Dottie on this bomb site can potentially line them up, and even Misfits got that right on the pistol, so the op of this A site never fades away.
Yes, again, the A bomb site a little bit flimsy at times there for Flamengo. You see, not only did we initially have Cuts caught out by that flashbang, I'm not entirely sure who it was at the back of the bomb site.
So we have a new opper, it looks like. Take a little bit of pressure off of Mr. Op IGL Hez. It's a little sad.
Yeah, I mean, look, when there's the new young star, give him a bit of space to work with. I'm very excited to see what this guy can do. Misses the shot on the jiggle, though, at the back of the B bomb site. You sort of saw Vitality used to do that same play quite a few times, actually, where they have Zywoo look for an early pick with the AWP, and if he finds it, that's when the T's look to explode out onto B really quickly. But if it doesn't go their way, you just back away and play a bit of a default. But I always do love calls like that when you play around your AWPer, see what they can find early, and just look to swarm onto the bomb site. But no early success here. Delboni is in a world of hurt if he's not careful, but he gets a freebie on the head. Surely the trade's going to come through, and it will.
Now this A-Rap is wide open. Misfit is going to have to do a whole hell of a lot here by himself, or a Molotov is going to actually give away audible positioning, but AGL, for the first time, strikes on that op in this game, and now Cuts is going to have to do the heavy lifting. Smoke It being the troop of VSM, but he's actually the man leading the charge. Flicks a little bit too quickly away from Pav. That bomb to go down, and these two rifles to be saved, most likely.
Unlucky there from Cuts. Tries to find the first and quickly flick onto the second. Maybe thought he connected a couple more bullets onto Pav. Bit preemptive there. But finally, we do see the first T round come through from the Champions League. I think there's no sort of two ways around it. If we probably didn't see a round come through from them sooner rather than later, we probably could already start saying how promising this map's looking for Flamengo. I mean, already it is the 5-0 start. This is a pretty standard CT side, all things considered. We can see the next 6 rounds go the way of the Champions League, and you'll still say, yeah, Flamengo's been a decent half. But the fact that there are so many rounds remaining, still so many options for the CTs to be able to find success. But you can already see in a round like this, Danico, just 1.6 K in the reserve. So you can see all the damage that was done in some prior rounds. Starting to catch up on Flamengo slightly, as they will be able to get one more buyout, but you can see that's drained everything they've got in the reserve.
I was going to mention, I know we're all the way down below the equator here. I know we were talking about Preezy in the pregame. I know they're at LAN right now playing with, like, practically another brand new opera in their team. I believe Sync just became, like, active on that. Here we go. Speak of the devil. AGL with his first HLTV opening kill. And now Cuts, he's going to be next to go. We'll see if that op is going to be ringing through the late round. It is for Misfit.
Yeah, it's maybe thinking he'd being afforded a bit more space than he actually is. Misfit quick to reposition towards middle, so it doesn't allow Hez to take all of that space and become a bit of a nuisance on a flank. So it is still this advantage for the Champions League, but they have lost Hez in the meantime. So you can see Misfit is being tasked to solo hold towards A. It's quite a decent split from the CTs. No one's really able to back up anyone across the map. So it's a bit of a tricky position. I probably wouldn't mind maybe to look to gamble a bit more towards a site. See if you can have the AWP alone towards A, but a bit of presence made with utility out on A as Dottie starts to merge out. There are 2 defenders here now, and Misfit finds the first.
And it's sitting there with it. Sure, alert can come down, but what is this really actually to entail? It's to entail another whole path in this round. AGL with 1 frag onto Donico, but Pavi's going to be clearing a quick lane into B. This bomb will go down. Well, Champions League, they'll find 2 in a row. And Misfit will be on another point of getting this op out of here. This time it's actually in his hands. Teammates had previously gotten out the big green for him, but I mean, what? You're tracking out this one gun with the rest of the pack. I mean, as you were pointing out right before this round, CMD, right? Like, the economy was catching up to them in every retrospect. So whether it's, you know, the force buy on that Kevlar, you know, to back up this AWP, hell, I think we would both prefer them probably likely just kind of swallowing the tough pill and, you know, seeing where that cash can take them. Maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself. We got Pav within range right now. Gets caught by Misfit. And I think we may have another issue in here for Lency. Leaking in a little closer. Here even comes the flash, and we'll take a couple of those.
Yeah, I'd see some decent damage, though, at the end there. On the hunt onto Misfit. Look, when we see these weapons rebought, the only player who's really going to have any substantial money is going to be AGL. Although it's only a couple of kills, although it's not going to impact this buy, with the loss bonus, if this is a round that goes the way of Flamengo again, we are going to start to have a couple of issues once again for the T's. But look, it is just that hero warp. It's just USPs around it. So unless Misfit can have an absolute masterclass, this one's always going to go the way of the T's. Does get the tag onto AGL, but Hair's in front of the finds the first. It's just a USP swinging for the trade. And will go down. Hez doubles up. The AWP's taken out. And that's most of the danger gone from this round. Most, not all, as a couple of kills come through.
And awkwardly, both of the ops drop there through the discussion of middle. This bomb going to go down. Going to actually probably help Cuts with all the time that's out here. Left at 1:20. Now he's just got to worry about 40 seconds to save. It may come a little bit quicker than that. You just had a player boost up right in to Rugs. Pav is going to be caught. Will be another couple of bodies to likely be thrown at this. They were so adamant about attempting the force in the last, and as you see on your minimap right now, Dottie should be getting this one easily. A nice shot there by Dottie in the Champions League. Put 2 together in a row, and there's no bonus of an op on top.
Yeah, it would have been a very nice save there if Cuts was able to do so, but the Champions League, they know they want to punish Misfit as much as possible. Remove this orb every chance they get. Deny one being bought out in this round, but it's the 3-round streak now from the Champions League. Is still going to need to see a lot more from them to prove that this T side is going to be a successful one. It's very quickly, Flamengo can go on a bit of a streak for themselves. They could be priming themselves for a very strong second half finish, but just with the M4s in this one, no early aggression, but Hez again towards middle is taking all of the space and forcing back the CTs, claiming middle as his own.
Again, taking liberties out towards middle. 3 rounds, the triple that they have worked for, have been hammering right here again and again, right on the iron. And now they're going to try and strike again while it's the hottest, trying to push out the beginning of this A hit. It's going to be down through A main, and it's going to be impossible fights to win. AGL hits a pretty impressive one that's deep into game ender, but VSM has to make a tough decision about whether to go actually for this round or not. He is sprinting past the line and dodges AGL out for it, but is just trying to gauge where exactly we were at in this A site. VSM has felt a free falling in with Flamengo last couple of rounds, and will continue to seed into the pit.
The biggest issue for Flamengo right now is Hez in mid. Taking so much space, giving so much room, and you can see already the A-hole that never felt like the strongest from Flamengo. I mean, when there's 2 prongs to the attack, it just feels even weaker. They kind of had no choice there but to fight towards A main. And only gone 1 for 2, it's not a worthy trade. I'm actually surprised Flamengo looked to go for that round as heavily as they did. They definitely had chances. It does feel like the CT side need to find a solution to how to shut down Hez in mid, because he's the only one right now that's really been a space taker for the Champions League. Easier said than done, though.
Yeah. At one point, we went from Flamengo on the desired 5-0, perfect, sparkling start. Now you're right back into the bin. It could potentially ramp back up to a tie as quickly as we got to 5. First half has been completely dealt by Flamengo and co. until it has not.
Kill. It is just a partial buy. Misfit saving for the orb, of course, but it's just a couple of upgraded pistols and armor around. And it goes M4. And the T's are just slowing things down now. They've got the opening kill. They know that if there's any chance of Flamengo winning this round, chances are they've got to take some risks. Got to get aggressive, and being very patient right now are the T's. I mean, Pav not even taking that fight onto the 5-7 of VSM, just backing away. Allowing the CTs to reclaim E-Box, though, which could be a little bit sketchy here.
Misfit is going to get on one of those USPs, and look at how the clean of E-Box actually comes down. They wipe out one player, and now Donico is going to have to do much more. Gets that frag, but at red HP is going to be so difficult to actually see in. So you're going to be leaving Misfit all alone. Let's see if he can do his best work right now. AGL just walked off of that timing at the worst bit, but keeping his eyes on the prize, right on the smoke, out of Temple. The rookie is the reason that the Champions League will be moving up to a tied game on this Anubis. About to say ancient, I swear.
Yeah, not ancient. Yeah. Not going to be on ancient in this series at all, in fact. But
there you go.
I mean, we've got another full buyout for Flamengo. I'm surprised we haven't really seen a tactical pause just for them to try to discuss this, because that 5-0 start very quickly become a leveled up game. This probably needs to be something they discuss and really figure out what is going wrong. But on these weapons, just a jump spot, AGL not going to be given any more of a chance than that. And a quick E-Box take here from the T's. VSM finds the first. There is a second, and doubles up. VSM, we need to see it around like this for Flamengo to take that lead. A 2-man advantage. And back towards mid is where the T's are looked to exploit, but this is a double mid hold. I said we need to see some sort of change up in mid to stop Hez's aggression. We are going to see a change up. Oh. Boost over the smoke has been heard, so dismantled before it even begun.
AGL picked on, and so is Hez. Finally, Flamengo, they put their chips right on the correct point, and they get this all the way out, cashing in on middle, taking their lead back.
I mean, loss bonus isn't great for the T's, but it's not actually going to impact them in the last. If Flamengo did a little bit more damage in some of the previous rounds, we probably could have actually seen the T's have a bit of a difficult buy in the final round of the half. Lindsay should be able to find the first of VSM. Low HP, but there's no avenue to win the round. No options going to be afforded. Just 15 seconds on the clock. The bomb is still towards middle. He's searching for a bit of extra damage. It looks like the one kill is all he's going to be able to get. So Flamengo, at a minimum, are going to find 6 at the half, which is a very solid scoreline. Still the opportunity, 4-7. I'm curious if we're going to have a similar mid setup, because it wasn't actually even spotted, the player behind the double door. Misfit did it all himself at range. It did feel like we needed to see the CTs put a bit more stock into that position, but obviously with VSM kicking things off with a double towards E-Box as well, it only doesn't get much better than that.
I think everybody would like a 7-5 half. They're the ones actually controlling what's going to be felt on this CT side. Donko gets a little bit of a tease back from some of that Champions League utility. B-side has been very fair to them in these last couple of draws. Wouldn't be surprised if that's where they look to swipe their card again. Here they are, trying to do exactly that. Credit for 1 kill, and now VSM to slide at the back of this line. Keep going. Had a triple on the last bar. Let's see if he can raise it. It's more weight this time, and he just continues to bench. Has now 1v4, can get VSM, and now can potentially find these 1v1s. It's 2 more that he would have outlotted to him, and it's 2 scopes he has to avoid, but the 5-7 is potentially right on his tail right here, and 1 shot, a headshot, that is CMD, and Flamengo have that 7-5 through heroics to VSM, 14-8 in the first half.
I mean, it is scary when you see VSM on top form, where he wants to actively just search for these fights. Has no restraint, because he knows his aim can back him up in every duel, and, I mean, perfect example of that there. 3 great kills, just instant headshots on each of them. Not far off being able to find the final kill. But he allows Flamengo to find that platform to take 7 and puts him in a position where, yeah, this is a really good move onto the second half. Even if the pistol round goes against them, they'll still be in a even up game on the favoured side of Anubis. And right now, their map selection of Anubis, like you said, La Champions League, or at least that previous team and banner that they played under, we saw them pick Anubis against Flamengo. I mean, you can see right now why Flamengo have opted to select it. It's been a map that they have looked very solid on. Had a bit of a downwards period in the middle of that half, but it's to be expected. You are against a team on the stronger side of this map. You would hope that the Champions League would be able to find a good few rounds. But just 5, the question is going to be, is it enough?
Might be enough you immediately cash this in for a pistol and then get to carry along, but taking some liberties where there aren't a couple. Argentinians are going to go surfing right into a main. They look through that all the way out, dipping their toes in an E-box. In that same retrospect, it's information that they want, and it's information that they'll get straight out of the Glock of Cuts, who puts AGL in a vulnerable place with that armor and dualies.
Big mid-fight here from the T, as AGL goes down, the rotating has, needs to find something, but is bodied, and now all the pressure is going to be on the final A defender, caught in the smoke, waiting, cuts the rest, his Glock finds, and a 5 versus 2 as this bomb goes down. Honestly, I feel like you just saved the armor here. It feels like a chance of this round. You're going to need to hope Flamengo make a lot of mistakes, and I mean, there's the first, perhaps.
I mean, for viewers at home that may hear a call like that, save the armor, and it may like seem a little redundant, it may seem a little just out of the pick. Where you get those shots up right now, that's a kind of a wave of a lot. And this is going magically for the Champions League. It shouldn't go to be too terrible. There's no kit on them. So with this 1 quarter, it's going to have to be the full stick, and Lency pops back off. It makes it a 1v1, and now you can actually get back and see if there is the respect of 4K out of Lency. Gets to flash a nice bag, but it's actually the bag taken by Flamengo. They're 2 for 2 in the pistols of this Anubis.
I mean, I suppose Lency does save the armor. Also gets
yes,
the 4K alongside it and a PG-50 upgrade. Yeah, that's pretty poor from Flamengo, if we're being honest, to give up that many opportunities. But look what it does to the Champions League now. Lency is able to keep hold of that Kevlar, of course, so he's able to buy out an M4. Got 2 MP9s around it and 2 upgraded pistols as well, with a little bit of utility to play with on the CT side. This is a really solid second round CT side buy. I wonder if Flamengo have to respect Dotty. Aggressive here towards A main. Might have a teammate looking to flash him in, but no one residing on that side of the map. Hedge just pushing through the mid-smoke, finds VSM, but that is Dotty going down. And look at all this room on the mini-map that's afforded to Flamengo now.
It's one player that's about to throw their hat in the ring, rotated into Game Ender, but they are, I mean, just ran right over. And at this point, where the util is a bit of a problem, you know you're not really going to be able to actually, I mean, barge on that way in. I mean, talk about the nades. There's no kit either. So the Champions League would have really had a tough go. A about it at the moment. They're so close to where you could potentially see some exits out and then into rugs, but much like the Champions League, we're considering on that pistol getting out and getting the save. That will be the motto this time.
Walk away with a couple of AKs. Their buy's only really going to get stronger as that loss bonus increases. They don't even need to buy around this if they don't want to. It'll still be a competitive round if they just looked for an eco around these weapons, but there's also a real possibility that they just throw caution to the wind. Look, they've got 2 AKs already. You can bring out a couple of MP9s alongside it. We are going for Dotty with that 5.7. Sorry, with the Deagle that he's actually dropping over. And yeah, it's just going to be a half buy around it. So look, this is still a super competitive buy. And the fact that the Champions League can keep on the pressure in the next round, even if they do lose with a full buy, is going to make Flamengo's life still very difficult and still a lot of opportunities for these CTs to reset them. But an aggressive play through B. CT's trying to find something early, but Flamengo had the read of it and just playing tucked, not giving up a fight to them.
Monaco keeping him on a leash with that MAC-10. Ab about to go and search for a little bit more middle on his investigation. He'll come up with nothing in terms of actually seeing something, right? But that tells you a whole lot. Ab can push this along outside of the T's of A main. It's got to go one place. So to thread this all the way down, here comes a couple bits of those utility. There's that check back in from Misfit. Flamengo haven't actually crossed that line of scrimmage into the B site, if not from E-Box right now, still to go, and they're really going to perch up at all of this. 4 players outside A, and they're getting contact back down from the players in Canal, so this to actually become a problem because it's a 2v4, and at this retrospect, Cuts better win this next fight. Thank God it's VSM, they're saying, in the clutch. 1v4 attempt, and he takes the first from E-Box. 3 players he would have to line up, and damn, he almost does.
So much damage. A lot of these players have been softened up, but that would be one miracle round from VSM if he's able to pull that one off. The Champions League, considering how close some of these rounds have been in this game, how down to the wire, it has gone, but it feels like Flamengo's just had that killer instinct when it mattered most. Finally, the Champions League are able to break the money slightly and force the T's into an interesting spot, but they don't actually need to buy this. They are going to, which you can even make the argument going for this is a bit of a strange choice, because even if they win the round, they can't reset the CTs. But maybe just wanted to keep on the pressure, not allowing them to bring the scoreline closer. Although you've got 3 rifles and out towards mid, presence is made, but instantly we see Cutsmeret dropping down into the canals and pushing into E-Box straight off of it. Space being taken all across the map from this one man on your screen here.
With his call, knows the respect that's got to come alongside it. Breaking into the A site now. Done really good work to shove them out of B, and it works to perfection. Smoked out of camera. Another molly to refresh. And now really just trying to spam on that smoke. Get lucky, but all they're hearing is the clink of the change, and they're going to get right out. It's going to be 10 that is thrown up onto the board of Flamengo, and literally it only took 1 entry.
Just like that, that's going to be double digits hit from Flamengo. So no issues with going for that buy, in fact. Themselves an upgrade to the AWP, EGL. And actually have that luxury. Hez can drop one over. As can Pab, I believe. So we're still going to see a very, very good buyout for the CT side with these saved weapons in play. But the most important thing is not just keeping these guns alive. It's starting to get rounds on the board now as we are slowly edging closer towards Flamengo, making their way towards 13. Yet to see VSM or Misfit actually have a kill this half. So it's been some of the other guys, Banico, Cuts, Alboni, who've had some of the impact to allow Flamengo to keep their streak going. It's moving on to the second half, but you do know just sort of a flip of that switch, and any second now, VSM and Misfit, when they come alive again, I mean, that could spell disaster for their opponents.
Oh, certainly. A refresh right back onto the very spot that AGL did fall in before, in Deja Vu's at this time. A bit of a warmer welcome, a Molotov to keep them from actually making this space so quickly. A really big play there by Hez to just put that nade down in entirety. Has to get one kill. This is boxing out space. A lot of respect from this broken position, but when he fades out, it's now a 1v1 taken by Lency, as Lency is confidently standing and taking these fights and also receiving a lot of information. They're no longer committed to this A play. Hell, they may no longer be committed to anything. I'm not sure where you're going to be able to get in now that you're in this spot.
You gotta try to hope you can get a time and try to hope you can brute force your way into somewhere, and it looks like mid is gonna be where they look to exploit. There is one defender here. That one defender is Hez, and he's made this part of the map very much his playground in the first half. With Hez going down, that starts to isolate this A player.
And Lency's got to play in front of the risk right now. He's got to play for the round. Saying so far into Game Ender, I mean, at a certain point, you've got to keep yourself protected. Well, now you're in a 1 versus 3. Now let on this leash, Lency to clutch, and it's absolutely decked for it. That 1v3 in the site detained, and Pav wants to avoid that. Doesn't want to be in the back of the car. Going to have to avoid the cuffs. He stays up top.
And this is going to be the really tough spot now for the Champions League. They can't get enough bite on the next. Need to be Pavs dropping weapons over, though, but that might be their final full buy of this map. Unless they are able to come up with the goods. I mean, look, we saw how difficult that round looked for Flamengo. There's next to no utility, and Pav going down. It's going to make things a little trickier in terms of getting everyone on a weapon. I think you might maybe have someone have a hit on an MP9 or a FAMAS or something. But look, we saw how difficult that round was. Your Delboni just about survived towards A, low HP. You're relying so heavily on the 2 final players in middle. They find that impact, though, and even with the disadvantage with next to no utility to play with, just the raw firepower and just going in contact in these positions, somehow come out on top. It's a round that it really felt like the Champions League were going to need to take, but we do have the weapons out. There's no extra money in the bank, so unless we get to see a save or something similar, this could be all we have for the Champions League. It's 2.9k loss bonus. Not going to be enough for a full buy. They have to be successful here. Make or break now.
Put's been doing a really good job pulling out where exactly these timings are to be called up specifically here. It's the B site, and it's the door that is wide open right now. Misfit, he can just pull down this lane and wait for exactly something to drop. AGL peeks in from the back of the site, and that contact is actually slipped, and Pav, he goes above and beyond. He should be down right now, but he's gotten 2 kills with 19 health and is still alive.
But look at on the outside of the map, though, the A bomb site. All this room has been taken. Of course, the bomb is dropped towards B, but it does give Alboni a lot of different options to flank from. He's going to opt to go towards CT while Misfit remains patient here outside the B lanes. This is a perfect call from the Champions League. They're not sitting on the bomb site with a bomb. They're doubling up together and looking for this flank. They slightly missed their timing towards CT, as that's where it's been taken. So this is going to be a bit of a strange round if Flamengo make it to the B bomb site. They pick up the bomb and realize, where is everyone?
Where have they all gone? They got bored. They left. They're on their own investigation, CMD, and now they feel fooled. But should they? But should they?
Oh, no!
Oh my god, yeah, they should! Dotting down a 1v1 that she should have no business being in, and holy hell, what a bit of a blunder there on the backstab, but it's all good. Wipe the sweat off your brow in Champions League. They take that 7. Man, just right click. Man, just right click. What are we doing?
I honestly wish I've never once wished a team won a round, but I wish Flamengo won that round because what a round it would have been for it to go. I mean, I do the exact same thing in the backstab. It's just a bit of extra BM, the double left.
Exactly.
Allowing your opponents to know what's about that. But I've never seen it once go wrong, though. That is absolute madness from Misfit to be able to get the turn there, but slightly too slow were Flamengo to be able to capitalize on that big flank around. Hit out here towards B. Lenty not cleared. Only able to find one, though. But Pav stands tall once again on the B-bomb site.
Misfit is going to put the digits in now, but it's all good. Hez is just giving away his positioning. That could be a big let go of this. Element of surprise. Misfit is now going to try and take advantage of it again, but it's one after another. Smoke fades on Temple. Clear. Gotta wait for Street now. Oh, look at Appear. It's another headshot to be just chased down. Running it onto the AWP player. Now with a bit of protection. Trying to get this going. Thought he to defuse the bomb. And too many decisions to make around the obelisk. And you're going to run out of time.
Gets a little bit tense there, but saved weapon, bomb plant. We are going to see a buyout. Cuts Mirage for a brief moment, bought out the XM. I'd say not exactly a weapon I'd expect to see on T-side Anubis. I would have more than happily entertained the idea, though, but buy is out, and the Champions League is slowly but surely bringing this scoreline closer and bridging the gap that they have on Flamengo. But the AWP out for Misfit, we saw what he could do, even when players are behind him, maxed him, can still hit a 180 shot. He has warmed up on the second half. BSM still not quite online, but these last few rounds from Misfit have still shown me super capable of.
Hez gets legged down to 4 health. Champions League have this thing telegraphed now. Flamengo, they have to run it through camera, look pretty while doing it. A big nade. RageL get pulled off the angle right here, hits a stunner in that first shot, and the new Opera on the block is going to have to post up with a multi on the rifle, but it's only a singular serving. Molotov deep into game ender. One day you're going to have to push past. Now Hez takes an advantage, takes one out, and that's the Opera, but in a 3 versus 2, Flamengo should have 12. And the Champions League look interested in this. They don't have the money to go for this right now. They need to save both of these guns away, but damn, I mean, you're tired of that sour taste at this point in the game. A flash out. They know that they're not going to be able to give this one a really good look about it. So Pav is going to have to do his best anyway. Into his best shot. Hits a second, and that's a stunner. Running him down with the pistol. And Pav with the triple hops onto the bomb and has a more than enough time to cash out for a 9th and to shut us hell up on the desk. Because, man, I doubted the hell out of Pav to go for that. Oh, my God.
I mean, what a turnaround. We've seen some crazy retakes from the Champions League. That pistol round comes to mind as well. They didn't quite make it work, but they got all the kills at the end there, just lacking time to defuse. I actually don't know if the Champions League could have saved that. The loss bonus was really bad there. I think it was max for 1.9, and they didn't have a lot of money in the bank. The buy in the final round would have been scraps, even if they saved those weapons. I think it was kind of a lose-lose situation. You can go for it, and it's a difficult retake, or you save, and it's a difficult buy in the next. They take the hit, go for the round, and Pav, he's had some monster moments on this CT side, going from those B defenses, but that retake tops any of them. Hez in front of the flame, finds the first, trading pretty poor there from Flamengo, considering they knew exactly where he was. So much damage dealt from Hez, and should be an easier cleanup here, I say, as still a 3 versus 3.
I'm nervous. I don't mean to get too excited.
Oh, look at the timing.
All right. What? Whoa, no. That was supposed to be it. 12 was avoided from one hell of a clutch, and then we're saying poetically it's gonna, swoop back at the least possible suspected moment. Here go these pistols, and another posted headshot in this round. CMD, I don't know which way this is falling, but down the water it will go to flow right into Lenty's hands. It's the bomb denied, and a Molotov to lock out Misfit.
No armor on this M4 as well. Gonna make things really tricky for himself. Good reposition from Dotty. HE grenade, gotta soften him up even more, gotta breathe time to get this 1v1 onto Dotty, but does get taken down. I mean, look, I think this is what we said in the pre-game about some of this South American CS. Every time you feel like there's a team who should be favored in a round, there's gonna be some magic. Something that it feels like only the South American region can provide.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're back. We're back. Series 1. This is the first map.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Feels good.
And I don't think it could have started in any better a way.
And I believe this is like, I don't know if, I mean, obviously this is the first to go in CCT, but like we were talking about, I mean, this has been the first opportunity that South America has gotten, I think, since a couple of those open qualifiers. Of course, you know, there were a lot of these South American teams that were busy at the major. I'm excited to go to Austin next week and see Ultheria on the stage, you know, CMD, if I want to cheer for a part of Liquid, 2 parts of Liquid, in fact, 2 former parts, I guess I can.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, obviously, in some of these teams that we're going to be watching, fell a bit short at some of those VRQs. So I think this is an event before any sort of player break gives some of these teams a real point to prove and a real point just to showcase themselves off before that player break for not only some really important BRS points, but I think maybe for a bit of a redemption from falling short in some cases. But scorelines got a lot closer than I really thought it ever would. As Flamengo, all of their early promise has fallen short, and surprisingly, it's both of these teams on the T side that are underwhelming a little.
Yeah. That to be, I mean, classically, where we expect this Anubis to, I mean, heat right up, especially where we have VSM on a AK every damn round, at 14 frags in the half, as you pointed it out, really through Misfit, Cuts, Donico, the rest of this group to do so much heavy lifting. Now barreling through a smoke. This is going to be easy pickings for any man, even a guy in his first HLTV official. HL behind this smoke is going to continue to look and has another on the defense. Go hunt back with 1 scope. It's AGL and Hez that are back-to-back at the cake. To see if they can eat it too onto Delboni, who holds into heaven, maybe double scoped and available to be taken advantage of. AGL walks up, sees an ankle, takes care of business all the way to the end. Cuts versus Hez. Who shows the hand first? Now with the bomb down, you can taunt him while on the way there. And for 11 to be all posted on the board, La Champions Liga, they are solid in this comeback, CMD. They are not playing around on this first map.
Yeah, now a lot of question marks as to where this one's actually going to go. Surely it's not going to be La Champions League with the first team to be the ones hitting map points here. But it feels like with the buy that we're seeing from Flamengo, that actually could be the case. And this is pretty shocking. This has been 5 rounds in a row now from La Champions League. This was obviously that 11-6 scoreline. Flamengo on the favored side of this map, so many opportunities, they can't even find 12, and the fact that they can still lose this in regulation, it's pretty mind-blowing. Gotta see what they can do with these Tech 9s. It looks like it's gonna be a split towards B. 2 defenders on this bomb site have been one of them, and he's had some really strong B site holds. And it's all on Pav now, the flames at his feet, playing around this smoke, finds the first kill, scores up the second, and again, Pav is being a real nuisance here. All the rotating players have fallen though, and it's a 2 versus 2 with weapons being retrieved.
Smoke fades, Dottie can't resist it. Wants to go for an initial look, because there's something that has to be waiting here, and he has just found it. It's Cuts that will be just put out of this bomb site, and now Misfit on the run, bombing his back. The Champions League, a 1 kill away from 12 in 6 rounds in a row to take the advantage in a comeback. It will be Misfit to make their way to the bomb site. Bomb planted, and now a clean slate to wipe. Walks it close, can take a 1v1 onto Dottie. Just saw it an elbow and an aggressive exchange. Now it is won by Misfit. Flamengo trying to resist the comeback efforts of the Champions League of the Argentinians, as effortless as it has seemed, have flown all the way to this point, and now are going to have to sit the hell down in the nest because 12 is going to be finding the way of Flamengo first, and they're knocking on the door of this T side.
I don't think it could be a more brutal round for the Champions League to lose. Look at what it's done to their money. They won 5 rounds in a row to make this a possibility, and it looks like they could just fall short at round number 24 as the Tech-9s are successful. And despite Pav's heroics of finding so many kills on that bomb site and delaying so much time for the rotating players to come through, it just wasn't enough. Weapons are in play for Flamengo. We have pistols in the hands of the Champions League and no defuse kit, not a lot of utility. And when your most superior weapon is a FAMAS, they're going to look to get it sent in. No option for that opening kill, and just util to force back the CTs for now. Have to look elsewhere.
Denying that contact all the way out. Keep your eyes up. A couple of these crawling players who just stack 3 bodies into middle. Won't find much out there. Flamengo and Cuts. Remain patient outside of these extremities. You're not going to get that poignant fight back through B as well. Through 60 seconds, and maybe Flamengo setting themselves up to eventually investigate which gamble is going to be that much more pure. Because right now, it seems to be going in. You have one man trying to get this information, and you're denied. Lency with a huge kill. And right now, the rest of the Champions League will be on the investigation of B. Thankfully, there's nobody home, and Misfit has just got out with the bomb. He is going to have to meet up with the rest of the team that has just gotten to A, but he's called for a little bit of backup. He's got to get in safely. That's the first step. This is going to be one that takes all 25 seconds to decide because the Champions League of CMD, they are right around the corner of camera.
Yeah, they know exactly what's up here. Everyone is around the corner, and 2 fights towards CT. Goes away of Danico. Misfits AWP connects onto heads, and it's advantage now. Remember, there's no defuse kit in this round. Time could be the Champions League's worst enemy, but none of the kills are going their way. Dotty gets one towards the end, but it wasn't enough. And look, Mark, it takes all 24 rounds in a map that it felt like Flamengo were promising from start to finish, and yet still the Champions League, they had that grit to be able to battle back.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, it was that fake comeback, you know, that we always like to joke about that they put up in the end. And like, I think they forced to be, 5 rounds in a row. And then finally, when those, Tech-9s come and knock in and finally, shake the barn, secure 12, it was pretty impressive there. But, to have that track on the way down, another close one between Flamengo, obviously, formerly Prasa, I think the last time they had an official on that Anubis, still ended up being a super close one that Flamengo ended up winning there at that box. So you roll on to an Inferno now with probably enough effort seen at the end of that Anubis there to really get excited.
I mean, look, it had to be. Look, we saw the 5-0 start initially from Flamengo. We could have easily seen a world where moving on to that second half, I mean, we had that 11-6 scoreline. Flamengo, they could have just walked away with that game there. And then you're probably looking at map number 2 in a bit of a different light where certain players aren't necessarily warmed up as much on the Champions League. There wasn't maybe enough of that resilience shown. But yeah, I think, look, we're walking into this one with a different light. And there's a very good chance that the Champions League can bring things onto a third and final map, which I think would be a great way to kick off this Swiss stage. But before we do go on to Inferno, before we take a bit of a deeper dive into that, we are going to be jumping into a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2 very shortly.
Well, we're certainly heating up. It's an Inferno, and probably the easiest of the puns I could reach for, CMD. Wasn't an easy first map, though, 13-11, and the exact same score that Flamengo and La Champions League now walked away from previously.
Oh, yeah, super close affair there. Flamengo almost let things slip on map number 1. The Champions League show that they are a team with a lot of grit and resilience. Almost made the comeback happen, but just fell slightly short. Flamengo on the CT side here, though, of Inferno or their opponents' map picks, and have the opportunity to be able to 2-0 their opponents here. But we know the Champions League, their Inferno has been decent as of late. Frantic shots with the USP trying to connect, but Pav finds that first skill as he's still emerging onto this bomb site.
Singing about with it, trying to swing all the way through. Let's see if he can get that Glock recovered. And the rest of Flamengo, they want to go ahead and reach for 2-0 in this. So keeping on 100% shooting on those pistols would be a good way to make sure that that happens. But I'm going to go down, can't avoid that. And all three players are going to be pushed here to fight through backhaul. We see that there's a nice crossfire between Nubox and this emo position, going to be so hard to clear. And now VSM going to be just decked after that first. So damage dealt from Banana. So it's going to be the straight up fight. Pav, can they grab the 4K? Del Bonnie so low, but the youngest member, the newest member of Flamengo has got that one down and keeps up the bar. 3 for 3 in pistols today.
Yeah, really unlucky for that player in Dark there. Just clearly not the information being relayed across how low Alboni actually is. There could have just been body shot spams, win the round off of that alone, but going for the headshot, Alboni's the one that comes out on top, and Flamengo keeping the pistols. I mean, this is... I mean, look, it feels like with MR12 now, these pistol rounds become even more important, and that's why you probably do see a lot of teams going for the second round eco, trying to instantly sort of get onto the board, but I mean, Flamengo, it's not a way to at least give yourself a bit of a buffer where you do have some limitations. You could imagine what would have happened on Anubis if they didn't win both those pistols.
Right. Got into such good gear in the end of things. La Champions League put together, I think, 5 or 6 in a row at the end of that map where, I mean, you know, traditionally it will be a bit of a, you know, one-sided feeling on some of these Anubises, right? But, you know, where Flamengo were making the difference so early was, you know, on that CT side. And then it was the comeback at the end of the first half that brought us to a 7-5. It was Flamengo that, you know, ended up getting that right against the 6-6 that, you know, La Champions League deserved practically, but, you know, had ripped away from them. And sort of the second half went the same way. You get a 13-11. But you roll out into an Inferno. This was not in the previous affair. It was that nuke up last that did not end up being needed, but it was a dust 2 that Flamengo ended up capturing this 2-0 against Prasso at the time on.
A lot of room being afforded here to the T's as they start to make their way through brackets up to short. This isn't going to be any really early warning signs for the CTs to be ready for this. Misfit will find the first player and heads towards short, though. And he's obviously just that hero AK around a couple of upgraded pistols, a couple of Glocks. As that first kill goes the way of the CTs, back down towards Banana. Banana has a chance to make a lot of cash here with the MP9, but just finding the one kill before being traded out to the Deagle. And with a smoke drop, this is where things get really dicey. You just got to kind of push through this.
You're running into the wall of VSM, who will continue to ball. I mean, that's a triple out of his AK, out of his M4, excuse me, and I mean, he probably isn't even needing a breath. A very nice start for Flamengo, man, and I'm just so happy to see VSM on, you know, what seems to be, I mean, a project that is not just kind of a puggy ordeal. It is one that he's going to fully be able to throw his hat into the ring with. You know, for the most part, I think VSM is, you know, a good enough player to play on some of the best in South America. We know that also well, but was a player that, if not still, I remember early in his career, dealt with like a fact ban earlier on and couldn't, you know, stick to a team because of that reason.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been a lot of issues, but like you said, it does feel like this is a project here. I mean, that Tropative VSM
yes, previously
team
backbanned VSM
is playing with the core of that team now, so there is certainly some synergy, bringing in a couple of newer faces as well. Elboni, Danico. And it feels like this is a really important series for these guys to really showcase what they are all about, what they can do. But early kill going the way of the Champions League. up towards B is where the T's look to hit. Is being defended just by one player. No utility remaining on Flamengo whatsoever. Used a lot of it really early into this round.
Ready to go on B right now. For the Flamengo fans at home, you better get worried. VSM ain't here. Cuts though, he's going to be running in this direction. Donico, these are going to be really tough fights to take on the MP9. So the first going the way it does is honestly splendid, but I mean, that's a hard stab back. At 2 versus 3 right here, Misfit and VSM are going to be, you know, altered, combined very low, and Misfit is going to stay comfortable in pit. VSM will, you know, try and land in with a couple of those spams, and will be the Champions League going and grabbing their first, doing some work on B right there. Pav is going to get found on the exchange, but we can continue on that dime in the conversation for VSM. So the reason he did, or rather the reason that VACBAN players are now able to continue to play was through the new kind of, you know, situation with the RMR, the VRS, the MRQ, and all that. I have the thing pulled up right here. The way it actually works is for a player of any event, the VACBAN to come in, 5 years is the time frame that you'll have to serve that punishment on said VACBAN, and then you can come back. So, where's Jimmy's little brother at? Can we bring him back from Valorant?
I mean, yeah, we were at a bit of a probably really difficult spot with things like that, where it felt like there was a lot of uncertainty. But it is great to see players like him still sort of playing, still showing what they can do. Because I mean, one mistake in the past, especially for sort of younger guys, when it is just sort of a lapse in judgment. It feels like a second chance is needed, despite 5 years being a very, very long time.
It is, yes.
But a bit concerned in that one for Flamengo in terms of just how they use their utility. That was a full buy. They should have had full belts on almost all players. And the fact that at sort of the minute mark, they had none across the board. The Champions League are probably going to have a very easy time exploiting B if that's going to be a continuing issue. So hopefully for Flamengo, it was just a one-off mistake in terms of using a lot of that. But like you said, Nanico finding at least one and being able to back away with the MP9 is great. When you've got no util to hold them off, delay the rotation, allow customers to support in an easier way, it's going to be difficult. What a find from Dotty there. It looked like Nanico had the huge advantage in that one, but despite being low, still managed to turn the fight and give the advantage, similar to the last round, straight back to the T's.
So much damage done back.
Yeah.
And I see where VSM is going to be heavy playing this rotator position. I mean, to have this in between both spots, Cuts is playing this to perfection. I'm normally screaming to do anything but this. Lines up the headshots. This is going to be so tough with the MP9, but damn, look at the damage. I mean, they are going to be bleeding, and right there, VSM going to put Pav out of his misery. 40 health. And it's just the Lency on 100 between Hez and Dottie with 50 combined to actually lead this down the cut. But if they're hitting those headshots and the HP, well, that's not going to matter. They split up, and they're going to be investigating into Arch now. Flamengo feel like they are the ones being toyed with at the moment. The next 35 to go, they are the ones that have to be on top. In this bomb site, they are. And they do force you back in the way from this Arch position. But next look, the next knock is going to come from up top.
Dotty finds another kill on 10 HP here, finding VSM, getting some good timing. The Pony's position has been made known. Eating an HG grenade, 18 points of health on him. Lency finds the kill. And these final two players, one bullet from death each. Kasparov finds the first, not ready for exactly where that bomb's been planted. And what a resurgence and turnaround in that one for the T side. Even just those final two plays and that 2 versus 3. Lency and Dotty. Dotty 10 points of health, Lency about 40. And managing to go on to win that one is really key and really vital to them being able to showcase what they can do on Inferno, because you're breaking the money now, Flamengo. I think this is what we needed. In terms of map number 1, we saw a lot of those kind of moments from Flamengo.
Yeah.
Where the chips were down and it felt like a lot of the really back and forth, really close affairs. It just felt like the Flamengo had the slight edge in terms of winning those engagements out. But if the Champions League are able to sort of do what they did against them here, I mean, that might just be what they need to allow them to be able to bring things onto a third map of Nuke, which, as we sort of briefly touched on in the pre-game, it's certainly going to have a lot of talking points about it.
And when they were under the Press Out banner, their T side was largely their most successful side, 65% of their Inferno rounds being just toted from the offense. So this needing to be the golden ticket for the Champions League. And I mean, they are, I mean, actually looking good on this rhythm. Hez with a good look back into Donico, but it only takes a pixel. He gets that right down and maybe can sneak away with a little something. There was a reason he was obviously gambling with his life. He only had a Mac 10. All right. Yeah, just a Mac 10, by the way.
No one behind it still causing a few issues. I mean, one more kill would actually be really great here for Danico. Can't actually manage to do so. Can actually still drop over the AWP. It will be at the cost of any head armor, will be at the cost of any utility. But those 2 kills with the Mac 10 could potentially change this buy that we see for Flamengo if Misfit does call for that AWP. We did see the no head armor being purchased, just the Kevlar. So maybe going to be a chance of that. No. Just sticking with the M4 for now. Maybe want to prioritize a bit of utility, whereas his team don't quite have that extra cash, got a defuse kit as well. But look, I wouldn't have minded trying to get Misfit on the AWP as soon as possible. Had some big moments on map number 1. Showed off what he could do when he's wielding his specialist weapon. Decent bit of damage taken for no real great reason.
I think the Champions League feel like they have something on the other end of this hook right now. Last 3 will definitely put that up to Doctor. It will be Arch just smoked out right quick, and Bracket's control taken into the hands of the T's. We'll see where Hez to Doctor this one back. With this room, it's just taking that next step up to lane and doing it confidently. But where they wait, we're trying to see if anybody from Flamengo will start to get impatient as VSM does look to get active around Arch.
Couple of rounds here that Flamengo have given up a lot of this room here. VSM finds the early kill before being traded out by Pav. 4 versus 4 as the A bomb site onslaught still looks to continue. Up through long R2 players, Delboni spots out the first. There's a little bit of damage. Misfit on the bomb site, though.
Well
so
done.
much work.
Still could get it all the way throughout. Dottie with the headshot onto Donico, but you still literally have not breaking the original site setup. It's down to 11, and they're just toying with you at this point. But don't you mess with Dottie. This man is working this AK, sharp the spade, using his tool to perfection. Now leaving Cuts all alone. And needs this round so badly for Flamengo. I mean, they practically deserve it with all that's happened. Now a look right into Graveyard, and Lency will just put you there. The Champions League with another great round in this T side, but it did not come through the expected terms.
I mean, it's another round that they had no right winning. I mean, look at the time that was on the clock. There was literally, in terms of picking up the bomb and planting it, there was no extra time to play. There was not even a second extra, not a second to spare. I mean, look at the time on the clock here when Misfit is found on the bomb site. I think even if we just see Delboni do fully tuck in pit, that round goes to Flamengo. Difficult times here as Flamengo. They've had their chances, just not being able to capitalize on them. This is a full eco with a couple of upgraded pistols and a little bit of armor on some of these players, but it's the util that found so much success. A man advantage and already 5 casualties super early into this round.
Once he finds a deagle, sticking around, and now the bomb right on the back of AGL. Only Donico can throw up a Hail Mary right now. You send it all the way in, and damn, it is coming down in a pretty way. Made it to the end zone. That's where the bomb is down. There's got to be somebody on the other end to catch this. Lency could potentially line up these pistols when he's going to have to tap him about. Cuts reaches deep into the bag of tricks. And what does it take? Just a simple old eco to throw him back into way. It is Flamengo that have 3 now.
And it doesn't matter what happens in previous rounds when any of these teams can just win a round like that. I mean, it really does just show you can't have any room to breathe. That's a huge one from Nanico there. Boss player dropped down and still able just to line up the shot through the smoke and get the headshot. Flamengo keep this game within 1 and instantly put the pressure onto their opponents. We've got a couple of Tech 9s in play for the Champions League. First AWP out for Misfit. Searching for some early peek towards second mid, but it's still this slow hit up through A from the Champions League as they look to take this space in apartments.
Delboni gonna be just right where he needs to be for this. Perfect. It even gets a dink in the end. That is an A-damn plus from that. He did everything he could right there. Even the pistol for the cherry on top. Dottie hangs around with the Tech 9. We'll see if you can best that grade.
Yeah, really surprised the Champions League actually opted to push through that smoke bet. I mean, there's no util behind it. They just fully opted, like, let's go through this smoke now. It's now or never. Maybe could have looked to wait it out, but they had other plans, and it completely got shut down from Delboni. So much work from him. VSM with an easy cleanup. Does get caught off in the apartments from Dottie. Missed shot from Misfit. And I mean, we've seen some strange rounds already this game.
Yeah.
Maybe this one could continue, but Misfit takes him 3 shots, but finally does connect the bullet, and Flamengo level this game up and now prime themselves to take the lead.
Put the pressure on that Le Champions League T side earlier on, stating that through some statistics where you have honestly pretty little and not recent Inferno results, this is where they were turning out some of the best of it prior to this. Wearing different jerseys now with the Le Champions League logo, or maybe lack thereof. Sad face.
I haven't really seen a huge amount of banana aggression from the Champions League. They've definitely been leaning a lot more towards this A-bomb site. Might see something change on their next full buy, but there's not going to be a huge amount of rounds remaining after that. AWP of Misfit does find the first. A lot of pistols jumping out of apartments. The need to switch to this USP, and the flashbang's great from his teammate on the bomb site. An easy clean up there, and not really any damage even dealt from these pistols, and it's just Hez hoping that someone's aggressive enough to push down towards Banana, but that's not coming to him. Bomb dropped into pit. 50 seconds to play with. Can kind of just hope to see if he can find a kill, but other than that, I think we all know where this one's headed.
Yes, we do. Into a 1v5 at this P250 for Hez. It's crazy. It's crazy, I know. Just right around this corner to take this first fight. That's how it starts. I've heard.
Not
maybe on
far
the
off.
wrong page. Yeah, man. Getting them down into the red. It'll be no casualties. Even if we do want to spring them up for Flamengo, they remain perfect.
We are approaching these final 3 rounds of the half. Flamengo, great start to this map with a pistol round and the second round victory, but then instantly the Champions League bounce back as soon as weapons are in play. 4 rounds by themselves. Very close rounds, opportunities for both teams, but even when unfavored, the Champions League still came out on top, but it's not enough to give them the lead in this map for now. The util towards Banana softening up Hez, a little bit of chip damage onto Dottie, but I said we haven't seen a lot of fighting towards Banana from the Champions League. They've got different ideas in this round. It's a great read from Flamengo. 3 players here.
He's so ready for it. And that they're honestly teasing him right on the corner by throwing the smoke and keeping the opper on it. Damn, love it. And you're going to push him back. Can't even discuss with a setup like this. No damn point to open up the mouth. Misfit. Just remaining on that corner. Sending cuts back to it. Nobody going to be so far out of it for Flamengo on that bit. And it's really the same end on this A side besides really the potential 1v1 that Cuts is going to be putting himself in. But here goes VSM teed up again. The flash shorter in this distance, so he's going to be nailed. And Cuts on this 4 health. How does he get a second? Has to die eventually, has to. But this flash had to come from somewhere, CMT. And this player just had to triple down into the pit. A damn timing meets Lency, but so does the headshot out of this anchor. And now Dottie's going to be alone in a 1v3.
Timing brutal there in apartments. Needed to get something to work out here. It's Dottie trying to avenge his former teammate in the same position, but Alboni is going to get, looks like some decent timing again, but does finally get taken down with just 10 seconds on the clock. Bomb is on the back of Dottie, has to look to punch in those digits quickly, and has no choice but to stick this bomb. And of course, there's no chance. Nanico not going to allow that bomb to go down. Flamengo find another. And with just a couple of rounds remaining of this half, still the opportunity for the Champions League to level this one up. But on the flip side, Flamengo, if they go on to find 8, it'll be another really solid first half from them, similar to Anubis.
And I know that we're getting a new look into the Champions League today. Literally a first HLTV official for their new opera this afternoon, right? AGL. But, I mean, it's a bit of a rough individual half for Hez. I think the calling has been there in a good retrospect, but, you know, certainly in the back end of these last 4 or 5 rounds have been Flamengo all day. So you've been battered back. I mean, it's definitely been bruised, right? The first half, you did have that, I mean, kind of tested back and forth that it was Flamengo that ended up getting that 7-5. So this could be the prospect that you're staring down once again, maybe a little bit too obvious.
Yeah, and obviously, look, we got to see some nice moments throughout this series so far from AGL. It's been a bit of a tougher second game for multiple players, like you said, Hez, AGL as well. But, I mean, it's nice to see when you get to sort of class an individual's first HLTV performance. I'm hoping we get to see a couple more moments from him before the end, but it's always going to be a difficult matchup coming against some of these experienced players. But the Champions League now look to explode out towards the BE bomb site. 2 defenders waiting. Cuts finds the first. Spam through the smoke through CT. Cuts doubles up. He's done so much work here towards B, softening up Pav as well. They'll allow this bomb to go down. More than happy to play this one retake. They've got the man advantage. They've got a ton of util to play with on this retake.
It'd be such a hard time to hold on to this. Now Boney goes and can't exactly get a good look onto that immediately. But I don't think anybody's panicking on Flamengo. They have the resources. They have the respect. The smoke to just dribble this out. Pav, golden find. This to be a retake that looks to be a diamond. Misfit has to run away. No damn time to go about it. Their dreams crushed, and the Champions League are lifted up.
Yeah, that was a really big missed Molotov from Misfit. You see, he tries to throw the Molotov towards Nubox to clear that out. They spotted Lency head in there, but he repositioned towards Dark and Pillar instead. So as soon as that Molotov misses, you see the second player out from Road is just glued to that position. Doesn't clear out Dark at all, gets taken down for free. If we saw that Molotov hit, they're going to be aware of where the final player of the bomb site is. And it's these fine margins that can turn around like this. And even with the half-by, even with the weaker weapons, the Champions League had come out on top. But it's another round where you do have to say Flamengo are favoured in it, and they probably should have won it. But up here at Banana, Dottie towards Halfwall, very deep, and the T's don't seem all too aware of it. Plays spotted at the bottom of Banana, cuts Moretz in a world of hurt as Dottie does finally strike 3 versus 3 here.
Not even the strongest arm so far. Look at these agility moves from Dottie. Damn. Out of the mats or what? A gymnastic effort, but still into a clutch that you're going to have to test. Back-to-back. And back-to-back put down. Unfortunately, they'll be sharing a grave. AGL puts them together as the Champions League puts the rest of this half together. It's a 6-6, and they avoid the slip-up of the 7-5 of Anubis.
Yeah, nice response at the end of the half there. Felt like 7 should have been nailed on for Flamengo. But it's the half-by that does it. The Champions League able to win the final round as well. Makes it all square here. Still anyone's game to be won. But what a first half we saw from Dotty. Some really big individual moments from him. And a big difference maker in so many of those early rounds where the Champions League made that nice sort of 4-round streak towards the start of that half. And probably was a big reason as to why this scoreline looks so close that it does now. Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of Inferno from Flamengo. Got to watch it a couple of weeks ago. And there it was a closer affair, but not an affair that went their way. And even then, it was their T side that let them down slightly. So going to be interesting what we see from them today. They've had a couple of weeks to work on this map. And we'll see if they can keep that pistol round success going. 100% so far. And all three that we've seen. Grenade thrown out towards top banana early, softening up Dotty slightly, but it is a hit here towards brackets. None of the bullets connecting for the CTs. Finally, AGL and Lexi will find one apiece to keep it all square here as the T's continue to push up towards A.
And if you didn't land that one trade straight up in the pit, things could have got tricky. They're not all the way done, unless Dotty wants to hold on to the Kevlar, hold on to a little bit of something for the next. Great snap for Flamengo today. 100% shooting on those pistols. Took a Donico and a Misfit double.
I always do feel like when we see this armor being saved, that gives us a good indication that we probably are going to see the investment in the next round. Maybe we'll just look to stick with the jewelries, though. You do see that occasionally, but with the armor being saved, we can see if a mass being purchased from Dotty. Or if he wants bring out the MP9, bit of extra util. But we'll see what the Champions League will do if they want to keep this one as hotly contested as possible and not allow Flamengo to sort of start to extend their lead a bit. But it is looking like it's just going to be an eco with a couple of HE grenades invested, now being sold. And in fact, nothing on the top being bought at all. Just these saved jewelries, just this armor.
Oh.
And just a big B stack. 4 defenders here. Hoping that Flamengo are a bit reluctant to clear out any of A, but in fact, very quick towards B as cuts Mirage. Finds the first kill. A lot of backup by his side.
Be quite a con from Cuts as well. The hell back to A right now. Get that bomb set up. They even got a guy right through Arch right now. So this should be all cool and collected when that does go down. But a little bit of something there at the library. It is a struggle for Pav out of the pit. Not much to be given there. Only VSM to be taking these heads.
This is the round that the Champions League were playing for. The gun round. I'm curious what you think about this. I always do think second round forces are far better on Inferno than sort of a lot of other maps, just because of how important it is to have utility. Because you can see, look, Hez is having to take a weaker weapon to bring out this full belt of util. You can see players like AGL, players like Dotty, they were sort of just limited to 2 pieces of util. And I feel like you can't. This is like the one map where it really does feel like you kind of want a full belt on near enough everyone. That I feel like maybe just getting as strong an investment out a couple of rounds later, for me, I always did view it slightly better, but I'm curious what you think of that.
Yeah, I mean, take that fight right now. You just got a lot of information even from one little piece of utility, top of banana. Yeah. You can face into a lot of this information pretty easily, but especially where you're kind of able to potentially swallow a lot of momentum kind of you know, put a gaping hole in this A site. That's not the way that I was, you know, kind of tracking that up to feel, man. If you're going to just blow the door down, then it'll be fine, right? Flamengo are going to be able to, off of this force, right, avoid everything. And damn, that's how they're feeling about this, right? Avoid the force or putting it down are going to put just such a wide gap in between them and the Champions League at beginning of this next 12 out of this second half. Such a gap in between them financially.
I mean, you tell them not, it doesn't matter. You can't stop something like that from Misfit towards brackets. 3 individual fights, takes every single one of them and tears apart that A defense. And Flamengo now, I said their last series that we've watched, the only series that we've not actually got to see from them in the last 3 months on this map, was the T-side that let them down ever so slightly. But here, the 3-0 start. Thanks to that pistol success, of course, but what a way to kick things off when the weapons are out. These are some really heavy investments from the Champions League. Look at the money on Dottie, Hez, and Lency.
I mean, I suppose the weapons, you know, never, you know, kept to be out, right? They're right back in this conversation, whether it's kind of an allotted financial move or not. This is their cash, and they get to manage their funds how they prefer. Not sure we're going to be waiting very long to see this, well, Hall's walk, Hall's drop. It's meant to be maybe something a little bit extra, but Lency is going to be damn dominant from default. Not to be a triple. Surely not. I mean, this is a position where you're expecting to get literally one and then done. Misfit just so on fire right now. Put anything in front of him, he is just going to take its head off.
You'll have this flank around now in apartment is Path. It's all going to be about timing. Misfit now dropped down, takes down Hez, and this man cannot be stopped. Alboni in the pit, finds the flank in Pav. And I said I wanted to see Misfit on the AWP a bit sooner because he was a little bit slow to get off the mark this game. I mean, give him a rival. I mean, the way he's playing, the space that's being taken, these opening kills, and every duel he's coming out on top of. And this is a scary Misfit to be playing against as Flamengo finds double digits.
Yeah, there's really not going to be many more chances on this Inferno. This continues, right? I mean, Flamengo, they reach into another successful round. It's going to be poor for you financially. We know the Champions League is one to lean into that force. So they'll be probably striking down that hammer for as long as we breathe on Inferno. Still maintaining what they can up top. It's a big nade that's actually landing onto the top of Dottie right here, but you got to fight. Has that all the way good. Hez with his second frag of the game.
Well, the Champions League need to find a way to convert this one into a successful round here. A couple of their players have been chipped away at, but similar on the side of Flamengo. As they look to exploit towards A. Still 3 defenders on B for the CTs. Finally, we're seeing a third player rotate towards this side of the map. Now towards along, in fact, Kaz Moretz gets a decent time in here onto Pav and flanks into Library. Oh, 4x3 moment there.
Oh, yeah. They always talk about it. Then it happens. Womp womp. The many versions of this story. And kind of a grim end to that look as well. Lency looks good with another double from the site, but it's not going to mean anything. Boxed out in a 2v2. That just makes it doable.
I'm not sure if there's a use to get dropped somewhere, but these final 2 players not having one yet. We've just seen Hez retrieve that now, so still time to play with a couple of flashbangs. Need to be used to perfection. But this pit and mini pit setup, both players can play off one another so well. And with the bomb now approaching half ticks, we've got to make a move. Hez spotted towards along. VSM just playing with his food right now. Finally takes a shot. What a tap. He's just basically allowing the player in pit to play off and just play tucked. I mean, this is just, it's like aimbots here. This is just insane from VSM. He saw Misfit was sort of stealing some of the spotlight and pulled that out to try to silence him a bit. I mean, look at these taps.
It's just crazy work, man. I mean, getting off to this type of speed, between VSM and Misfit on this map. Dalbani has been excellent as well. Cuts Rat's doing a whole lot of work, right? I mean, you can sing the praises of a lot of different of these players here.
Everyone's had an impact round at least.
You know, for the first step of the Swiss, man, this will definitely put Flamengo on the map for sure. I'm excited to see what type of damage they will do in the coming stages. It looks like they're going to be the first team here to book themselves to the 1-0.
Yeah, saw a similar scoreline on Anubis. The Champions League are able to bring it all the way to round
Am I watching
24,
Vitality?
but this is great. Through the smoke again is Misfit taking down AGL as he does get the trade, but it cracks open this B-bomb site. Ab has rotated in, but Delboni's still here on this flank. And Lenzy's not even attempting this. It is going to be a save, and Delboni can rip away Pab's weapon.
Hearing him around that corner. Gotta know that somebody's up to something. Let me get that headshot and a little bit of an upgrade to see if they can swim where exactly the tide is going to get the toughest. That's going to be a 12.
We saw a nice resurgence from the Champions League at the end of Anubis. This one feels just a little too far, though. 6 in a row needed just to bring us to overtime. Just to keep the dream alive and bring us onto a third and final map. Obviously, this is just the second map of the series. Still, potentially plenty more CS to go, but Flamengo just feels like they've hit their second wind in this game and have just gone above and beyond to a point where the Champions League are struggling to contest with them the similar way that they were earlier in this map. Flawless T-side as of now.
We'll see if this is the final stop in our first ride today. We got 3 more South American CCT Series 1 best of 3s for you all the way through. Major who?
Exactly. I mean, I wouldn't be wanting to watch any other CS in this. This is all I need for today. I mean,
unless it's a South American team playing at the major, that I'm there. First row.
To be fair, I haven't seen a moment like Misfit's 180 AWP shot on a knifing player in a long time.
Pain and a Legacy are both losing right now. Let me take that back. Bring the vibes down here. Potentially from a bit of a spark. Yeah, hell no. The only spark is coming out of Misfit's AK. Could have potentially seen that back the way of the Champions Liga. But in this first round, the Argentinians will come up winless. It's an 0-1 rip for the Champions League. Flamengo will go ahead and take that next step. The troop of VSM signed at the end of February to Flamengo, and now into the first series of CCT of Season 3 here in South America. Flamengo will be our first squad to move up to the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just the fact that Misfit was able to find so much impact in terms of the kill department. Opening kills as well, found so many across that map. I mean, he looked unbelievable, unstoppable. And we already highlighted VSM on map number 1, some of those miracle moments from him. And when you've got these two guys stepping up at the same time, I don't think there's many teams in this Swiss stage that's actually going to be able to compete sort of pound for pound with them in terms of raw firepower. Because these two, on their day, I mean, they're some of the top players in the sort of South American scene, and I'm really excited to see what Flamengo can do. I'm still super excited to see what the Champions League can do as well. Obviously, that was AGL's first HLTV game, first real look at this guy and really seeing what he's all about. We saw a couple of glimpses, some really nice moments on Anubis here or there, but look, you can never judge a player like that too heavily. There's still so much for him to show us, and I'm super excited to see what they can show us in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, in like Flamengo in this Swiss stage, I mean, you're going to see Game Hunters right after this. You have Dusty Roots. I mean, we talked about ShindeN. You're also going to get them this afternoon. I'm really excited to see Bounty Hunters, Crew, right? Like in terms of top Swiss teams, it's going to be really interesting to see which of these squads are going to shake out to our playoffs, which we were talking in the green room, right? We're seeing Bestia back from, we're all familiar with the logistical stuff that, kept them from the major. You're also seeing 9Z in this. You have Sharks, Audic. It's some great names, right? And so like having VSM cuts on a roster that like Dude, is looking dangerous. This is, I think, the best situation that I think I've ever seen Cuts Moretz have, I think, firepower-wise, certainly.
Oh, 100%. And it's what can he do with it now? I mean, there's a lot of pressure in terms of how to get the most out of players like this. But I think in terms of what we saw in the opening day, sure, there's a couple of mistakes and maybe a little bit of rust for these guys to just try to scrape off. But other than that, start to finish, most of the performance was pretty solid there. When you look at certain performance on Inferno, especially that earlier portion where it felt like they maybe fumbled a couple of rounds in their favor. But look, it's opening day. These are mistakes that can happen. And they still managed to take the series in a 2-0 fashion. And more importantly, Mark, got us nicely back on schedule.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. We had a couple of tech pauses, getting things, going on our end. But as you served it up correctly, right? I mean, it was even like so nasty coming out of that from Misfit. They literally just like ran away with that on Inferno, right? You didn't get that 13-11 that we ended up landing into our first map. And, there's no tear here running down my face, but no nuke in our first BO3 of the day. We got 3 more of those CMD to potentially get into the rip, one more for us. And as you suggested, we'll be back on schedule and, being back probably in about 20 minutes time for our second BO3 of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun ripping into it. It's going to be the Game Hunters taking on 2 games. So we got to see who's walking in with the best damn game in that CMD. We'll see these folks back here in about 15-20 minutes time to get going with that second BO3. So don't go far.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Second series of today here. Opening day of South America Series 1. Already got to see some pretty great action in the first series that we do have, but 3 more leading up. Only 1 more that we're going to be covering though, Mark. But Mark, I think it's a good one. A game, 2 game versus Game Hunters. You've already highlighted Game Hunters recently, sort of attended a couple of these other lands here. But look, I think this is a great series to actually kick things off for both of these teams. I think on paper, look, I think it's fair to say Game Hunters are going to have a bit of a favorite in this game. But there's a lot of players on the flip side of 2 game that I'm really excited to see back on this server. There's a lot of names that I've got to watch in previous South American series, and I think this is going to be a great one for us to dive into.
Yeah, 100%. I'm ready to get into that conversation for 2 game because I think that's quite an exciting prospect for guys getting back into it, you know, versus some guys that are directly under the axe of the grind, right? If we want to maybe start onto the Game Hunters foot and, like, you know, sort of print on that conversation as we were, you know, referring to in our previous series, you know, talking about the VRS and everything. You know, we had some conversations in the green room about it. In the Americas, right, that all kind of runs through one court and you got to be able to share it, right? This is a Game Hunters team that has been very willing to go ahead, similar to the Sharks coming to Fragadelphia's. Game Hunters will be headed up to Canada, I believe, in about a month's time for another tier 2 tournament in North America up in Windsor. So I mean, you love to see opportunities like that. They attended Fragadelphia, Las Vegas, and made it into the playoffs, lost in a quarter over there. But, you know, we take a look at this Game Hunters roster, and it's actually pretty good. I mean, where this is actually all rocked up from, their coach is Rock. He's a guy that has been grinding and went through, I think, like 3 impact teams just recently, and now joins the Game Hunters back to try and bring this core of young talent to a place where they can go ahead and get a VRS ranking to get continually opportunities like invites to the Swiss and things like that. Game Hunters were a team recently in season 2 of a couple of those CCT South American series that, you know, got a couple playoff invites. It's been a little bit on the down track, but there's the way back up.
Yeah, and I think sort of highlighting certain plays in this roster, this has been a team that's been together for a little bit of time now. We have actually got to see a Lich on this roster previously, despite being brought in a couple of months ago. He was on this team towards the end of the last year, looked at a replacement before bringing him back and realizing, yeah, maybe greener passes aren't always the best choice. But look, there's been a foundation of this team that had been together for a decent bit of time, though. ABR, Mello, and PRT. You've got Ricky Oli being bought in as well. This is a guy that has had some previous experience in multiple different teams, most recently Case at the start of this year, Hype beforehand. So it has been in and around the block, Odic as well for a period of time. So it has been in and around the block of this South American team, and it feels like they're looking at this core now and seeing what they can do. Look, we haven't had a crazy amount of games that we have seen before that sort of that Fragadelphia, like you highlighted. But look, these guys have been grinding out in ESL. We've got a lot of sample size to actually take a dive into for this Game Hunters team, and I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this team coming into this event and saying this is one of the teams that I feel like they aren't necessarily nailed on for playoffs, but I definitely think they are going to be a team that it feels like they have to start to strive for playoffs and beyond now, because I think anything less and you start to question where this team's head is at. Because like you said, look, traveling around, a lot of teams aren't afforded that luxury to be able to play at multiple of these lands. And this CCT here, before we go into that player break, it feels like this has to be sort of last chance for a lot of teams before maybe we're going to see even more sort of roster manias happen. And for a team that has had a core together for a decent amount of time, for a team that has been able to make it to playoffs at previous CCT South American series, it feels like, I don't know what necessarily the ceiling of this team is, but I know that they still got a lot more to show us.
No, 100%. And I mean, we have to be seeing this graph go anywhere but up, right? You got to see everything headed up in the positive direction for this Game Hunters lane. And I mean, that's where you have a pretty good challenge right off the bat. We can take a look over at this 2-game roster, which is a spicy one. I'm excited to see couple of these faces right back into things. It's pretty interesting to see how these guys have came together, right? Luke is coming over from Vikings, Zerba transferring from Galores, excuse me. Out there, you had that going. It's going to be very interesting to see how this 2-game roster comes together with, of course, Hards Out, PKL, some former Pain out here. These guys made the major together.
Yeah, exactly. It honestly feels like this team being formed around a lot of the sort of higher ranked South American teams and sort of picking apart at certain individuals there. Because, like I said, you got players like Hardzell. I mean, most recently, obviously, on the Red Cannons roster, which in their own right are sort of having some difficulties, despite a lot of name value that team does have. But I think there he showed that this guy can be a super top player, and individually, I mean, look, he's brought it onto 2-game, looked really sharp. As of recently, he's definitely not the only player on this team, and there's a lot of different pieces. It's a little bit more newly formed, but this is a team that, outside of certain sort of South American events, we haven't got to see a crazy amount of them. They have put up some decent displays, but it does feel like they're still losing to some of those more experienced South American teams, your Oryx, your Bounty Hunters, your Sharks, your Bestias, teams like that, and it feels like we're at the point where 2-game can probably take down a lot of the average South American teams, but we need them to go that one step further and be able to take down some of the more upper echelon teams to really see what this team's going to shape up to be. Because I do think this is a roster that, in terms of looking at some of the names and some of the teams that they have been on and knowing the peaks that these guys can achieve, it does feel like this is a team that really can come together and be a real threat in South America. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can achieve throughout the Swiss stage, as well as going forward to the plains if they do make it there.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where Detroit J is going to be back rocking on this particular roster. Was with Galleries last year and did some pretty impressive work, but it is a guy that was kind of on the back end of that roster and saw kind of around where you were playing on a couple of different mixed situations, right? This should be a spot where he can really set up, and I'm actually a pretty big fan of this AWP. So I think with the experience of PKL, next to Hardzao and a couple other of these players, right, we could talk a lot about it. I'm not sure we mentioned Zerv, obviously. I mean, this is a guy that, also donned that jersey at a different time, coming over from Galleries, and I mean, is in a very interesting spot as a rifler on this core, where I think just in the last BO3 that we had, kind of the retrospect back and forth of a couple of those Flamengo talents, goes to see in South America how much talent there actually is in this region.
Oh, 100%. That's what dating all the way back to his time in Pain Academy. I mean, I think he turned a lot of heads on Pain Academy. Showed some good results on Solid. A little bit of a tough time last year, but I think this is a new home for him to be able to showcase what he's all about, and maybe a new home that can be more settled into. And like you said, some of the experience of players like PKL, even experience like players like Hardzao as well, who are obviously significantly younger, but definitely been around the block and seeing it. I think this is going to allow a player like Zerba to be able to maybe feel a lot more comfortable in this team and hopefully go back to some of those performances that we did see all the way back on Pain Academy. But between these two teams, let's have a look at the vetoes in terms of where this one is going to be playing out. We have a little bit more sample size than we had last game in terms of where we're probably going to be expecting this one to actually head. And I say that, and instantly I've been sort of caught off a little bit by the Nuke of Game Hunters. It is a map that they have looked really good on. Sorry, a map that they have played a lot of, but they have had some more difficult results against some of those better teams.
Yeah, and I know we were kidding out of the back end of our previous series. It was a Nuke we didn't get to see, so that'll put a smile right back on our faces. Exactly. And to challenge 2-game particularly on that, I don't know that they have sort of the same sample size out there that Game Hunters does, but dude, I'm sitting here yapping about Fragadelphia all the time. That was some of the last officials besides where you were headed in Challenger League for Game Hunters. So you got to keep it hot on that retrospect. Whereas win versus Red Candids recently, 2-game has put up on the board on this Nuke. It'll be a fun first map.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting place for it to be played out, because if you look at both teams' actual results, they kind of lose to reasonably similar teams. Like both sides have got lost to Odic, teams around similar ratings of Sharks and stuff. So I actually do think this is a really interesting first map. And it does kind of feel like, to me, Game Hunters are kind of looking at it and say, yeah, we're just going to play our own game, ignore what potentially is good, what's not great for opponent teams. Because, sure, 2Game, they have not the craziest amount of maps in the last 3 months, but we have definitely got to see a decent amount, and their Nuke has looked pretty positive at times. Even the losses they have are reasonably close. Like you said, the win against Red Canids, I think, is a really big statement for this side to be able to make, with a lot of intent still being more newly formed. So I think Nuke is the perfect playground for us to start onto. I definitely think all 3 maps in this series lend itself to a possibility of both teams being able to show up and really be able to maybe even take their opponent's map picks. I don't think there's any guarantees in this series. I don't think it's necessarily a 3 map. I don't think it's necessarily a 2-0. I think it's all up in the air, but Nuke is underway now. We are going to be jumping straight into the action between these 2 teams, and it is going to be 2Game versus Game Hunters. Their first game here in the Swiss stage, 2Game on that favored side.
And I think the storyline to pay attention to here specifically is, where we put that pressure in the pregame on Game Hunters, even with that, retrospect of where you're going to find common ground in the series to probably make it that much harder for you to be able to walk out here versus 2Game, and they're already making it a problem. Hardzal takes Ricoli outside, and now they're going to be poured into the ramp. Luke is going to be online right now. The IGL has got him some help. BKL just trickles in and has a kill and can't grab the second. They are all up in his grill, straight up, and you got to get the rotations online. The Game Hunters are already pucking off those heads. They made the problem all the way down. 2Game had a bold solution to it. Unfortunately, get washed away, but Hardzal opened this thing up. It would be a 1v3 to close.
All the baton back in ramp room, but everyone chiming in for Game Hunters there, and it's just leaving Hardzal. On the other side of things, everyone sort of freezing all across the map, leaving this one in Hardzal's court. Wait and see if any mistakes are going to be made, but finally Game Hunters start to make their move, and up towards heaven they go. Once that be made, but Mello doesn't need any support from his teammates in heaven, will do so all by himself, finds the frag, and Game Hunters on the board with the pistol round on this T side. I always feel like the pistol round on this map, particularly for those on this the T side, it's just such a nice way to kick off your Nuke, where sometimes you can see teams be really just poor on this on this side of the map. So I think being able to show off what you can do, just get the pistol round nice and early, gives you a really solid buffer, even if your T side's a little bit lackluster here or there. But not expecting either of these teams to be particularly weak on either side, as this is maps that they do like to play. But the second round force fight coming through from 2Game as they want to instantly bite back.
Fully spamming out. It does have Hardzal, who is hanging back red. That's actually a pretty important body, considering that's the eyes and ears of outside. Game Hunters were already measuring up, putting utility to get ready to potentially, throw something onto the A site here. Managing lobby. Keep a couple lanes of this completely open. 2Game make some noise at ramp. They rotate a player over. And Game Hunters, they are still just trickling along. I mean, waiting for the smoke to go. Zerba gets down right next to it. Detroit J with an interesting little push into Hut right now. This could be, honestly, kind of perfect. Burned out of it. That's an audio cue. They know where this player is going to be in Hut. They could potentially lose Detroit J here, but I'm not really sure that it matters. They actually go ahead and, get this body up. It's just like a little that they're going to have. And just pincering down on both of these positions out of the box. Game Hunters are just going to seal it.
Yeah, and those players trapped towards Hut, players all behind them, all around them. Only going to go the way of Game Hunters. Forced by only finding the single frag there. As the A execute is good enough, the utility really key. And a little bit of luck there from Mello with the wallbang spam, but always felt like it was going to be dead to rights anyway. So it's just going to have to be Eco, just going to have to be 2Game conceding this one up. And obviously this is their opponent's map pick. Double nade into main, almost finishes off, in fact does finish off Hardzal, Bullet's not even required there. As it is just some of these upgraded pistols, but instantly 3 quick kills. And Game Hunters coming into round number 3, bullying their opponents.
Bully trying to square up against Lucas. Can't take it. It'll be a tough draw, and 2 of them. Beautiful. Man, absolutely revolving and could find a couple of these guns back. Mellow, though, unfortunately, gonna probably put to the party being over. Lucas found. That'll be a good shot straight up. Detroit J only walks away with a measly Galil. Now, who's happy today? How does your milk taste today, good sir? In paraphrasing.
Oh, Detroit J will go down outside to Mellow eventually as the AK does take him out. A couple of casualties there, in fact. Looked like it could have been potentially a slightly cleaner round, but it is still a round that's going to go the way of Game Hunters, of course. Weapons back in play, and Detroit J nice and early on this AWP. I feel like if you can get those rotations, you can get some of those repositions spot on. I mean, the AWP can be so valuable on this map. So really going to want to see Detroit J so we can do nice and early on this one, as this is a difference maker player.
They even really do give him the business outside, currently keeping him occupied. Getting ready for another A-hit. It seems straight up. They even rotate a player down. This isn't the worst look to be caught on the A-bomb site with, but right now Hardzow is going to have to do a whole hell of a lot. Jumps down. This is a really good fight to win right at first. Even Lich dies to the Molotov right here, so 2 game are going to be sitting so pretty. Luke is going to continue to stack these bodies, and as a double back of this bomb site in totality. Tries to fade away, and this A bomb site is off limits here when 2 game can handle themselves. Sticking around for a little bit too long, and it's a matter of time for Mellow. Hardzow, a double from up top.
Yeah, first 3 go against 2 game, but instantly as soon as weapons are in play, that's when we see the look that we need to see. That's when we need to see them out of the gates. Can't wait too long on the CT side before you start to post rounds, and it only takes them the 1 round as soon as weapons are in play to showcase what they can do. But still, with how one-sided and dominant those early rounds are, we are seeing no issues in terms of investments come through for Game Hunters. Got an AWP in the hands of Mellow. From what tried to shut down Detroit before he really even gets warmed up into the server. I think that's actually going to be an interesting talking point. We haven't really sort of covered too much, getting towards sort of Mellow versus Detroit in that AWP battle in some of these maps. Particularly if we end up finishing onto that 3rd and final map of Dust, I think that'll be a really interesting playground to watch both these teams play on.
Seeing these oppers take over in our previous series on the rifles, man. Misfit was the most dangerous member of Flamengo there in the end of Inferno, just ripping it across. So, I mean, as long as Mellow can't afford it, he'll be able to tote it right now, but has already done some great work elsewhere. Game Hunters want to be dynamic on this T side, and so far measured. So far are playing a secure game. What are you doing there? All the way at Secret, Ricoli is finding somebody at 35 to go. Now they're starting to show their hand, and you're down outside. But Detroit J is going to get pushed back. His real first look on this AWP is going to be cooked. He's being bullied back with these nades. But you're going to peek back in and just get removed. Yeah, there is that 1v1 we were looking forward to. So Lich is going to be leading this thing down, bombing his back, and Lucas will make the contact all the way down. ABR with a huge trade, and now Mellow going to go mobile, knowing he's got to take this into his own hands. But PKL, he's just laughing. He's knowing he has a guaranteed couple of kills. 3 came for the IGL, and 2 came with a very great result.
Yeah, got to see a bit of that AWP heads-up duel, but it didn't end up accounting to all too much in terms of the actual end game result. 2 game. flip that one on his head. I mean, great find there from Mello, and things look really positive going down to the lower site after they found the player towards control 1-for-1, but it's just this PKL rotation getting the triple. The veteran on the server lighting things up, and that is the round. That is the straw that breaks the camel's back as pistols in play, Glocks galore with a couple of P250s, but nothing more to speak about. This is just going to be, or at least should be, a nice easy cleanup, and one that the CT side should look to win pretty dominantly. Ooh. So they can start to build that money. That's a Glock from range there.
How do you do? That's revenge for the 3K. 1 round removed. Mello, yeah, man. Keep walking up this tap. Gonna get that nade catching you out in the back end. That'll be all good, but surely no more, right? Phew.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of kills already is a pretty solid response, but yeah, you can't imagine anything more. But even just a 1 kill would be something that definitely can slow down your opponent's economy, stop them from growing any real cash. With 36 seconds on the clock.
Lace up the Nikes, sprint out there, get a little bomb plan. I see the vision.
I mean, it'll be difficult. I don't know if Lucas is necessarily allowed for this, but actually playing slightly more disciplined towards Ram. The bomb can go down at Toxic. Ricoli will fall. And even if ABR goes down alongside him, this is already a really successful outcome. ABR aware that the CT's playing super deep here. P250's being spotted out. Goes down with 2 kills on a bomb plant. On an eco with just 2 P250s invested. Yeah, that's a really solid outcome for that round.
Yeah, Lucas just felt that push there on the P250. He plays it to perfection. And a tied game on this nuke. It's the pick of Game Hunters. And right now, step by step, up this path, you are certainly seeing 2 game, I mean, more than warm up. Lucas, 10 frags right now, is dominating at ramp.
Yeah, and that was after getting exploited on the pistol round as well. Thought maybe could have seen a slightly different look, but no, really bought the heat with these weapons in play. 2 game in general leveled up what was this 3-0 lead for Game Hunters, but they've got their guns back out. Obviously the last one's just the eco. Mello still on the EWP, but Hardzal quick in lobby. ABR finds the first kill onto Zerba, but Hardzal completely catches him off guard and by surprise. He's exploiting outside. Needed a smoke, could expose his position, will do so. Hardzal tries to double up. You understand why, but does get punished.
Detroit yet to frag in this nuke. So damn hungry in this op. Just working with the timings here that are presented. And Mello's still sticking around in Garage. Couple problems on this tally. One of them is finding the right fold. And a good work back up. PRT is making the rounds, particularly within that same course. Should be rounding heaven here momentarily on that wrap. Detroit J is going to be out to really just dictate this all back to Lucas, who is going to be taking contact. And I mean, more than that, he's fighting. And there it is, biting onto PRT. Back out of this smoke, wants to get it done. And honestly, such a great angle onto Mello. But another 1v1 fight that Game Hunters Opper is going to be winning against Detroit J.
Yeah, I think this is what we need from Mello. Spoke about what Detroit J can do. We saw a nice flick in that round, but it was just his first kill of the game and it's going to be held to just 1 for now. Finally, Game Hunters do break the streak of the CT side and get their 4th. Outside is where Mello's all resides. Detroit posted up, watching anyone cross the red. A little bit of a gap in that smoke to play if anyone does dare cross that gauntlet. And Detroit J finally bests his counterpart And Hards out through the smoke onto ABR as well. Extends that man advantage to 2.
Scaled so much.
Yeah, softened up as well there. It's going to make things really tough for the T's. This could have been some great space a PRT could look to exploit, but being just 25 points of health now, he might be a bit more reluctant to see what he can do.
Man suited up for the job. May not be exactly the circumstances that you wanted, but one of the beggars going to be the one that can exactly choose how this one shapes up. And yeah, you're going to have to dictate 4 more frags in 40 seconds. Go ahead and put the round in the bag, Game Hunters. It's 4-4, and it's tied on this nuke.
Since as soon as we see Game Hunters win that round, they instantly get punished in the next and straight away forced down to weaker weapons. But it started off with this native smoke. Oh, this was how ABR went down. I thought it was a spam through squeaky door, but Hard's out, dropping down the vents, having the read on what ABR might be trying to do. Really cheeky way to punish him there. Game Hunters want to use their first tactical pause nice and early here. They want to keep this game as close as possible because, look, if they can finish with an even half on this T side, this would be a really solid outcome for them.
Yeah, get a word in from Rock on the mic. That'll be cool. I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, this is a guy that's a former ESL Impact coach, coached 3 different rosters out there, which will serve up the conversation. We have Furia Female as an invite to the playoffs of this tournament, and we can return to this conversation in a moment because we can explain the Masitas and a couple of the other teams that we have going. Their branding being Messi themed, which is very South American of them. I love it. Ooh.
Nice little tab there. Taking the fire range. Sure, it's just up against these pistols, but gotta showcase yourself when you can. And PKL might be surprised by the Deagle elevated up, but we'll take down Mellow. Information that there's at least a second player here outside. PRT falling, and this is just a shooting gallery outside now. Ricoli with a Glock in his hand has found a bit of space out here in A. Lining up the headshot, will at least find one. Always the easiest angles to try to capitalize and punish from. Galil now surely goes down to Lucas and will do. So just a 1 kill on that full eco. So just the 1 casualty there from the CT side. So money's starting to grow. And I think that's what they're going to need to do. Just don't allow Game Hunters to find any way to reset you and bring themselves into even more of a favored position.
Yeah, to put a finishing on my point, we have the Masitas, an Argentinian Impact team that were last playing this season. Well, we'll have to cake it again. Put the cap on it. Hartzal has an opening kill, and it seems like 2-game, they're going even faster. ABR has a headshot right back. They were getting a little bit of a push in hut. This was going both ways, and a smoke back right to get this feeling down. You may have this just for another situation. Denied from A. Pushed back to deal with Lucas, who is now playing an off angle. 11 kills, has done well so far. See how they decide to get this contact in. No flash to exactly line up the right carpet to go. So now with this Molotov oh so close, Lucas has got to feel how exactly this is going to bleed in practically almost a second. 14 health left on Ricoli, but we're not going to dally them before they're exactly down. Look at where Detroit is. Push through hut on this AWP. This makes me nervous. A missed shot. Can you get out alive? I'm sure you can, but we'll see how long you're online.
Yeah, lucky to be able to escape there.
Yep.
There is a player waiting down here.
Ooh.
Ricoli does find the player on the upper side. Takes this duel onto Detroit and will come out on top. One bullet from death, and the molly is going to force him up.
Dude, this man is a daredevil without fear in the vent, and he is burned by his bold choices. It's a Zerba that has the op and the clutch for 2 games. They've got a 6th, and Game Hunter's map pick, which started out in a pretty positive stance. It's been 2 games to start really, starting to pull together a lot of these close rounds here. They, passed this line with 1 casualty, rather 4 casualties and 1 man surviving, Zerba with the clutch. But to finally, okay, there's 1 more impact team, and they're called Team Suarez. Okay, I'll get better at that because I will have to cast them at some point, but it translates to who are they, which is quite cool. A couple of the former Fluxo players. Bit of an eco, dealing with that quite quickly. Well done. Mello, make this an issue. Zerba will just fan that off. A triple for the man that did the heavy lifting in the clutch. I would say he deserves it. You farmed some ecos yourself, CMD?
See, I actually don't. I'm never able to.
Oh,
So
okay.
my stats never get inflated by that. But it's always my teammates. They finish the game thinking they're all that because they've got 7 eco frags. I never get that lucky, so I'll search for them though. Never quite find them. But look, this is quite a turnaround for 2 games. They're 3-0 down, losing a single gun round since the pistol forced by and then just the anti-eco from Game Hunters. So it's been a really great result. PRT eliminated by utility alone. Hardstyle positioning is great. Not even spotted as Detroit finds the frag. And still 2 players on the bomb site. ABR, he's going to find that kill, but he's going to think the bomb site's clear. He's surely not going to be ready for Hardstyle, who gets taken down. And it's all on a 48 points of health Mellow. 8-4 is going to be the half.
Yeah, man. What a great result that they are throwing all the way through. And, to serve up, with name value, PKL, Hardzow, a lot of these guys, they're damn good for it, right? And as we spoke about, 2 things can be true at once, right? We're talking about Game Hunters headed into the Swiss with, almost one of the teams that you walk in, you're like, South American Series 1 in Season 3. Which teams do I want to see? No Tropa de Taco. That's sad. It's good I have the Game Hunters to make me feel right at home, right? They've been here through, every single one in Season 2, right? We expect them to make that playoffs. As I was speaking about earlier, a team that used to get that playoff invite, unfortunately back on that track way down, are going to have to, force that through the Swiss here, and it's looking like they're in trouble already.
Yeah, look, there's definitely some names on 2 game who can cause a lot of issues to Game Hunters. I just didn't think it'd be this this sort of one-sided after the weapons were in play. And I think something that we probably highlighted slightly, but didn't take too much of a real deep dive on it because I didn't really expect it to be that much of an issue. There is danger in terms of picking this map selection. We know that this is a map that 2 game also have had some good results on. This is Game Hunters map pick. And if things don't work out for them, this is where you move on to 2 games, pick of Anubis, and that's where things can get a little bit more dicey. Because it did always feel like this veto gave a lot of space and room for both teams to really thrive on these maps. Both teams have shown some pretty decent things on each 3 of these maps. And if you're not necessarily stepping up to the same level that your opponents are, that's where you can get haunted, you can get punished. And that could be the case of what we're going to see here if Game Hunters don't shape up sooner rather than later.
One theme today that we have had is one team has won all the pistols. And Game Hunters keep this up. They won the opening T side, battle outside, Mellow. What are we doing out here? Zywoo impressions, I guess, and Riccoli looking like Nico as well. That is a beaming shot out of the USP.
Liz trying to see what he can do for main. Does find the 1 kill. Not interested in battling it back too heavily. He's already got the man advantage for his team. No need for it to instantly go against you. He's going to be 2 game, potentially facing down the barrel of another pistol loss, even more so with ABR. close towards main, close towards mini, sorry. Close towards hut, one of the positions. And a 4 versus 2 now. Both these final players on 2-game unarmored. With time to work with, but not a huge amount of it, as there are 2 CTs down here on the lower bomb site. They're already reading this one well.
Be able to see PRT? Yeah. Ooh, all right. Maybe for his own damning. And up top will be that P2K. Put together a couple. So Game Hunters still on that, shooting 100% from the line today on those pistols. Now took a bold start. Lich did a whole lot of damage on this, and it was a consistent effort, but they still seem to be in this game on that margin. You know who Mello was looking like right there, going for that opening pick? I'm like, we're doing a Zayu impression. He was looking like Ultimate yesterday in the 3rd map versus Mouse when Liquid's life was on the line. He was like prime LeBron James. I don't know what happened there. If only could have went earlier in the tournament.
True. Very true. Disappointing finish from them here. Hopefully not going to be a disappointing finish from Game Hunters, though, on their map selection. As these pistol rounds have been very much giving them just that extra life. That extra needed life as well.
You know, puts a good basis down as well. No casualties. Just straight up dealing with those ecos 2-game. Don't get too spicy, right? There was no bomb plan exactly allotted before. Old PRT and his P2K had 2 words to say about that. And a nice quick discussion outside. We get to open the book straight up. 2-game. They now have 5 AKs to star-stud them.
AK's outside, going to test Mello's AWP on the CT side nice and early. And Mello passes the test. Lucas falls, but in the process, PRT does get found by Heart Out. AVR rotating in through round room, just got to drop the flames. He realizes something could be up, could be under pressure. He does just keep fighting here for now, down towards the B-bomb side. The bomb getting planted by Zerba. 4 versus 4 is still a lot of positions that the CT side need to clear out before they can make their way down.
Gonna take some time. Game Hunters crafted such good pitch into the beginning of this half. Let's see if they can go ahead and, I mean, dude, we're literally clearing into Secret right now. I mean, I know this is going to be a symptom as to where the heart's at, where the minds are. We're saving these 4 guns. I don't hate it. Game Hunters, as much as I am praising the, foundation, the start that they have gotten off to, they don't want to lose it immediately, which is something you have to acknowledge and likely respect for how they want to be in this nuke. Make sure that they're not going to be immediately swiped off the board because, I mean, you're looking at the other side of that margin where you're sitting here with no guns and the current money that they do have, and you are not loving that reality.
Yeah, I mean, I do think a lot of teams, I've seen a lot of South American teams as well, so I'll just take the risk where you're so confident in your own ability that it does feel like you're sometimes costing yourself 2 rounds rather than just 1, and I think it's good restraint that to not make too many risks, but PKL outside, taking down Lich towards main unexpectedly, but AVR is there for the trade. The missed shot from Mello will reduce him just to 1 kill, but trading's been really good on the CT side for now. And the FAMAS doubling up puts Lucas in a 1 versus 3 now.
Very far away from his wheelhouse now, isn't he? All the way separated from ramp, separated from the bomb. And now from exactly this T-sided start that you were actually looking to get on. I mean, fighting out there, the close engagement right to the back of the bomb site. These were starting to look pretty good for you. 2Game are going to be able to actually match you step by step, I mean, individually. So it's Game Hunters that are clearly trying to do themselves some favors by tightening up on a couple of these different extremities, not going for the big swings.
They're just going to drop the smoke towards ramp, keep the T's at bay for now as pressure towards outside is occurring. Also taking a nice bit of space out here towards Squeaky. Perhaps look to see if there's anywhere or any way you might be able to make it down the fence. Lost that timing now, and Riccoli with an instant headshot as he elevates himself up. Now into the ramp room. And Mello is here with the AWP as well. It's not just PRT, but the second smoke grenade landing in front of 2Game. They're going to just back away from ramp with 1 minute on the clock. They still got time to play with. No clear end goal yet for them.
Rolling the dice at A, or at least showing their hand like they will. Nothing immediately biting back from the Game Hunters. This is what they have been waiting for. PRT! Oh my god! Keeps it spraying with the A4. This man just has the damn spidey sense. Mello pops out, has one. Lich gets to share some of the love. And damn, Game Hunters are looking poisonous in this CT side.
Oh, he should be having that all squared up game here. This could be very similar to the first map that we got to watch in our opening game here, where it could take all 24 rounds to decide a victor. But I mean, unless 2Game can find a solution to this defensive side from Game Hunters, where clearly they've done most of their homework on. The CT sub was fine. No, the CT sub was fine, but moving on to the CT side, really strong start from them. I'm going to very quickly bridge that gaps from themselves to their opponents and give us all square show in here on Nuke. 9-9 feels like that's where it has to be.
Bully with a great tag. Opening fight 1. Keeping him on the line. Reel him in real close. 2Game. I've met a very good ground in this first map, but realize that as they keep walking, it becomes an uneven look. Game Hunters, there's a reason why they kicked into it. Bully with his second fight, that's successful. 2 players did move down below, so there could be a bit of concern here in case Lich and his hut-aligned player do get caught out, but they're going to take their time with their 3 deagles, excuse me.
I mean, just see, it's going to be a round completely off of individuals. Just see if you can find anything, make any sort of real damage work. But other than that, there's no real chance to win the round. Detroit's had a couple of opportunities, not quite hitting the mark on any of them, though. And we'll go down. All 5 survive here for the CT side, and money is booming. Tactical balls being called the first one from 2Game as they realize that, yeah, Game Hunters have really turned things around since moving on to this half.
All it takes is a good start, apparently. 100% shooting in the pistols. I've been a broken record with that statistic, but damn. I mean, with those praises, I mean, as we've discussed, I mean, where you have been demanded to really be efficient on a couple of those extremities. We noted before that they were really kind of tightening up the hatches there. In these latter rounds, they're putting it into very close stints and coming out on top. This is a Game Hunters right now that is even winning it in the difficult situations. At some point in this game, we were looking to 2Game to, you know, run away with this. It was going to be an 8-4 half that you did break down. Now you're right back into it, a 9-9 and an opening kill for Mello.
Yeah, really cheeky angle there with the all getting aggressive towards Red. Knows his angles, knows what PKL was doing in the previous round, and catches him off, gets that kill, and gives an advantage nice and early on this weapon round to his team. Him and ABR have just been having a field day. Ricoli on the second half to turn things around, and a second kill from Mello as 2Game are getting picked apart across the map. Oh, I don't know if I'd want to test ramp again. And T's are being forced back. The Flames stopping Detroit from any sort of funny business.
Look, the half is not close to being over right now, but I mean, I'm really ready to call PRT as having, quite as good of a ramp holding performance as Lucas did in our first half. We'll see as he continues on holding his life alive right now in a 3 versus 5. Walking a tightrope, it feels like 2Game are right now. Any slip up will be punished by the Game Hunters. And here go these back-to-back smokes. ABRs, the city so damn patient just for this. And only one. Sighting on the bomb, sighting on the hopes, 25 seconds, and what the hell do you do now?
Yeah, not a lot. It doesn't feel like there's anything you can do. Zerba in between 2 players. What's out PRT? Even if he finds the first betrayed, surely coming through. Ricoli a little late, but he could just take it down at the final moments. No chance of this bomb plant anymore. And Hard's out. Could get taken down after time. Mello does him the favor of actually killing him beforehand.
Game Hunters take a lead back. It was an 8-4 half, and now it is 10-9. Reason for the double digits could be the cracking of the AWP back-to-back. Mello off to a really good pace. You know, honestly, we'll throw the pace out of the room. It's been a damn good rhythm the entire game, trotting along. Has been meeting the expectations for Game Hunter when they've been dragging along. Now he has ABR, now he has Ricoli. Everybody trying to shoot their best to put this away. It's heck 9s that separate them from 11 right now. But as you said, going into even the conversation of the veto, nothing here guaranteed.
There is no way that it feels like 2Game are really able to slow down this unstoppable force that is Game Hunters on the CT side. Jumping across Mello, misses the AWP shot, just going to surely have to back away. Drops the util beforehand. Knows that this play is pressuring him, finds the first. It's a rotating PRT, that's the first body to fall on the CT side. And Mello wants to be in the thick of it, he wants to get into the action. Swaps to the D, finds his third. And him and ABR on the lower bomb site handle and dismantle the offense of the Tech 9s.
Yo, he doesn't have 45 kills yet. And I don't think he'll be able to do that on this nuke with the way it's going. But yeah. I joked earlier that he was having a damn good op performance. A little bit like, I think I just felt like I wanted to mention a Liquid player for the sake of doing it, being the fact that they won't be talked about in the major anymore. However, I don't know if I summoned the damn goodwill, but 21 frags right now for Mello, having an ultimate performance.
Yeah, I mean, this sadly does feel like too dominant affair right now by Mello to really give 2Game a foothold in to be able to find that many kills in this series. But 2Game, this could be your final full bite if you're not successful in this. We have to see a positive show in here. Otherwise, Game Hunters might have just done enough to stabilize on their map selection and are going to bring us onto Anubis with that map advantage in this series. They are definitely a team that a lot of people would be looking at as the favorites. But it definitely doesn't mean that this is a nailed-on game for them. So outside, slowly but surely, starting to get probed. Not a huge amount of controls being given, and a lot of util used outside to allow Lucas to be able to make his way down towards Secret. Already being expected though, as we do have ABR on the lower bomb site, just making sure Lucas can't exactly do all too much with this presence.
Hasn't actually spotted eyes on ABR. Reporting minimal behavior down below. Fakes the rotate away. Now actually on that retrospect in Detroit. Finding some impact here. Late to go. 30 seconds left on this track. And it might be Hards out about to speed up through this door, searching through every nook and cranny of what's available right now, and what's available is the upper bomb site out to the hands of 2Game. 17 to go. Lich quickly traded out. Lucas, he's going to be just so loud about this. It's going to be obvious with 11 seconds to go. And now, Riccoli stabs through. Can't land the double, but with 5 seconds, where is this bomb? It is too late, and you can't do anything to stop this. It's Game Hunters with 12.
I mean, luckily, I suppose these weapons are being able to be brought into the next round. Otherwise, this could be even more disastrous for 2Game. They could have nothing to play with. As they need 3 on the bounce. 3 in a row just to keep themselves alive. On Game Hunter's map selection of Nuke. The first half looked really positive. They dropped just a single full buy to Game Hunters, but it was that pistol and those 2 rounds that came off the back of it as well that gave Game Hunters just a really solid buffer to be able to show off what they're all about on this CT side. 5 kills away from taking Nuke. Detroit's AWP might have a bit of a chance, but Lich just pressured there by Hardzao, who doubles up, and he's not ready to quite give things up on map number 1 just yet.
Actually, a last-minute grab into it. Falling right to the back of this bomb site. BRT with a whole hell of a lot of space, but just losing his teammates one step at a time. Might be a second year out of this Galil before it catches up to you through Mini or the Heaven Wrap. There you go. Now Mello. Doesn't see the barrel. Lucas gonna sneak out. Mello gonna be right beside this. Stared down by Lucas. Right into the crosshair. And 2Game continue to fight on Nuke.
Money's not gonna be an issue. On the flip side of things, at Game Hunters, you got Mello and ABR both above 10k. But potentially might have a couple of weaker weapons in the next round if they do lose, but it should still be a good enough buy. Second tactical pause now from Game Hunters. They know they want to end it now. Don't give 2Game that opportunity. A lot of teams can really struggle to close things out on maps, and that can be sort of their biggest hindrance. Tactical pause over. Game Hunters rallying all their troops, making sure everyone's on the exact same page as what to do. And it's so difficult to sort of look at 2Game and say where's a nice sort of easy place where it feels like you can look to exploit. Because it doesn't feel like there is anywhere that's easy. It doesn't feel like there are exactly many cracks in this defense. But a fast pop towards A, perhaps Hardzao does get a kill into main in between 2 Molotovs and still can find that kill. Open things up for 2Game in the last, looking to abuse out towards A where he got a double kill here. Finds the first kill onto Riccoli, who's been a really stable piece for Game Hunters on this A-bomb site defense.
It's the most aggressive stance player here in towards A. They pull back 2Game. Loosen back up outside. Game Hunters with a bold rotation. 2 members back down.
Yeah, this is a big gamble. You've got Mello kind of tasked with holding all of the upper site himself. He's got 2 players making his way to secret. The call is perfect. There are bodies here, but ABR goes down for nothing. Sure, Lich is going to be baited in. How many players overlook this angle? First crosses past. Lich has to pull the trigger now as Lucas turns, but there's too many players. And the 2 secret players can only find 1. PRT's rotated down towards the lower bomb site.
Had this to start the CT half. Literally from this spot. We got a P2000, and now he's toting the old A4. Smoked out on the right side of ramp. 2Game will take their damn time. Flash out. It's dodged perfectly, but he can't land the spray. Mello will leave that AK in his hands if he so can. Finds Hardzao out on the lurk, and we'll go on all 24 on this Nuke. Unless, yeah, okay, he's headed back the other direction. I'm like, there's no way.
See, I was believing he was going for that after playing in the first kill, but thinks best draw. It probably is just looking at players like Ricoli and PRT's money and saying, sure, I can buy an orb if I go down. Lich can buy, as can ABR. These other two probably can't, though. So it probably is just smarter if he saves for the final round, and that is going to be exactly what he does. But we need an extra round. We might even need an extra 6 if we head to overtime to decide who is going to be the victors here. But it's great to see that 2Game, who looked a bit caught off by the second wind of Game Hunters here on their CT side, but they're showing their grit that they need to be able to dig their heels in and try to take a map like Nuke away from Game Hunter. So weapons being dropped across. It's as good a buy as Game Hunters can get. No limitations whatsoever. Apart from like 2 defuse kits, but it feels difficult to really highlight that as a weakness.
Yeah. We get this down. I mean, something like that would certainly make the difference, so not a terrible thing to actually keep track of as we roll along. Ricoli, ABR, and Mellow have those on their belts. Detroit up top. Talked about the bold positioning from these oppers all to start. Well, if it's time for Detroit to potentially get 6, maybe 7 kills, this is the time to do it. Send his team to OT.
Oh, Mellow's rotating in towards this hell position. PKL,
oh, you should have seen him.
So ready for it. And Mellow does have a slight look, but PKL bounces and capitalizes. 3 kills away from bringing us to OT in map number 1. And all this space is in the hands of the T's, literally even looking down as PKL just emerges up heaven. He doesn't get himself out of dodge, but his teammate goes down for free in the meantime. Lich needed to get a better idea of that sooner. And with 30 seconds, it is a 2 versus 4. Where do 2Game look to hit? Still yet to make their decision, but up towards the upper site is where they look to go. And this is where both the CTs are.
Yeah, this could be an issue. A player standing at door. There's no way to shut this. No Molotov. And Lich can be spotted by Hards out. Just so far into the corner. ABR with 1 frag. And this is to give you trouble while you were passing on the way. That's going to be a good nade. And oh my gosh. I mean, 1 more bullet out of that AK could have made the difference. Red health on 2 of these members. But you can try and duel right as you can. 2Game have another check to cash. This one is going to require 4 more rounds at least. We had an overtime number 1.
Yeah, big response at the end of that one from 2Game. Needed 3 in a row, and they were able to manage it up against all full investments as well from Game Hunter, so they didn't really have any easy rides to get here, but they've kept things alive. They kept the dream into this game. And look, I think an important thing for us to speak about, I mean, great final round there from Detroit, but apart from that, sitting on 5 kills before that final round. Yeah, this is a player that was so often highlighting sort of whatever team he's playing on at that time. And he's having a really tricky time here, and still 2Game, other players, Lucas, PKL's had a lot of big moments, a lot of big impact. It feels like a real team performance who is stepping up in the absence of Detroit. And if 2Game are just kind of fighting for, let's keep on surviving until Detroit can warm up into the server, look, it gives them chances. And I think this is where Detroit has to start to step up in overtime now, because his team has brought him this far. Can he be the missing piece that allows them to take things over the line?
First bell into overtime. You're at 12.5K, if I am remembering correctly.
Yeah, thankfully so. 10K OT is brutal.
And they're playing that right now at the major, if I am correct, which is... Whew. Yeah. Better hold on to that up if you can.
Almost as bad as 16K OT.
Big push and ramp.
Yeah, and
they clear it out. Oh my gosh.
So dicey. Look how much damage they took. Oh, Lich, though, in the meantime, pushes through Heart and gets a double. Keeps things alive for Game Hunters here. The ramp push, like you were saying, it wasn't actually great. Misdrop from Mellow. He gets brought down low. PRT gets brought down low. At least finds one more, but it's Lich that keeps things possible in that round. ABR finding another frag here. Gives man advantage to Game Hunters.
I thought he might have spotted Detroit J briefly outside. Detroit J, you want the limelight. I think you deserve it. Show us right now. Do the top performers right here on the other end for Game Hunters. Holding this out from ramp. Back in the lobby. Gonna be plenty of green grass built to work with. Detroit J now getting out. I mean, they're the ones that have forced this overtime. They're the ones that have attempted to come back to game. If they could get this clutch as well, it would feel like they're playing with house money. Walks right into it. Gets a first shot. Detroit has to make the impact happen right now. Switches to the sidearm. Is going to try and continue. Goes all the way to single. I mean, Mellow's already at 36 for this with no kit. That makes this 10 times harder. Smoke under the bomb, and Mellow is out of sight. This may be the clutch locked in for Detroit J. Mellow going to tap onto the bomb, but is this the real deal? Wait a minute, Mellow got the kit.
No.
Can you find him? And he does in time. Detroit J, he has to make the stabbing happen for 2 game to take the lead in OT.
Says that we need Detroit J to step up. 3 more kills in this round as well. 1 versus 2 clutch from him. And with the blade, manages to find the final kill just about as Mellow almost snuck into relative safety while defusing that bomb. But 2 game. Continue that streak. 3 in a row brings things to overtime, and first round goes their way. Fast pounce towards A. It looks like with just the utility, Ricoli brought down to 14 points of health due to the spam. And gonna be pushing through as flashbangs everywhere. Every player is blinded. Danger in hands. DKL gets taken down by behind. Ricoli finds our chaos on the A-ball side.
I think we all gotta take a breath. Let's all take 5 here in this round. We'll back off. We'll just go at it again. The A4 on the other side of this wants to not take a moment to forgive Hards out. Glitch on the investigation. May just walk right past Mr. Zhao. Here's all these bodies flooded into ramp, and now Howard Zhao to lurk and finds a really big body. That's Mellow out of the conversation. Gonna have to be Glitch right now. PRT gets a great first rip into this, and now the attempt is gonna be to go. 12 HP on one of these members, blind up headshot. Beautiful work from Lich. And now 46 to go. And you're separated from Hards out. All in again with 42 approach. And literally smoked out of the single door. You're going to have to wait your damn turn, Hards out. He's trying to get on this spotting CMT, but he's going to go around this side.
Yeah, knows roughly the position of Lich, but with so much time passed, could have moved to anywhere. Hards out back towards the decon, back towards the single door, opens up, swings out, and Lich with the triple kill there. The backstab through ramp, opts not to go towards Secret, goes towards Squeaky, sorry, which would have probably allowed Mellow to survive that round. Goes for broke, goes for the round winning play. Been a little bit quiet here, but what a way to make a lot of noise in OT. And both Detroit and Lich, quiet regulations, but early doors in overtime. They are the ones to really step up when the times are tough. 1-for-1 apiece. Final round of the first half of overtime. Final chance for Game Hunters to show off their dominant CT side. It is kicked off with Mellow getting outgunned by his counterpart Orpa. The Game Hunters have to play this one out with the disadvantage. And even more so now as, Ricoli goes down towards the lower side as Lucas finds that. Still a player at back red that Lich needs to be careful and wary of, similar to ABR. But you can see how this map, there's so many different positions now where the T's can come from. All this space has been given up. ABR does find the lurk outside towards red. And 2Game, they're looking like they want to push towards ramp, and that would be the perfect call as PRT is tasked with holding multiple positions. He's given up ramp. And with Lucas down on the lower site, this could be an easy split onto this bomb site.
Lucas checks in the vent first. A good stab back, but PRT has a trade. So 30 seconds to ramp up into the bomb site right now. And the Game Hunters will go to look. I mean, they damn have to. Flash right in, close the doors. You manage this line the way you prefer. And now this is the real way to go. Trying to stance this. Nobody at the back of this double. Hardzal holds this line so boldly. Look at how he's just trying to fry you now. Game Hunters, they have a slight lead coming out. They are the team that forced overtime, so they're carrying on the momentum.
Yeah, this is a difficult thing. I mean, look, when you consider Game Hunters' T sides only winning one full buy round, they've got to win all 3 of these full buys if they want to win things in the first round, in the first sort of overtime. Or they just need to win 2 of them to keep this alive, and even that is no easy task. That's still going to come with a lot of challenges to Game. Them forcing OT could also just be forcing Game Hunters back into a map deficit in this series. Second half of OT now. We're going to get to watch a bit more of 2Game CT side. And like we said, they had a really solid CT side, to be fair. It just felt like Game Hunters were a little bit unimaginative. It felt like they got caught out and gave up quite a few early kills to their opponent. So they're going to get to replay that and hopefully step up where they fell a bit short in regulation. It's going to be important for them to do so, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be able to kind of catch yourself slipping while you still have the opportunity, especially when you keep hammering this away. I mean, it's been the damn roller coaster first map. And I mean, everything that we have come to see, I feel like in this series, we're already getting in this first map. The expectations, I feel like, honestly, we're the best of the series. I thought it was going to be on this Anubis. I mean, 2Game have a damn good CT side, and Game Hunters got a damn good T side. And that's where literally we were headed in the first half of that Anubis that, hell, I figured we'd be at by now. 2Game got 14 rounds. They want to make sure they can pack that up safely and, you know, get to that Anubis with a map victory on Game Hunters' pick.
And that's the thing, Game Hunters have 3 opportunities to close out this map. Unable to do it in a single one. 2Game, if they win just a single round, it'll be their opportunities. They'll have the chance to close out to this map, their opponent's map pick, and I think that will be a chance that they'll bite your hand off for. I don't think they'll make things slip, not the same way that Game Hunters did, but on this CT round, already one player has slipped the net and made his way down towards the lower site, that being Ricoli. 1-for-1 trade towards the ramp room as Lucas playing towards hell finds PRT, but a quick trade from AVR keeps things close.
I would just walk through this. Me personally. Ricoli, though, he's chilling. He's hearing so much behind that you are not necessarily needing to. I mean, holding 2Game where they are is that much of an advantage. Realizing that there's at least 2 bodies in this stance, and with the control that they have towards J-Hall, they're just not expecting Detroit J here. This is the problem. If he can get 1, then that's best case scenario right now for Game Hunters, but they keep throwing the book at him. Try and turn the damn page, and you're going to get a couple words back from Detroit J. Beautiful work out of the young gun, and as he activates at the beginning of this game, make it in the end. It is all 4 for Detroit J, as he is up 16 frags here in overtime, literally walked into it with 6.
I mean, this man is, in the last, I think, 6 rounds, he's found 11 kills.
What a legend.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real big turnaround. I mean, what a round from him there. Playing towards that red box outside, finds the first kill, drops the worst smoke I think I've ever seen, but he doesn't need utility when you've got aim like him. I mean, just peeks on out and finds all of them. Not able to get traded. Masterclass outside there from Detroit J. As he's tasked with holding a real valuable point of control and 2 map points for 2Game to close this one out. And give themselves the advantage moving on to their map selection of Anubis, of course.
It's all dawning top of the hut. ABR have left in the tank, in terms of the calls, it's brute force. Out ramp, Detroit J knocked out. If they were going to stand in the ring and try and call out one man, then you said stand right here. That's going to be the fight they want. Lich in the same sense. You got Hards out. You got Lucas right in the same vein. They're roped up. 2-game. They are going to be forced to go right to 30. This is a 2v4. They're going to have no business actually winning. Why is this smoke actually fading the way it is? PKL could potentially see into canceling the Astralis plant, but I think they are well aware of this. Even shut the door to keep moving. Oh, but how you do? That is timing for Riccoli to find that down. Either way. You got any gas in the tank for OT2 there, CMD?
I mean, I think there would be a pretty great way to kick off the opening day between these two teams. Two teams that are going to look to make it to playoffs, of course. Game Hunter's probably expecting to make it there, but I think 2-game definitely have different ideas. They want to be the ones to go 1-0 up, so why not bring it to a second OT? But it all comes down to round number 30, and I think it's a bit brutal there. Hardtop gets a lot of information towards Squeaky after that nade was thrown, but didn't have the sort of nerve to look to push through it and take his time in. And then with Detroit J missing a shot, it made things really difficult. But once again, Game Hunters speedrun their way down towards the lower site, and it feels like whether we got gas in the tank or not, we are headed to a second OT as all the kills are going the way of Game Hunters. And it does make you question, where was any of this in regulation from Game Hunters?
Oh, man. Yeah, same diff. Where was Detroit J in regulation? Beginning of this series is dipping into a new valley. We're on the way back up to overtime number 2. Detroit J will unfortunately receive the last pair of that news. Game Hunter, they are wanting to play some CSGO today. I've heard about this.
Yeah, I still do get a bit nostalgic when I see like a 16-14 overtime score. Does make me miss the old times. But look, we're going to OT in CSGO, so why not? I'm all here for it. And
you can blame TikTok, man, for shortening the attention span of our youth. And then the other FPS was like, yeah, we'll do MR12, and so then we were cooked.
And what have we become?
Exactly.
Well, second overtime. We got to see, surprisingly, the T side be the ones that are leading things there, considering both teams had a few difficulties in terms of really getting T side rounds on the board. But, I mean, that's the magic of overtime. Completely different beast, completely different nature of the game, and it feels like everything that happened in regulation, throw it out the window because it's a clean slate. And it's making me very excited for map number 2, though. Again, to see Detroit J really warmed up into the server against Mellow there. I think you really want these two on hot form because both sides really need their AWPers if they're going to be able to take down the opponent, it feels like here. But obviously 2 games still on that CT side, just managing to get 1 round. They also had 2 map points, needed the smoke, but Detroit J not quite spotting anyone behind it.
It's that first look. It's clean. No smokes down, and we'll deliver a punishment on the Lich. Even the T's back in. PKL, he's seeing ahead. That's Mellow even identified outside. So they'll continue to try and throw these blows right back down. This big nade onto the head of PRT. A great reposition for Detroit J, but ABR elsewhere is causing issues. So that's going to pull the Opper out from outside to potentially be within range to help out in A, help out in ramp. Resmoked onto door. That'll buy 2-game a couple more moments to make sure that they're comfortable with the A approach, because we're getting nothing outside here. You have all this information. Luke is so far into ramp. Got to be coming in one place.
Not a lot of time remaining now. Still utility on some of the CTs to be able to delay. Server repositioning towards top part. As there is a molly top that looks like it's going to land towards its position, but it's going to be a ramp here. Luke is caught off guard and PRT finds that early kill, but it's going to be a frantic. There's not a lot of time on the clock. And with Detroit J finding that kill, missed the shot on the second, but it delays these T's in terms of getting down towards the lower site. 5 seconds and the bomb starts to get planted now, but teammates are falling in big time. Detroit J wants to find his kill, but ABR gets a double alone.
All alone, 27 frags for the Game Hunters IGL, doing some beautiful work in the second overtime here, batting straight up into it, takes it into his own hands, and facing some of the best of 2 game off in this overtime as the back Detroit J all the way out. He was screeching into ramp. I mean, he almost kills him straight up with the 5-7.
I think it was a really good call as well from 2 game to make the decision. They know that Mello isn't down there with him. They want to punish ABR alone on that bomb site. In an awkward position with not a lot of cover, and still ABR manages to double up himself. Gets 3 in total. What a round from him. And the amount of individual moments we're seeing in overtime here, so many multi-kill rounds from certain individuals, and both teams are not willing to give this one up yet.
Barzal gets another door re-smoke. There's a whole lot going on back red with 2 players and now try and survive in the cut. It'll be Mello that does find their way over into this next pit. Detroit J, automatic, as we've said, in this overtime. First one is a guarantee onto the ramp. Lucas drops the bomb, and ABR, let's see if you have the heroics that you did right to lock this second overtime down. Puts out a bit of a smoke. Mello will try and gallop in time, but what can you do possibly now? ABR is still kicking with that AK. That's what you can do. There could be exploited timing there, right with the smoke on J-Hall. I think that's what's happening. They should be right on top of this. But PKL, I think, slows down. Has to be within that retrospect 11 seconds. And Zerba's right next to him, CMD.
Oh, Mello just about backs away. I think he gets the info into PKL. Mello's timing was really awkward, but the pre-fire from PKL instantly domes Mello down. And still towards Toxic is ABR. Is he going to get cleared, though? Yes, he is. PKL spots ABR. Makes an impossible round feel possible, but it's not enough. 2 low HP, too many difficult angles and positions the CTs come from, and neither team are relenting. Neither team are given any breathing room for the other to play with. 16-16 as we're all square again.
Well, the impossibles already became possible in this game. An 8-4 half. A 2 game put up. Had to rip that second half all the way back. Overtime is where we were then forced to crawl. And now we're in the second. 19, that magic number. Right now, we're at 16 apiece. PKL being just put under the microscope right now of Mello. I think has a shoulder onto that AWP, an idea of what's actually going on out here.
We'll see if the T sides are the ones to come out on top again in the first OT. Lich does take down Detroit J on the AWP. Can't double up though. PKL's position is too strong. The headshot with the AK gives him that success, and a 4 versus 4 once again. Hard's out in a really deep position. Got so much info for the rest of his team. They can just leave this A-bomb site open, but Hard's out's position might not matter if the rest of his team just get picked apart. With 30 seconds onto the clock. Players still split in terms of where they're positioning. Some towards outside, some making their way down towards the lower side. But it is going to be this B-bomb site play with 20 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking. Hard's out does find ABR. But it's all what can Lucas find towards the lower side. Gets this contact and he's able to back away unscathed. 10 seconds remain.
That's a secure plant. hopefully you can get the bomb down, and Mello is still hot on this target. Got that down onto Lucas. That's beautiful. 2-game on another retake. Got it so boldly from ABR back-to-back. Now toted from Mello. I mean, he is not letting you pass this line. This is the last round of this first check. You are just going to be burned out of the cut. PRT gets a kill before that all happens, and now this should be impossible. This nade is possible onto Mello. Only puts him down to 4. Game Hunters, they keep on rolling, and with the steam of the 3K from Mello, his 29 frags, sharing alongside with ABR, is the reason they've gotten this far.
Yeah, I mean, these two have been leading the lines in terms of firepower, but they've definitely not been the only ones on Game Hunters. We've seen so much impact from Lich in overtime coming in here. Was really quite in regulation from him. I think he only had sort of 9-10 kills there, so he stepped up massively in OT. Recoli in regulation had a lot of moments. I mean, everybody on the server right now feels like they've had their time to shine. But it's what team can really show off and showcase it slightly more in OT, because they are going to need to. And right now it is Game Hunters again with this lead on the T side. Exact same score that we saw in the first OT. Is it going to go down the same way? 2-game, again trailing.
I'm not going to believe this one is over until we are on the cam, CMD.
And even then.
There's nothing guaranteed here. Even if Game Hunters throw like a knockout blow here, there's just no getting this chip along. Mello and ABR, the rest of the squad, there are those 2 stars fighting along, but I mean, where you have this all the way brought down is into DKL's hands. Experienced IGL now back with 2-game here into a new opportunity of CCT. Is being brought to quite a great challenge here, beginning of the Swiss.
Lucas, he hadn't really had any issues making his way down towards Secret in previous rounds. Game Hunters are kind of willing to allow him to take this space, but just not allow him to go any further than that. Seeing them not actually fight all too heavily towards Secret in overtime at least. But Lucas will be able to get this control. Well, 1 minute on the clock and no casualties on either side just yet.
Starts out with a great find. That's on to Recoli. 1 step at a time. 2-game say. Now being siphoned off from ramp. This is being split straight up. You know you have to fight here at the single door, and it's gone. 17 for 2-game. I'm as confident to call that. I think as you are as confident for Game Hunters to call the save. They're going to be headed out to both margins, and 4 stay alive for 2-game.
I mean, keep things interesting. I don't remember the last time we've had a team with a 2-round lead. It's been a little while at least. Constantly back and forth here. As the CT side that really dominated on regulation is just feeling a little flat from both teams now. Maybe a bit paranoid to make too much of a mistake and giving too much room for the T's to play with. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but Game Hunters, that's what they've got to find out if they want to win things here in second OT. Otherwise, we could be doing it all over again with a 3rd one. That's just 2 rounds remaining. Either of these teams, if they want to take it, they've got to win both of them.
I guess if there's any, like, and yeah. Yep. Honestly, for being, what, our second BO3 of the day, I mean, we could probably, this is like almost technically map 4, but, you know, it's map 3. We've just almost played it twice. I could stay on Nuke for a little bit longer. I'll never forget when I was at Aunt Yim Dallas 2 years ago. The first year I went, the year before, the G Stew, the old Ents roster won that. They were playing on the semi-final stage versus FaZe, and it was that. Sorry, the console just threw me off. The Ancient went into like 5 overtimes, man. I was, you know, without TMI, I was standing there, man. I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Can we end this game, please?
I have had
no
a crazy
respect
one
for my well-being.
in CS, it wasn't CS:GO, albeit, but it was a long, long time ago. Just a best of one, and it was a best of one that took me 3 hours.
What?
I forgot the two teams it was against, sort of semi-professional level at that point. But there's a lot of tech issues. Both teams having sort of PC issues, as well as so many overtimes. But it was sort of one of those things that you get like a second, third, and fourth win for, that you end up just sort of getting so locked in with how clutch these rounds were that two teams just could not be separated. So I wonder what will happen here. I don't know if we're going to have anything that extreme today.
Yeah, no M80 Fnatic bathroom breaks or anything like that. It should be all good. Nobody DC'd, so I'm assuming it is not the end of the world.
Yeah, it could just be a mouse issue. TeamSpeak always feels like the go-to issue. Playing on number one, still potentially got Anubis and Dust2 on the horizon for us to get to have a bit of a deeper dive into. So much action left to be had, not just in this series, but the rest of the day. Obviously, Dusty Roots versus Elevate, that's a great game to watch. And then finally, ShindeN versus Yawara.
I know I mentioned it earlier, but obviously, you know, North American caster over here. Elevate was last with a North American roster until about 4 months ago. They dipped back into the South American scene and pick up a good squad to get that going. Will be a great third best of 3 to stick around and view later this afternoon. Rotate down, Detroit J finds this onto Game Hunter straight away. Lich can return the favor. Detroit is going to keep on that fan. Better enough time for this ramp aggression. Game Hunter's got to find something.
They do find something with PRT finding the kill onto Detroit J there. Knee damage really substantial into Hard's out. 13 HP, forced to retrieve the AWP and tried to play with that in this round. And I mean, just look with the bombage, that makes things so much more difficult, but with the CTs not knowing that, PKL finds PRT who peeks into his position. And ABR with another difficult clutch. PKL just jiggling by in time for Lucas to rotate in and support him from main. Now 2-game with another map point and another opportunity to close things out here. That'll be them winning all 3 T rounds if they can do so.
You stand on that base, get 2 in a row. It's got to be that 19. It's got to be right now for 2-game. Comes a nade. Does that show the hand of ABR? Picking on the opposite IGL. Hard's out. Opening pick. And there is Lich. Not getting caught. PKL immediate trade to Detroit J. You're going to keep on carrying to go. Game Hunters new to 2 versus 4. To resist their map pick finally being stolen away from them after quite a brawl.
Yeah, this has got to be something that 2-game can't let slip. They've got a huge advantage here. Detroit J buys Lonesome outside. They also have PRT in Garage, but 2-game, they're just laying patiently here. They're aware the Game Hunters, they're disadvantaged. There's a good chance they're going to get aggressive, search for something. And finally, it looked like we were making our move and seeing some space being taken towards ramp. The Molotov's well timed onto Ricoli's position, forced him forward, and Detroit J finds that frag. 4 versus 1 for PRT. We'll have a freebie onto Detroit J, but that's information given up, and the bomb can get planted with no issues.
Forced to fight out of the smoke, and Hard's out won't even let you huff it. It will be 2-game through 2 overtimes to end out Nuke 19-17 and post a really great look beginning of this BO3. Both of these teams are red damn hot into this overtimes. It was all the way gotten down, and CMD, we were talking about this. this is not even where our expectations were to be the most competitive map, and that's right next door.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the thing when you look at these two teams. If they can do this on Nuke, they can do it on every map in this series. And we already said multiple times, there's no guarantees in this one. I think Nuke's been the perfect example of that. Game Hunters had 3 opportunities to close things out in regulation, weren't able to do so. 2Game kept on just sort of battling back, and despite them having a couple of map points before they eventually did close it out. I mean, look, there's a lot to take away from things here, but I think the most notably is the turnaround from Detroit J going into overtime for me, at least for 2Game's sake. This was a guy who was so quiet in regulation, finished, was on round number 23 with 5 kills. And what a turnaround he had, was right up there with the rest of his team, finished 23 kills. Top performer in 2Game had 26. So considering how awful his regulation was, I mean, night and day, what a far cry it was from him there. And if he can bring that over to Anubis, I think a map where you can find a lot of early success with the ult, there's a lot of aggressive plays that you can make with it towards E-box, mid, A. There's a lot of options for the ult to really thrive there. I think this one's going to be a very interesting look for 2Game. Is obviously, it's going to be their map selection next.
Yeah, I mean, where you have that hot on it, like, I even feel like Detroit can do a lot more, you know, even without that scope, where this T side is going to have to, you know, crawl up to a whole lot. But I mean, say you set on a very nice foundation of a CT side that you're going to be forced to start on. This is your map pick, and, you know, where the overwhelming majority of your rounds go to, something like 62% of 2Game's Anubis rounds are out there. So, you know, to be honest with you, I think that sends more of a red flag for their T side, if anything. But we know that they're going to be, you know, given a good brawl into that second look to go CMD. So we hop into that, but we're going to be hopping into a quick break, about 10 minutes time to break into that Anubis. So don't go very far. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to map number 2 of this series. We got to see an absolutely thrilling affair on map number 1. A Nuke took us a good few overtimes before we finally found our victor here, but early pacing on the pistol round. B contact made, but the T is still looking to push through it. Game Hunters on that T side with 2 game on the CT. And already, with just 20 seconds to play, the bomb's already getting planted.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb just goes down. Straight up, in Detroit J and Lucas, they're patient. Outside of this E-box position, they gotta go. With a quarter already ticked off of this bomb, and PRT to make this a problem. ABR to make it even worse. Lich to hold this back. It's all the way from street. They got long range. Got you where they want you. Detroit J up close. He's going to try and make this a personal problem for himself. Did consider that out at the end of Nuke. It's Game Hunters that come into this Anubis with a damn bold T side as compared to where their weakness has been shown on their defense. They look good swinging in. They've got another pistol in this series. Still shooting 100%. Look at that. The quinkadink.
And a lot of speed to that one as well. Even though 2Game got some early intel, they dropped the smoke towards B main. Game Hunters didn't allow it to slow themselves down whatsoever. Continued to pile their way onto the B-bomb site and just getting the even trades in a bomb plant position. They're in a 4v4. You've always got to favor the T's in a post point like that, and so much space taken as well. Really good round to kick things off for Game Hunters. Just the fully go for 2Game. They want to get the weapons out as quick as possible. Only weapon invested is hard down with the Deagle.
Oh. Mellow streaking around this corner. PRT, ABR, everybody getting a little bit of a bite. You know, CMD, I have a question to ask you as the Deagle gets ran over. You said it was a thrilling map number 1. Would you say, much like the 1982 Michael Jackson studio album Thriller?
I'll say exactly like that.
Hell yeah.
And I think, who knows, maybe 2Game could be walking themselves, moonwalking their way to a 2-0 victory.
There you go. There you go. I'm liking what you're putting down. That's great. But 2Game, you know, I was being awfully bold about this T side and where we were having that discussion on Nuke come all the way through. 2Game, ooh, they play themselves some Anubis, baby. They're about to bring it. They have a really good CT side. 62% of their round wins that comes right in this defense. So, gotta get that riled up, just straight up. Here to bring it on the A site, trying to run through a smoke. That won't work out, and PKL can't help but find himself in a spam battle that he loses. Lucas, though, in all this time allotted, has gotten a flank and may just try and take more than one to the bank, only with the first, and ABR has another double.
Yeah, perhaps a little too much fighting there from the CETs. Hardzal will be able to fund the lights PRT. And takes this duel towards Evo. There is a second player here, but it was actually the healthier Zerba kicked off with an opening kill found from the CTs. I don't really know why PKL opted to just stand behind that smoke and continue fighting. Probably would have backed away after he used a lot of bullets and nothing connected, because there's a lot of bodies on the other side of that, and there's a lot of bullets that was flying over. And the only player who wasn't spotted here towards A was Zerba, so I don't know why it wasn't the low HP hards out peeking first, with Zerba looking to get the trade. But regardless, look, Game Hunters, they want to take this game speedily. That was intended to be a really fast hit out towards A, but there's a lot of very good counter flashes to slow them down. But maybe this is just going to be in Game Hunter's game plan in this one. Look to have a bit more speed and a bit more bite.
Bite will come from these 5-7s. They definitely got some teeth. Lucas, oh boy, can be boxed in. That works quite as it is designed. Try and find out these close players. Detroit J hanging around with a pistola. See if he's angled to get any gunfights actually thrown at him in a respectful notion. Maybe to go find out a problem on Lich himself. There you go. Second kill will be significant.
Yeah, even to double up there, and you've got PKL just playing behind this smoke with 5-7. We know how lethal this weapon can be. That's how close by at Temple. Great timing there for PKL. Knows the second here as well. Running across with the 5-7. Not shying away from the gunfights though. And it's all on ABR. Nade in hand. Slightly misses his mark. PKL able to reposition just temporarily though. 1 versus 3 turned to a 1v1. 44 points of health. Just dropping the smoke on the bomb site and tapping the bomb before going for the full stick. It allows Zerba to get very close to this smoke now.
He's just on the other side. There should have been a gap on the stage. There's no way. There's no way. Zerba has to be suspect about this in some notion. And ABR just right alongside. Now to just serve it straight up. And ABR with a huge start to this Anubis. He's calling his team to a perfect slate so far. And he's 9-1 in doing so. The damn wrecking ball himself.
And it looked like the pistols were going to come out on top there. A 1 versus 3 for ABR. Gets softened up low, but just dropping that smoke grenade and playing perfectly behind it. Zerba just can't quite get the angle. Not exactly sure of where ABR is going to be playing through that, and it does cost them. ABR some really clutch moments on map number 1 and looking just as sharp here. And again, it's another fast call from Game Hunters as they look to exploit out towards B. Hards out needed Detroit to keep him alive there. Molotov and the spam through from Mello will take down Hards out, so it at least brings this one slightly closer. As out towards A, buys loan to his ABR and instantly the headshot.
Yeah, this is going to be an issue. Now this smoke down and potentially this A site back online. Game Hunters were seeing into the first tone of rounds. It was that of 2 games Nuke defense right now. Mello going to be tracking over in this direction. PKL with nothing to do but respect this smoke. His IGL counterpart is literally 10 times his kills right now and is encroaching on his defense. PKL not going to be ready for this. Taking the words out of my mouth. Running down the lane, right up the track, baton in hand, still to Mello to try and rope ahead in this relay. He's up in the race. He's up top and just outplaying Detroit J right now. He'll be right behind him. And now Mello, missed shot. You don't get many of those chances versus Detroit J, so now you're going to be punished. It is 2 games that rely on their star that activated them into overtime to get their first round on Anubis.
Yeah, actually really fortunate initially, it feels like. After we saw the first kill onto ABR from PKL, I'm not sure why he looked to press the issue so heavily against the AWP there by his lonesome. You can see he just pushes through the smoke. Detroit J has an AWP. There's a smoke down still. By the time he ends up making it onto that A bomb site, there's question marks. Mello could be anywhere. And yet still, fortune comes his way with a missed shot from Mello, and Detroit J will not miss one of his own. First round given up there from Game Hunters in 2 games are finally on the board.
Detroit J, opening pick. Fading away on that side of the rim. Is Mello backing off of the AWP? And Detroit J will put a pretty tight rope in this instance. 3 players over here on this B side of 2 game. They're all alone to be this A anchor here around. You're going to get a very mean look back by Game Hunters, where I think their first bold look is going to be their toughest. But after that, I mean, you're going to be almost entirely out of utility.
So a grenade towards A main is thrown. ABR throws one in response. But Detroit J opens up the off-in with a kill into E-Box onto Lich. An advantage found from the CT side as Ricoli and PRT look to emerge out in mid. Still towards the headshot angle is Lucas, but found quickly by PRT. And I love the call from the T. You've got 2 out towards A. They've just found 1 in E-Box. It's now going to be a split. It's all on Hardzout's position. He's got the AWP in hand. Caught in no man's land, though. Not exactly sure what position to take up. He goes towards E-Box, misses the first shot, misses the second, and Mello just with the Glock finds. Hardzout knew exactly what was coming there, but he just didn't know exactly what position would strike first. We didn't know where to position himself. And despite losing the man advantage, Game Hunters, their aggression towards middle, finding Lucas, catching him out, it just gives so much room to play with. Both bomb sites opened up. First tactical pause on the board. Of course, Game Hunters are on the favored side of this map, but it doesn't mean that we're not expecting a decent amount of rounds from 2 games. This is their map selection. They showed some good things on this in the past, and I kind of feel like they at least need 4 to have a solid enough chance on the CT side.
Yeah, dude, if 62% of their rounds is 1 round, I don't know if that's mathing, but that's not too good. Right?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a stat line that they'll want to bring up if they do fall very short.
Nope.
In this first half. So do have some big expectations for them, and it is just going to be a bit of a half by here. A good few MP9s, a couple of pistols. And you've got to think that 1 round that they won was kind of thanks to a missed shot from Mello.
Yeah. Could be 6-0 right now. Clutch is maintained. And there it continues to fall. Hardzout investigates outside of B. Tripped up. A big old wire. That's the op that's going to be waiting. And J may not have learned his lesson. Old MP9, I want it, he says. Too far.
DK out, MP9 in hand, 2 players pushing his way, instantly taken out before even able to fire a single bullet. Flashbang thrown out in middle, the MP9 of Lucas.
Oh boy.
Looking really poor, does a lot of damage with the USP, allows the P250 Observer to rotate in. Look how low these players are,
no.
Finally bullets are connecting.
Hell no. Picks up the op, not like this. With the bomb down right in front of him, this is going to be all up to snuff. ABR is going to be loud, proud about this engagement, and he's done. It's over. You cannot ruin them like this. A 1v4, a drive-by with the P250, and a little sprinkleable op on top. A 2-game. They have another shocking round.
I don't know what to say, man. We've seen a 1 versus 3 from ABR. We see Zerba do 1 better. So much damage dealt from the MP9, but Lucas felt like he lost his chance, just fluffed his lines, couldn't connect anything there. And then the P250 Observer just rotates in to clean up. And the fact that he repositions towards Temple, ABR not ready for the AWP in hand, gets taken down. And great awareness to switch back to the P250, and Game Hunters are silenced in a round that they had a huge advantage in. And look at what it's done to their finances. They're on techs now. Can they do it with the pistols?
sprinting it out. These Tech 9s trying to just lay this ground out. They are going to get put down on the turf. That's easy work all the way through, but a bomb plant. And potential for a lot more damage here. I mean, it would be a nightmare, disaster class for 2Game to lose this round. Let's not put it in that margin. They got a couple of kits that are good to go, CMD, right?
Well, I mean, I think if anything be proven from this series, no guarantees. Flashbangs are great, but also blinding the CETs there. Easy cleanup. Flashbangs blinding everyone, seemingly. But the bomb would be defused. It is just the one player going down. And 2Game, I mean, Zerba's 1 versus 4 there could be just that spark that ignites the CT side now. As we were looking at that 5-1 scoreline, that probably could have been a 6-0 scoreline. And now very quickly, that 1 P250 clutch is going to allow this to be sort of one round between these two teams. Scary times ahead for Game Hunters. Just shows how close and how fine margins this game can come down to. These slight mistakes can really haunt and punish.
Gathering behind the smoke straight up. Just gonna hop right through. PKL, see your chance. Farm some ecos. Come on, come on. Gonna get Lucas to seal some of them for you. 2 is the total. Can't call it a fluff score line. Too hard. Here comes a nade. That is a heat-seeking missile. Sheesh. Zerba, pretty hot on this iron. Hard's out. He wants to sprint it down. Share some of the love on those ecos. Maybe give Lucas a couple more.
Yeah, and around like that, only losing one player in the last as well. Money's starting to grow pretty substantially and pretty rapidly for the CT side. But yeah, honestly, around like that for Lucas, it's only a couple of kills with the eco. He's had a really difficult time on Anubis. Looked a bit like a shell of his former self moving onto this map. Around like that, honestly, can just be the catalyst that can just bring a player back into the game, even if it is just a couple of kills here or there. So hopefully you can see a bit more from him towards middle. Playing in B in this round, though. Perfectly timed flash there. ABR ready to peek out with one of his own. There is a smoke grenade at his feet, but he's already in front of it, lining up slightly. He's up with flank 1.
Really good work not to line up, though. I mean, just those little movements by ABR continues to find effective work since 2Game and ramping right up. Detroit J may not have had a spot onto Lich. Knows one could be up close and personal, but Detroit J is ball point on the op right now. He will continue to try and dot the line. Mellow, ABR, they're going to stab right back. Op shots like that will be the dagger that just has so much pain attached to it, and they literally burn you out. 2Game have a tie game through working their butts off, trying to get this to a point at which they can stand. I mean, they literally came from a point at which this could have been 6-0. This is a great work from all around.
Yeah, some real miracles to bring themselves to a point where they can start to post a few rounds, but once they've had a bit of a stable economy, they haven't been letting any mistakes come through. And the Molotov onto Mello, a bit unfortunate that it ends up spreading just about, takes him out of the round, but all square here, approaching the final 2 rounds of the half. 2Game already, they'll be reasonably happy with 5 rounds. I think especially given the context of how this game's gone so far. But there is still a chance they can find 6, still a chance they can find 7. With a bit of just a partial buy out for Game Hunters right now. Doing a boost over the smoke, making sure no one's close, and then going contact out in middle. I mean, it's being watched by no one right now. Not even a player from A. So this is a lot of space that Game Hunters have actually been afforded for free.
This is going to be such a shocker. Right around this corner. You're not going to be ready for it, but damn, you got to stand tall. But on that ladder, you are just going to fall right off. 2Game should make sure that they know this one is probably fanned in a different direction. Here goes a Molotov to remind you how impossible this is.
Thing is, there is still money for 2 games, so there isn't really any reason not to attempt a round like this, apart from not necessarily giving up these weapons to your opponents, but it's still a round you can give a crack at. PRT in heaven, being taken down, 4v2 turns to a 2v2. Not a lot of time remaining, though. The peek from A main, information gains, taps off the bomb, and ABR still left to strike. It's all on ABR. The swing
What?
come through. Is there enough time, though?
He should have it. He should have it. Hards out into the middle of the table. Goes out, and unfortunately, the house always wins. Game Hunters, they cash in, and that's going to be a 6th round they put on the top of their T side.
I mean, brilliant retake attempt there from 2 game, but it has to be said the initial call from Game Hunters was perfect. There was just a smoke thrown out in middle from 2 game, and then they instantly leave mid open. You do see a couple of teams doing that. I forgot what team sort of initially famed that strat where you boost a weapon over the smoke just to get that info, and if anyone peeks, they can look to find. And then the rest of your team just silently walk through that smoke, takes so much space in middle. And I mean, Game Hunter's a bit lucky that no one on 2 game ended up looking towards middle until super late. So really deep control, and at that point, it always feels like the Tech-9s are favored in a round like that. But you've snuck, you're catching these players off guard. So great call from Game Hunters when they needed it most, but still investment, still weapons in play for 2 game, and it all comes down to the final round to decide, are we going to be all square, or will Game Hunters have that slight advantage?
Ugh. Not a slight advantage now. Full leg to stand on. An opening frag. Just trying to really play with the tethers of the B site right now. Bomb outside of A. Game Hunters don't directly have their hands on it, but I'll start complaining in a moment if this is an issue. Don't you worry. Glitch is on it. But it's a pretty wide hand that they pull. Not really one clear route for Game Hunters here with 45 to go. I mean, the bomb will be headed over to B right here to go. But with only 2 players to a lot about it, why are we still keeping the lurk over at A and in middle? Game Hunters are really spreading out their players right now to really make sure that they are masked in this hit. But Mello, with an opening fight, will try and relieve the pressure.
PKL rotating in from Temple, taken down quickly. Easy round to 7. The entry is good enough to make it work, and 2 game basically just need to hope that Game Hunters make some big mistakes. Flashbang comes through to help Zerba a bit of a deeper look into this bomb side, but no one on the T's are giving anything up yet. Looking to play off one another. Great HE grenade there, but it's not going to have too much effect. The bomb is half ticked. And despite the 1 kill from Zerba, it's not enough to change the tides of the round. Game Hunters do stabilize at the end and will find 7. So not going to give 2 game too much of a chance or a comeback into this game, but still a bit of a standard Anubis half, to be honest. At least scoreline-wise, certainly not with what we've seen.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, like, you know, where we've come to see expectations for Game Hunters, they've had actually some games that have gone really poorly and had some, you know, close affairs, you know, in their wins. So, I mean, to put it at a very nice bow, I mean, you're, you know, headed one way and certainly not another at a certain margin. 2 game, though, through PKL and the rest of this core, I think are just beginning to look all the way up. It's a pistol round that Game Hunters have the opportunity to put, you know, 100% of those away today and potentially see themselves into, you know, another little advantage to stand on at the beginning of this second half to push to a 3rd map.
Yeah, and we certainly do have the chance to go to a 3rd map. I think it'd be a really good battleground for these 2 teams to play out on. Weren't lucky enough to see a 3rd and final in the first series that we got to watch. But I think the way that both these teams are playing, with neither of them are really just letting any of them have any space to maneuver, I think, yeah, 3rd map certainly is on the horizon unless 2 game can really showcase what they can do on this T side. This is their map selection. We have to imagine they can have a very good T side. And I think the ball's going to be in Game Hunters' court as to what they can try to do to stop this. But once again, it is ABL and Mello leading the lines as if it would have gone any other way.
Decent bit of util here for 2Game to execute onto A later in the round. They start off with pretty wide hand. Detroit J even with this other util set out towards B, potentially could see that into being used for a little bit of a fake.
There's a big A lean here, Game Hunters. Primed and waiting for any sort of hit that comes through, just a decoy grenade thrown. Maybe are playing anti-flash now. 1 minute and 2 games still not shown their hand. Finally lining up towards A. Flashbang comes out.
Oh
No
my
one
goodness.
blinded by that at all.
Dude, I would like, oh my god. This is insane work on these pistols today. I don't remember the last time I'm watching 100% shooting like this. It was damning out of that setup. Oh god. Oh my god. What? They're so damn good on those pistols. It is ridiculous. Game Hunters to pick up their 4th in the series today. And hey man, a good start that will lay into very nice scenes to become CMD.
Yeah, it's been quite a couple of pistols, like you said. We've seen just teams absolutely dominate these pistols and not really even give the L team a chance. And I'm not really sure why the flash was thrown off the wall there to give sort of early warning sign to the CTs, though, that there is a flashbang coming your way. It feels like that's something that should be cleanly thrown into that position from a deeper angle, so they aren't even going to be aware of it at all. But that's not the case. Do see PKL invest in a... Oh, this is actually the full 4-5-2 game. I didn't actually think it was. But they have fully invested in this one, and it is just a 1 kill found so far. Decent damage dealt to ABR and Lich. And plenty of players low HP, but this feels like Game Hunters have done more than enough to put themselves towards double digits here, as this force buy has fallen very flat for 2Game.
All of these low HP shots to go ahead and pass by. And the 4v2, they are armed to the teeth out here on B. Proceed with caution. Is this a silent jump? No, it is not. It would have been impressive.
I mean, even more damage dealt, but no more kills found. As Gamer Hunters find 9, and like we said, that should be them finding double digits. See, that's... I sort of said to you about how we're seeing plenty of second round force buys. I mean, that's a second round force buy you do just think is a waste. And I do think it hinders you way more than it could possibly help you. Because not only are you on the stronger side of this map, and you're now putting yourselves from a what was that 5-5 game very quickly to what should be 10-5. It also, you didn't even have a bomb plant on the T side, so your
Right.
buy is really limited, and I don't really get those second round force buys. Like, sure, in theory you can see them work, but it just feels like you're at such a huge deficit. It just feels like it'll always be a very difficult round.
I mean, essentially, like, with the separation of the Kevlar, you are literally rocking with, like, the same type of buy right now. And I think I'm going to be right there with you. You're not getting that bomb plan, man. You shouldn't really even be considering that force.
We're going to have to see some really solid Counter-Strike from 2Game to be able to bring things back on their T side. Going to need 5 in a row to be able to just level things up. He needs to play some pretty flawless Counter-Strike to get there, but it is just a shooting gallery at range for Lich. All 3 players in canals. With the smoke dropped, no chances going to be given up. The spams are very close to connecting, but slightly off here from Lich.
In time now. For another one on the PKL. This is going to be a rude nade, Duxurba. Not too terrible. Gale may get caught throwing this flash, whatever the plan may be. It's low HP, and then it's melted. Onto PKL. Not a damn casualty out here for the Game Hunters. Sitting comfortably on their CT side, where they will be likely headed off onto running this all the way to a third map.
Unless we can see that turnaround here and now. First weapon round in play for 2 game. If they fall here, Mark, there's a great chance that we see map point found. And that is going to be, I think, just too far gone, considering how close this series has been between these 2 teams, considering we've had so many back and forth moments. I think if either one of these rosters get that substantial a lead, I think we could be packing up already. PKL going down early. Mellow on the AWP, finding that early kill, and mid started to be pressured now, and ABR not even interested about this. Has just rotated away, but seeing the smoke mid is instantly going to make its way back. Playing from Temple, does have players to contest, finds the first, reposition from him, does decent damage to Hardtime, but in the meantime, Hardtime's teammates have all gone down, and the bomb is at the furthest possible place from him. And what a one-sided first full buy we've seen there. Game Hunters, it's moving on to the CT side. Yeah, no mistakes. Not even opening the door for 2 game to have a chance to peep in.
You know, we spoke a lot about in the original pregame where it's been maybe a little bit since Game Hunters 2 game, or, you know, seeing into some of these tier 2 opportunities. And so, you know, having that time to actually practice and, you know, improve this Anubis, I think that this is really going to be a good result for them to start off with here at the beginning of the Swiss.
Yeah, 100%.
They can go ahead and run it home.
I mean, when you consider this is going to be one of the probably final events before the player break, it feels like this is sort of the one official or the one event where you get to really test some of that practice you've done beforehand before you do go into a break, where you can look to fine-tune any of the mistakes that you've made here. And yeah, it definitely does feel like Game Hunters have done a lot of work on this Anubis. But here we have the Pistols being able to break open the A bomb site. Leech is going to push through the smoke, but Lucas with a quick find, and Mellow on the AWP is not going to be following his teammates through that smoke grey screen. 2 game finally will win their first T round. They're going to deny Game Hunters finding map point. We're going to need a lot more where that came from. Still, backs are against the wall on Anubis, and just because you win that 1 round isn't going to change that. Well, it's fine from Mellow there. And that should be anyone looking to take this all about his hands gone.
Yeah, with plenty of money, Game Hunters will be, I mean, fanning themselves with dollar bills, wiping their tears with them too, Jordan Belfort style. Bomb will go off. 2 game will be happy with that result, but Lucas walks away with a 3K. Will be, I mean, in a hopefully Detroit J-like effort back in this Anubis if they are looking to actually open up the playbook here.
All right, Tim, this is the first ult we're seeing from Detroit J on this T side. I do believe it is. Yeah, I do believe it is going to be this first ult from him. So we're going to get to see what he can do. But Mellow almost gets a collab, but instead threads the needle and misses both of them. Goes back for a second and does in fact miss another shot. Keeps himself alive with 33 points of health. Naded the smoke. Slight chance for Detroit if he moves slightly more to the right above this smoke. Has spotted one in dark. Plenty of util damage traded back and forth early into this round.
Yeah, he spotted an elbow there at dark. Game Hunters have allotted several faces to that B-bomb site. 3 of them, in fact. In 2 game, we'll go feeling elsewhere. There's the soft spot of this defense after all of that chaos. A whole 60 seconds have winded off of this clock now. And 2 smokes to go back. And the re-aggression of Canals Hardzal was waiting for one of these players to try and turn it even further north than they were already going. In that instance, if they go back, Game Hunters are not giving 2Game really the answers that they are wanting.
No, that's the thing. They've got to find it themselves. And with 30 seconds on the clock, they're going to search for it towards the B-bomb site. 2 defenders here. Mello in rotation, and already the A main flank comes through. It's going to be a quick play through E-box. One of the initial fights favoring the CTs. Lich towards E-box. Opens up an entry path for the rest of his team to rotate in, and a clean one from Game Hunters, just losing a couple of bodies. And 12 found, and this is one that I don't think is going to go to overtime. I can tell that's definitely jinxed it now. We're heading to overtime.
Well, we're headed into a tech pause for now. And I will bring up what you were putting up as a prospect as we were breaking down this veto, where you could potentially go off an op duel to really steal the limelight of, you know, maybe the discussion even right now, where we are almost certainly headed to a third map after one more round that Game Hunters would need to pull over. I think that we're set up for quite an affair if Detroit J and Mello feel that is the case.
Yeah, I feel like Mello's certainly been the more consistent of the two AWPers throughout this game, throughout this series in general. Kind of always been solidly posting up numbers. And Detroit J on the flip side of things, I think he showed us what they could do on Nuke's overtime, but hasn't quite hit the same highs as Mello just yet. But does to the nature of the map, it can be really perfect for these two. Lich aggressive, but the T's are aware of it, and the flashbang's perfect from Lucas. Detroit J will find ABR. 2-man advantage in this round. It should be one that, as long as 2Game play it right, will be their 7th. Probing out towards A now. They're going to find an empty bomb site. They're going to be able to crack this part of the map open, and Game Hunters might even just look to save. Unless there is any way to take down this bomb, but you feel like Hardzal is going to make the safer play and take this bomb through to Rugs. In fact, he's actually backing up through middle. Could be taken down at the window. Is done so. That's the bomb dropping. Can be retrieved without any issues. And with Detroit J finding the kill onto PRT, feels like it's just a momentary lapse in judgment and a brief chance for Game Hunters to break into the round.
We'll see if that chance is actually taken. Down below, it will be Mello to catch another, and they are flipping a couple off of these branches. Here's going to go a flash in and to be perfectly kind of allotted with you. Mello is headed into quite a large den. I mean, all 3 players are practically lined up here in the bomb site. Heading out with the op is not too big of a priority considering the 7K on his person currently. He's looking for all of this. Ricoli gonna sort of be the back end of this trap. It's all gonna be forced onto Mello right now, and there's no chance about this even gonna catch one exit.
And it's just Ricoli looking for a couple of players at the end of the round. We'll take down Hardzal. Just had the MAC-10 though. But I mean, first step on a long road back for 2Game has been found. They'll need 5 more to bring us to an overtime though, and with no issues financially here for Game Hunters. 2Game going to need to win this one before they can reset the economy of the CT side. 3 players towards mid early here for the CT, and you can see PRT was going for an aggressive peak. He's going on multiple aggressive peaks. He's full HP and did so much damage to 2 players there. Finds the early kill. 2Game think they've got to hit towards B quickly. But the Flames are going to delay them, and they're so paranoid about where is PRT in this flank. Look how deep he is!
It's crazy. It's going to take so much time and right to get this down. Lich did not even let them get that far. PRT on that A4 will find a double, and now Lucas will be all alone.
I mean, hero of the round, 100% PRT. He found the same kills as Lich, but it's just the amount of pressure he took away from the rest of the map and sort of forced 2 games down there. Did so much damage as well, and it's all on Lucas. 1 versus 5 to keep the dream alive. The 2 game, I think they know as much as we do that we are going to be heading to the 3rd and final map of Dust 2. Lucas does get taken down by PRT, who completes the triple, and Game Hunters have the chance at the reverse sweep now. That's what we need to see, isn't it? We need to see Game Hunters bounce back. They're a team that we're expecting probably to make it to playoffs, and I think after how close Nuke was, and Game Hunters definitely had their chance to take the map number 1, I think if they did fall short here, not necessarily question marks around them, as we are still super early into the Swiss stage, but you certainly would have a couple of concerns.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be questioning where exactly this second map would have went if it, finished with the way that, we were going on that tie. That definitely would have been up for concern. But true colors are showing in this series. The longer this goes along, it'll be good for them. I know we're like, we started off on an early day here. NA players, complain about those 10 a.m. matches. It's like 3 p.m. in Brazil right now. These guys are getting on to what is a BO1. Right at the end of this series, right? That's no joke. It's a Dust 2, and Mello and Detroit J are going to be up dawning for, what's going to be a really exciting battle headed into that Dust.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about a little bit more about Dust, that is going to be obviously the final playground. Kind of is just wipe this slate clean now. It is just a best of 1. Everything that happened on Nuke, everything that happened on Anubis, kind of throw it out the window and just play it as that BO1 where anything can happen. Seen a decent amount of games from Game Hunters on this, seen a few from 2 game, and this is definitely feels like the perfect final map for these 2 teams. Both had good signs on it. Both can do some really good damage to one another. And it feels like, in terms of play styles and the plays that they have, it feels like this is the perfect end goal for these 2 teams. But before we talk too heavily onto Dust 2, we are going to be jumping into a short break where the 3rd and final map of our 2nd series of today is going to commence. Don't go anywhere. third and final map here. Dust 2 between Game Hunters and 2 Game. And Mark, we've got a bit of luxury here. We don't normally get to.
No, we don't.
We've got a knife round on our hands here. I don't actually think Dust 2 is one of the maps where it's going to make a huge difference. But I do think like those Nukes and Anubises, maps like that, trained, honestly, knife round can be pretty vital. Just a team that can really quickly get off the mark. But look, you always take the chance when you get them. Get to see the blades swinging.
Oh my goodness, and the 1v1, Lich, Detroit J, and Lich has got it. Dude, Lich with the 3K in the knife round? Hell yeah. I'm loving to see that. I am absolutely loving to see that. Where the strat is, you gotta like, I don't know about what you have been preached to about how these knife rounds are supposed to go, but you gotta like swing to one side. You know, we're all swinging to the right, guys. Let's go. You know, at that time, the 1v1s, you see how it can, you know, pay off, right?
I will say on my Face It 5 stack, I don't remember the last time we've lost in knife round. We are knife round demons. So,
yeah,
I mean, look, maybe we're seeing some knife round demons on the server as well as Game Hunters. I mean, they absolutely smashed that one. But look, I don't think we a huge difference on Dust 2. I don't think it's exactly going to make a monster change as to where that game's going to go. But look, these teams will definitely have side-in favors on this map. That definitely is going to be a slight factor. But I just think due to the nature of Dust 2, you can have some big performances on both sides. But it does feel like Dust 2 can be a little bit like Inferno in the regard. You see a nice clean B hit and that's it, round's done, pack it up already. So I do feel like a lot of teams now have been favoring that T side a lot, especially some of these South American teams where you've got some very in-your-face play styles, and it does feel like that really tends itself to this map quite a bit as well. But we are, Mark, officially in the game this time. We've got to see the knife round, which is great, but now we can see the pistol round, which is even better.
I don't know that we were meant to like show the knife round, but dude, I love it. I love seeing it. You get that out, man. You get to see how this thing really gets to start. And so it was my man Detroit J that was carved up, and through the choice of the triple out of Lich, Game Hunters decide to go for the defense first.
Yeah, quite an aggressive mid-setup on this pistol as well. You've got Mello in the lower tunnels. ABR and Lich towards short. Mello wants to take a time and perhaps into the lower tunnels, but 2 games slowing this pistol down quite a bit. These haven't even made their way to tunnels yet, but ABR getting dinked on down is going to slow down any sort of aggression. Mello with these dualies finds the first, takes down the second. Can he get all 3? Not just yet, but Lich chimes in on the scoreboard as well, taking down PKR. And it's all on Zerba towards tunnels. 5 players to find. The aggressive pistol stance has been a successful one.
5 players to find. The 1v5. Because you know what? This is matching up to be their 5th pistol round of the series. Shooting 100% is a crazy one when you're at that line, but they will continue to sink them. Game Hunters, they start off the 3rd map exactly the way they want to. Intel in pace to try and just keep the tone up. They're not going to be getting any of these rounds for free, especially not this pistol.
Just up against the anti-eco here. Question 2 games decision to go for a force buy with no bomb plant, with no real pistol success, so not going to be doing anything of the sort. Scout down middle, and Mello is trying to find Hard Dow, who's just toying with him, moving left to right. But first kill does go through for the CETs and PRT. A lot of bodies here for the SMP9 to find, but only actually if they get 1, in fact. And it will be the only casualty. So no bomb plant, no funny business on this anti-eco round. And just a 1 casualty. 6-0 for Mello. What a way to kick things off in the 3rd and final map between this hotly contested affair of these 2 teams.
Hotly contested is right. But I wouldn't, you know, full sail that. You do have like a 13-7 put up, right? And then you have the overtime. You have to acknowledge 2 of them to go back-to-back on Nuke. It was 2 game to force that overtime. Keep in mind, right? Game Hunters have been solid throughout this whole series. and need to remain consistent are, that's a pistol and then the conversion. They get a fine 2 game where they're the most desperate against PKL, who's going to have to call this one to success.
Didn't even mention another pistol round for Game Hunters. Here on Dust 2, it just feels like it's their bread and butter at this point. They're not falling short there, and the aggressive play through the smoke from Ricoli felt like it's guaranteed to surprise Hardzao, but a couple of missed shots, and Hardzao instantly given an inch, he will take a mile there. Opening kill found. Hardzao doubles up as Lich tries to advance through long. It is an open A bomb site for the T's to take. They are residing outside B, and if they hit into this bomb site, there's a lot of bodies here for the CTs to be able to look to exploit it.
They're matching up, and there is that 6-0 wiped off, erased. First round on the board, 4-2 game. They don't get a pretty bomb plan at the end, but that's what we are coming up to serve. This is going to be a lot more difficult than just the buttery start they got off onto. All these AKs are going to be damning, staring back at you. 2 game. Want to really show their best on this Dust 2.
I mean, they need to here. There's no second chances. This is the final map of the series, and they really have to come out the gate swinging. Fully blinded is Luke. Mans from Ricoli. There is a player in pit. That being Lich. Flashed in, finds the first. Still with an MP9 in the off position. Needs a lot of support from his teammates. And Ricoli tries to help him out, but it just leads to both the CTs going down. Dealing a lot of damage, mind you, but still, it is the advantage for 2 game.
Smoke to just keep them separated, that long gap on the right side. Game Hunters, man, disadvantage now by another tally. Just spotted out of the corner of the eye of Hardzao. Mello continues to rotate and turrets up to that frag of the lurking Hardzao. So the damage done on that barrel, but 2 game will likely continue to roll up long.
Yeah, this is going to leave Game Hunters guessing exactly where they are. They haven't spotted anything since, starting to reposition. PRT towards the B bomb site, and up long the T's do go, like you said. But just that patience being rewarded as no defenders are here as of now. Mello starting to rotate back. Does have an HE grenade, so if he doesn't go down, he can drop this out to the bomb site and probably has a chance to take down a couple. But in fact, he goes in front of the Molotov, finds the healthier player of the 2. So low are these final 2 players. PRT creeps closer.
Essentially land the jump spot if you wanted to onto the site, but keeps it clean, keeps it cool on to that first look. PRT has had a lot of high pressure moments in this series. He's ready for another one. To pull back a clutch for Game Hunters. He will clutch it, and that is a big round for PRT and Game Hunters at the beginning of this Dust 2, at the beginning of this 3rd map.
Yeah, brilliant damage there from Mello, of course, as well. And it's his decision to push in front of the molly that I did question slightly, as he had the HE grenade that could have found a couple of kills, but ended up being the case that he took down the healthiest player of all 3 of them. So PRT just needing to connect a single bullet. Great awareness to find Hardzao initially towards long, and then always a difficult clutch for 2 game to look to pick up the slack on. But it is still investments on either side. Game Hunters not willing to give up their lead just yet, though, as they continue pile on this pressure. Hardzao goes for a peek out long. The spam connects a couple of bullets onto Lich, but it is long control under the CT's control.
Testing the tastes of middle right now. 2 game. Want to manage up a full cat exec at this point. And at this first step, trying to lot the land that would, let to that set. Game Hunter's going to swallow up upper tons, forcing Zorba to just go back from this smoke down. God, they're putting so much on this, and this may be a red flag right here for 2 game. To see all of this happening, stop in their tracks and go, why don't we find an easy couple of kills? They try and lurk on the way back, but they actually just ran out. This is quite a mind game played by Game Hunters. Now they're going to revisit bottom middle, where they're going to have to rotate to potentially help those players in lower. And Mello has 2 of them right up. And guess who's trapped? It's the bomb carrier. You're seeing him to the corner right now. Lich knows that you're somewhere over there, has that on the MP9. And these last 2 players, look at the HP CMP. This MP9 about to turn them to mincemeat, and it does.
Yeah, that's all from what you said. The presence into tunnels and backing away. It looked like the T's were ready and raring to hit towards A, but just that contact that was made, they opted to back away. Look to take that space, maybe a bit worried that with tunnel was taken, it'd be a bit orchestrated that they're hitting towards the side of the map, but instead, it cost them. Go down 4-1 here, and they've got to concede up round number 6, as it is just going to be the eco in hand. Maybe not conceding anything just yet, as the Eagles do combine to find Mello. Opening kill goes the way of the T's.
Eagle could catch this crawl. Lich, how much do you want to bite off of this? That's the question. What, it's just these Deagles that are tempting you? You know better than that. Holds on. Deagle will find its way back to top middle. Lich can turn the corner and find a whole lot. PKL sees out of holding this position. Players split between both sides. The problem is that if this goes up cat, Lich is so far away from helping PRT.
And it is luckily for Game Hunters looking like it's going to be a hit towards B. In terms of utility, there's not a whole lot to defend this with. There is smoke on AVR, but it's got to be well timed. Otherwise, the T's can just swarm in front of it. First kill comes back, so it's all square again. PRT wants to take these fights at range, and why not? Triple from him. PKL, all that remains. Looked like we could have had some tense moments towards the B-bomb side, but not when PRT just swings into all of them and mows them down with that AK. 5-1 is the start. Always should have been an easier round, though, as it was just up against the pistols, but now we do have Detroit J onto that AWP. And sadly, it's the same story for him. That's been on all 3 maps, really. It's been quite a slow start. I mean, we did see him step up and be a difference maker when it mattered most on overtime on map number 1. So has to try to do the same thing here. AVR behind this Molly spots out a lot of bodies, but no clean fight from to take. So we'll back away with this information.
Big nade hits Lucas right on the numbers. Beautiful work down to 22. Right now, Game Hunters, through this first 6 have 5 and are in really good position, or just reading 2-game step by step. It's really hard to remain unpredictable on this Dust 2. Without vanilla, some of the choices on this T side can feel so far, but it is up to that same sense of PKL and what you can work as a unit to just refresh, keep pressure on the extremities. That time you find Mello. And it's just finding nuance where you do have sort of the classic Dust 2 staring back at the Game Hunters.
Out towards middle. Detroit is posted up, holding this cross. It feels like a perfect time to make that call towards B. But a missed shot from Detroit, though, gives AVR a second chance at life, and PRT looks to line up multiple, gets a double. And around this smoke, we are seeing the rifle of AVR play. Detroit J takes him down and hards out in middle, finds a double on this lurk. 2-game. Are successful and are able to double up, gets 2 rounds for them.
Timeout out of the Game Hunters real quick.
Yeah.
Want to make sure this thing doesn't get any more messy than it already can, because at one side, it's 2-game finally getting to turn the page, and they don't like it.
Yes, it's a really solid chance in this round for 2Game to be able to very quickly bounce back and make this scoreline look significantly more respectable if they're able to take this round. You can see, I mean, it's still a great buy for Game Hunters. PRT, unfortunately, just going to be sitting on that 5-7. This is the chance for both teams to reset one another. So a really pivotal round here. Game Hunters take it. This lead just extends on Dust 2. On the flip side of things, this game will almost be leveled up if 2Game can win it. So crucial for both teams' endeavors here on Dust 2 and throughout the rest of this series. All through the smoking long between Hardzao and Lich. Lich wins out on the engagement, bringing Hardzao low HP, and is just going to force him back from this position. Another smoke dropped out along, so 2Game is just going to have to wait even longer before they can take this position. Molotov thrown, and Mellow is going to back away from the angle. No utility actually here to help Lich towards long, so Mellow, if he's able to rotate towards this position, can help out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to have the AWP posted up. You've got Lich playing a close angle. This long setup's really solid late into this round, and this is what 2Game were waiting for all this time. First kill goes against him. Hardzao should be an easy find for Lich. He's one bullet from death.
Oh my god, Mellow just painful misses. Just pixels away. PKL says that there's likely a clear path to this, but he finds where there was just a rut on that way. 16, 15 seconds to go, and PRT is waiting for that plant. No HGs to potentially reach him. Gonna have to be the 762. There's another headshot, and he's back-to-back. A double for PKL, and then they walk this tightrope. ABR going up against his opposing IGL, and PKL, he's got a huge play right here for 2Game where they need it the most.
Really poor from Game Hunters there towards long. I mean, it looked so great. Initially, you got Mellow finding the first kill. It baits in Lich. And the issue is for Mellow is he isn't aware of how low Hardzao is. So he's just continuing to play with the AWP. For us, we could just say, switch to the USB, one bullet from death. The issue is he just continues to play with the AWP. But he baits in Lich. And Hardzao peeks out. He doesn't clear Lich or anything. It's just like 4 or 5 missed shots. And then we're able to see Hardzao turn, get the kill. You can't miss those shots. He's one bullet from death. We see that whole round fall apart if Hardzao goes down. Because then you're basically asking Detroit, with the bomb on his back, to take along against 2. That's not going to happen.
No, well, simply not. USPs to be thrown in the face of 2Game. And they'll be walking that up, Cat. Any time now. Get a little bit of tease out to the B site. But I mean, in a round like this, essentially, just look for the mental reset. You're going to get washed out anyway. It's just a really concerning slip up there on the 3 versus 1. Should never see into a line like that. Not at this aspect. Not where. This is a very important time in this first half to start going and having a little bit of damage. 1 casualty. That'll be all good. Revenge, I guess, essentially, from PKL.
Scoreline gets a little bit closer here. 5-4. Just 1 round separating these 2 teams, but the ball can come back out. An AWP not going to be a luxury that Mellow can invest in. Has to just do the work with the M4. And quick into tunnels, though, are the CTs. So deep already. Lich with a labored spray, and ABR does take him down, as well as Zerba, but does get put in his place himself. So pretty quickly onto this round is a 3 versus 3, and Hardzao thinks he's got some room to exploit. It's got all of this space onto the A-bomb site. Mellow He's surely going to go down. Finally does look onto the A side, but not fully ready for someone to actually be there. Last 2 games to take this space into long. With a low HP PRT, with just an MP9 as well, it feels like this should be all square on Dust 2 now.
Comes a nade, heated in. Just had an even more ridiculous clutch. A couple of ramps before that. Nades will take care of the job, and there was 1 HP to sit on Hard's out. Not too rich in that retrospect either. That's why PRT goes on the run. Detroit J is going to need to be swift. He's going to need to be shifty, but unfortunately, his scope can't be. Man will hardly get off the shot and barely get a chance to fade. It should have been a tie game. They were set up for it successfully, but Game Hunters, they have 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think I've been proven to never question PRT regardless of what weapon he's on. I mean, brilliant decision-making from him there. Aware clearly that Hard's out is low HP. Swings out through the smoke. Detroit J's not posted up on that specific angle, so it allows PRT to swing out wide, find Hard's out, and Detroit J's in a really tough position where he knows that someone is close to him, and he's got to swing so wide and expose so much of his body to find that kill. Or he just allows PRT to have all this space and push him. So he goes for the swing line. I think even if PRT does get taken down, we're surely going to see a trade on the bomb site. Brilliant decision making from PRT, and what a way to deny 2-game Final 5. Mid to B smoke in middle. There's not actually a lot of utility here on 2-game. If there's any real counter util to delay, it's going to make life a little bit trickier for the T side to find any entry paths with the utility that they do have. So, got to be very disciplined with what they use.
Smoked it on into CT, can't block it. So Riccoli, he wants to try and just get ahead of the pack. Gets kill onto Lucas, and now with this line that they have to worry about from CT, having to now get this into the bomb site where there's actually 2 players is going to be such a challenge. And they're going to be now headed for it. 35 seconds to go, and you're not doing yourselves any favors by waiting this long. ABR with a great kill, and now lurking out of this. Why is it working? It gets all the way gone. 2-game, and they find the efforts, the recipe to success, and they washed out the Bravo base.
Yeah, it's another round where it feels like 2-game shouldn't really have any right win in it. But just these slight overlooked angles, these slight mistakes from Game Hunters, and it's given the T's a really good foothold into this game. And things should be all square here as it's a mismatch by Gaunt's MP9s and a 5-7. And it's going to be aggression towards tunnels. There are 3 T's here waiting, but the aggression works out perfectly, and one of the AKs just locked out around Lucas. Able to get a kill back for free there. But still
shifting back and forth, that's tough.
I mean, the AWP has been able to be retrieved, and ABR will miss towards tunnels. A lot of really good information for him to play with.
Good smoke that'll pull back some eyes. A lot of attention to A, potentially. Or the bomb is just going to be split. I mean, they could potentially do whatever they are going to be finding where the actual crease is, not towards B. PRT is walking through a mid-smoke right now. Mello with a scout shot all the way up. He's going to tag him, and Lich is going to bag him. Game Hunters, they have a 7-5 half on this 3rd map where they are trying to reach for it all.
Yeah, going to take the slight advantage, but you do have to remember, obviously, in the context of this game, we did obviously see a decent lead from Game Hunters here on Dust 2. Things were panning out really successfully for them. They were 5-1 up. A little bit of a streak at the end from 2-game kept this one competitive. I think a necessary streak, being honest. Otherwise, Game Hunters maybe could have turned this one around hugely. But what we have seen from Game Hunters on Dust, of course, actually got to see them play it a decent amount of time. It's been a map that they've been more than willing to play. Both their sides are reasonably even. They don't have a huge favorite on this map. Whereas, look, it's not a huge amount of games from 2 game. It's only 3 maps. You have to look at everything with a bit of a pinch of salt. But they do have an 86.2% win rate on their T side. So previously, have had some very good T sides. This one just held to 5.
Game Hunters to tote this wherever they so choose. But I know where this is headed in one way, CMD. There's been, as we have talked about it, millions of times to this point, Game Hunters are yet to lose a pistol. Would be one hell of a time to do so.
And they do find... Well, they don't find the opening kill, actually. Does go up against him, PKL. Tries to get a kill back in mid. Let's take in that duel. Neither team exactly hitting their shots through these mid doors. Out to long is where the T's go now. There's a lot of presence in mid. How is no one reacting to Lucas in short? Finally does. Gets turned on by Lich. And Hardzow, the lone defender on 8-punch a triple.
That could be the change they need. All the way down, running up Cat, got to go onto the sharpest threat of this bomb site. Hardzow with a 4K, and it's the ace. It took an ace for Hardzow to get the first pistol for 2 game in this series.
Alone towards A. 3 players pushing up long, and he finds every single one of them, able to drop over this second round AWP to Detroit. Thanks to his heroics. I mean, it feels a bit disrespectful that he's playing on an MP9 after the magic that he just pulled off there. But I don't think he's going to mind duel too much. 18 and 8. And a full eco mark. It's going to be a 7-7 scoreline.
NRG, I just heard, signed up for that LAN Frag 19 that Game Hunters will also be attending. It's big bounds like this in the Swiss that'll start to get them ready to go in these LAN appearances. A great look that they're having in the Swiss stage currently, and now they're being held back.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be a great match if we get to see both of those teams play off against one another. Really have Game Hunters test themselves a bit here. The AWP of Detroit, even up against these USPs. There's 3 MP9s, you'd probably prefer them to get some of these eco frags. And Detroit J will go down with that AWP. No issues with it being saved, though. And all square on map number 3. We had a super close nuke. Are we going to have a similar outcome there where potentially we could be looking at a couple of overtimes? Plays, 4 plays in fact for the T side towards tunnels early. Could be a call to look to exploit early over towards B, and it does look like that's going to be the case. Nade does a lot of damage. Zerba only able to find one before the B bomb site is going to be breached, but rotations are quick, and the mist towards doors has opened up so much room for these sight lines to come through. Detroit with a double, Hardzow with 1, and it's just a missed smoke there. A challenging 1 versus 3 for Melo. To deny 2 game taking the lead in a map that felt like we were seeing Game Hunters run away with it the first time on Dust 2. Finds the first.
Whole 50 seconds. The opera of Game Hunters right now is attempting to do the impossible. Smoke to be plucked right up Finds the timing. Nobody is looking at this. PKL now turns his attention. Just take the timing. Walks out, finds PKL. They can't pass. Soaring cards out. 21-8 is making the difference after an ace in the pistol. Wins a 1v1 in round 16. He's doing the most.
Of course, Melo's never going to be aware of how good his timing was there, but you imagine if he shifts through that smoke rather than step in, maybe we could have seen a world where he wins that one. But like you said, Hardzal, what a showing he's been having here. It definitely feels like he does need some of the rest of his team, though, to start picking up the slack. Just in case, because it feels difficult for this performance to continue this game. We've had 15 rounds of play, and he's got 21 kills. But he's doing a great job to keep 2-game competitive here and even take the lead here. Seen 8 out of the last 10 rounds go the way of 2-game. Sorry, 7 out of the last 9. 7 out of the last 9. It's been a lot of rounds, is what I'm trying to say. That 2-game have won without a response from Game Hunters.
Been a long day. Getting to the end of our second best of 3 only. But you guys lucky. Plenty of Counter-Strike to watch here in South American Series 1, where right after this, you're going to be seeing Dusty Roots and Elevate. ShindeN versus Yawara right next door, and you're going to have old Vinny Ensign and JRT to take you through it. More Americans. Woo!
More Americans, but more South American action here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to sort of catch up on those final games that we're going to have today. I think already the first 2 series that we've got to watch, but I have a good idea in terms of where some of these teams are at. There's a lot of teams that I've got a couple of question marks around, and I'm not too sure what to expect from. I've seen a good few roster moves recently, so I'm excited to see a lot of fresh blood on these servers. But just going to be the partial buy in this round for Game Hunters as the tech pause has concluded. And back into the action we go on round number 16. Smoke down towards long doors is just going to force Game Hunters at bay for now. I'm just going to wait out this smoke before looking to push. It's being defended by Nuke. This
is a big opportunity for 2-game to just take a hold and really let, with a limited amount of casualties to a round like this. M4 picked up by Mello. I was going to say if Ricoli could take full advantage of this timing, Detroit J would be the most important body to find. Hardzal is creeping through this smoke. Detroit J, what, he saw your hair sticking up? He's going to take off your entire head. Smoke was covering everything, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised he got that angle, to be fair. But just 4 rounds away now, our 2-game. And I'm loving the weapon we see from Hardzal. Now it feels like it's going to be straight into lower tunnels of that XM if we see that. I'm praying he doesn't sell it now.
Don't do it, man. I'm for this. I'm for the hell out of this, as a matter of fact. Game Hunters, they rock through. That's a convenient pun. Rock will actually lean through. Have a couple of words. Not anymore, though. Game Hunters, after that 30 seconds, are going to have to bring their best in round 17 to not let 2-game onto double digits. I mean, that would be reality hitting.
Well, we do see that exit. And jiggling through mid into lower tunnels now is Hardzal with the auto shotgun. But might not have too much contact as Game Hunters have breached long doors. they've taken this space, didn't respect the smoke grenade that was at their feet. And all this control on the B side of the map in 2 guns' favor. So look, we're going to see multiple flanks coming through here. We're going to see the CTs all ready for this A hit. All eyes going to be on PKL for now as he flanks through T-spawn.
Continuously teasing at these corners. Yeah, if this thing comes A, I believe Hardtail might have a tough time. He's here on the bomb site, where this is actually going to be not such a veiled threat. Game Hunters right now feel like they're going to fall off of the building, walking the tightrope up to the bomb site. Lucas gets him down. This is all 2 game all day. They literally can't even get off of the first base. It is Mellow take down Lucas. And hi, how are ya? There's a auto shotgun waiting for you in the bomb site. Don't kill everybody. Let Hearts out. Throw his hat into the ring. Does. Lands on a head. Hearts out. Jumping for it. Gets caught. Mellow now toting an AWP. It's 22 seconds. And not enough time. Not enough space. He's going to get encroached by every single angle.
And at least we got to see that auto shotgun find a single kill. That's all I would have wanted at least, and my dream got delivered. Don't get to see too many unique weapons getting pulled out now, but almost back-to-back. In fact, is it back-to-back straight-up tactical timeouts from Game Hunters? As they are feeling this game slip through their fingers from 5-1 up. They're finding themselves 10-7 down. What a rejuvenation that we've seen from 2 game to keep themselves alive in this series on Nuke. They fell a little bit short on their map selection, but despite being down, they've never been out.
I've been forced to fight back so many times in this series. Well, let's recap, right? I mean, overtime, 2 overtimes, 2 game. Go ahead to, like, move out of abortion like that, where they're forcing overtime, have to pull into a couple miracle sets, 13-7 on that second map, and then you look, it should be Game Hunters roping in with a lot of this momentum here. If they're falling out of this dust too, it would be their margin to lose. That's why they're throwing everything at it. ABR and Mellow, 2 opening kills.
Yeah, around like this, I feel like a gamble is the best decision for 2 game. If they don't hit that side of the map, go for the save. If they do, you got yourself a chance. But Detroit is searching actively in middle. Going to be a lot of players coming his way from lower tunnels. Smoke gets thrown, nade behind it. Spots out at least 1 player, and Hardcore takes the fight to them. 2 kills found. It is a weapon retrieve, but the CTs can maneuver their way towards this side of the map. Molotov thrown onto the bomb site to delay the default plant.
Puts it down. Durba, quick fight. He is depleted. Down to 16 after working into a big kill. Detroit Jig now to attempt a 1v2. What are you doing sticking out? And a 1v1, toting the AK now, and it's going to have to be a beam on the rifle. Asked him to go in any fashion. A damn fancy showing every damn time from Detroit J. A man that we have put in the limelight for his struggles at the beginning of this series. Walked into overtime on Nuke with 8 kills and came out with damn 20. He's been the man making the difference all day and there to put out a clutch that is putting out hopes one step at a time. There's not going to be many more opportunities for Game Hunters.
And it's the exact same thing in this game. 0-6 start from him. At 16-6 is his KD since that initial portion. 2 game. Were kept alive on Dust 2 thanks to Hards Out. But now Detroit starting to repay some of that debt. But we have to say Hards Out was doubling middle as well. Gets so much information as well as brings it to just a 1-man disadvantage rather than 2. And again, he's got the auto shotgun in hand towards lower tunnels. Oh, it's great counter utility. Flashbang comes over initially. Second flash comes through, and here comes the auto shotty as Hardzao finds Lich. Man advantage for 2 game.
Heading this thing out long. Lucas is close enough now. He has to fight. Gonna be in front of this utility, and they actually get Detroit J in the bomb site. Gonna have to be a quick rotation. What's the next newest name? It's Hardzao with a damn auto shotty, but hold on. Do you think what I'm thinking, CMD? Go for this bomb plant. I dare you. I dare you. He goes for the jump. He can't get it, but the molly does. Zerba with enough damage. And now it's Mello's turn to clutch. Backs up to tote the AWP. They have that much respect for it, but they have not seen where he is lent off to. Gonna join him on his level. Having to run over with this auto shotgun. It's a swing over, but you're not going to be able to clean him off of the scope. A tap on him at once, and they have got to keep going. But Hardzao, it's just that easy. The shotgun to the op. That's the food chain, baby. And then it goes for 2 game to 12. There they are, right at the beginning of our Swiss, answering our expectations. In fact, raising them.
A lot of players on this team that we really propped up and said individually 2 game. They've got a lot of pieces. It's just, can we see it work against some of the best in the Swiss stage? And right now they're showcasing that. 12-7 up. 5 mapping series points to close this one out. And they look damn near flawless. After that initial portion of this map, this has been really impressive. The clutch moments that have felt like we were seeing Game Hunters win on Nuke, it's been completely flipped. And they go a man advantage into the long trades. Game Hunters disadvantaged. Mellow on a scout. I mean, certainly a weapon that can work on this map, but when it's your final chance, you probably want something a little more. 1 HP on Mellow as PKL's getting tested, but ABR falls. 2-man advantage, and you've got a 1 HP Mellow.
1 HP Mellow. Ricoli with the bomb on his back. Good luck. Great damn scenes in this series. But the 13-7 that you darted at the board of 2 game is pulled off and thrown right back at a bullseye here with 40 seconds to go. They put a Molotov right in your face, and you're going to have to walk through the fires quite literally. And a smoke to get that a little bit more respect. They might get the bomb down here, but is it really going to be the full touch about it? Ricoli would have to throw it all from the pocket right now and see if he can make a completion to CT. There's 2 people here right at this margin, but there's a bit of a scramble back here, CMD, and potentially to the round, and the plans in our minds. A 4 versus 2 that we deemed impossible, but now the bomb halfway ticked, and it's becoming that much more. Ricoli with this third, and it's going to have to be the headshot by the scout, but it's canceled out. Lace up those Nikes, sprint to the bomb. You have got that swiftly. A 13-7, as we toted, has been jotted back to the Game Hunters. 2 game are going to be joining the 1-0 bracket.
And I mean, an unbelievable show in there on Dust, dude. They looked really down and out, if I'm being honest, in those first 6 rounds. Just a single round found, and then a bit of a resurgence at the end of the first half, but not dropping a single round since switching over to that CT side. Game Hunters just could not do any work there. And look, we saw both teams a little bit sort of neglectful of their tactical timeouts at times. Not at all for Game Hunters. They used them all, and they just could not find a solution for what was going on from 2 game. But individually, we have to really praise Hardzao for that game. It felt like he kept his team in it. And then Detroit, when it mattered most, had moments. But everyone really felt like they were chiming in at the end there with some really, really impactful kills. But look, that is, like you said, 2 game going 1-0 in that record. Game Hunters, probably a bit surprisingly, dropping down to the 0 record nice and early here. But look, I think that's what the South American CCT really does have. We're Series 1 in this. Expect the unexpected. Anything can happen. There's no guarantees, not just in this series that we got to watch, but throughout the whole entirety of the Swiss stage. I mean, any final works, Mark. We're a little behind schedule, so probably got to get going with some of the second series coming up. But any sort of final words for the first 2 series that we got to watch for today?
Yeah, man, off schedule for a damn good reason. We had that we had that third all the way down, and I gotta say, for that to get you, like, to pretty much reiterate what you said, that's where you're going to be getting and shifting, right? Our expectations. I think both of these teams are potentially ones that we could see into grinding to a playoff stage with the namesake and what we got today, CMD. It should be very good to go. But man, dude, I just had to cast 5 games of South American Counter-Strike. I don't know that I'm going to be done watching. I'm really looking forward to seeing how exactly this Dusty Roots team is going to be cracking lacking into our next series. And maybe it's time to throw that over.
Yeah, exactly. I'm right there with you. Gonna definitely be keeping the stream on here. There's a lot of really exciting games here in the opening day of South America. But like we said, that's all from us today. Not all from CCT though. 2 more series left. Dusty Roots versus Elevate before ShindeN versus Yawara ending the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with our 3rd series.
Welcome back to CCT Season 3 South America Series number 1. I am JRT with Vincent. Those names at the bottom are, well, they're not correct, but it's okay, guys. We'll get those fixed in a little bit. Vincent, how you doing?
Listen, I can pretend to get the back mark for a second.
We could, yeah.
I can try.
I don't
my
have
best.
the accent for CMD, so
You did get dealt a lot tougher hand. I'll give you
Yeah.
that one. So maybe we toss that one aside. A little bit of a scene change though as we jump into our second set of best of threes here this evening. I'm excited for it. I'm super happy to be back in South America. To be honest with you, JRT, I know there's a lot of people who like jump into these South American games and they're like not excited. I'm the opposite. I love to watch South American Counter-Strike. There is the good, the bad, and sometimes the ugly, but it's still a lot of fun.
yeah, no, it can be crazy, honestly, in South America. That's not really any doubt in anyone's mind about that. But let's check out the schedule and see, well, how we got here, first of all, with the first two matches. And of course, we're in the Swiss stage right now for these squads. Maybe we will get the schedule up at some point. There it is. So that previous one was a 2-1 scoreline. The first map was in overtime, I believe, but outside of that, it was pretty straightforward. And then in the previous one, also straightforward, which, I mean, a little surprising for me, honestly, Vincent. I know we talked about it in the green room, but you're feeling like we're only going to get that craziness once we get into the playoffs, right?
I feel like that's typical. You
Yeah.
never can tell, to be fair, but that is what I've come to expect over the last like year or so, getting and diving deep into these South American CCTs. Regardless, though, that leads us on to our final two matchups today: Dusty
Yes.
Roots and Elevate, an Elevate squad that I was excited to see come together, but I haven't gotten the privilege to watch too much just yet, against a Dusty Roots team that has made some changes, so we'll have to see what that looks like, and a ShindeN squad that I feel like really flies under the radar, but there's some really fun and interesting pieces to that team. And me, the longtime enjoyer of Yawara, despite me maybe being their only fan ever in the entire world, I still got you, even if no one has you. Don't you worry, Yawara, I'm there for you.
Well, we'll get to that one a little bit later. Let's start talking about Dusty Roots up against Elevate, and kicking off with Dusty Roots, I would say let's check out Dusty Roots' roster, because honestly, we've got changes coming in. You kind of already hinted at it, but RZK and Next added to this roster, Max Core, Tommy Jed, and Ferguti still sticking around. But the thing is, one, we know some history, I think, on RZK, but not too much on Next. And you look at how many officials they've got, it's 0, right? In terms of Dusty Roots roster right now. The last time they played was in April 5th. Since then, there's been no officials for them. So a lot of question marks here, Vincent, but I think you got some details on RZK and Next.
Yeah, listen, Next, not so much. To be honest with you, this is a guy that
Yeah.
I've not had the privilege to see, but with RZK, I got to see him for at least a little bit on that Champions Liga team. Was like fine. Like my takeaway from seeing RZK on that team was like, I'm like not unhappy, not like super thrilled, sort of in the middle ground is where I was at. But that Champions Liga team, I was telling you in the green room, kind of was hard to have an opinion on. They were up and down and all over the place to a lot of these times. So I'm not really too worried about that, but he was with that team for basically a full year, and they did post some pretty darn impressive showings, even though it was up and down at times. I also think that the fact that Dusty Roots have been able to make some, hopefully what will end up being shrewd moves, is exciting to me. 1962, as much as like that, he was incredibly experienced and a guy that
Yes.
I thought was really cool to watch, and that was still here in the scene. Like that was awesome. Clearly just wasn't up to snuff in some of the games individually. That's just a reality. So seeing him go along with Toto, who was also maybe a little bit struggling in some of those games, I think this is the right way to move for Dusty Roots. It's an upswing for sure. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
All right, let's switch gears and talk about Elevate now, because this roster's also experienced changes. I mean, there's changes on so many teams at the South America tier 2.5, tier 3 level right now. And Elevate is, I should say tier 2 for South America anyway. But Elevate has also had a couple of changes, CK Zhao and BNC. Now, these might look like recent changes on their roster, because if you look at HLTV, there's only 0 maps, not even, just 0 maps played for those two guys on the squad. But they did join the squad in the middle of Season 53 Open for South America, and they did pretty well. I mean, they made it through the upper bracket to, I think, stay round number 4, something along those lines, got knocked down to lower bracket, and then couldn't get past Galores. So that was their journey, I would say, throughout the playoffs. So they looked quite good with that 11-3 record in the regular season and a 4-2 record in the playoffs. What do you feel about it, Vincent?
I think this is a team that's built like a team I want to cheer for. You have CK Zhao, who's often a little bit more aggressive rifling piece. You have Lash, who I was a big fan of when watching him on Yawara previously. And you add BNC, who's very experienced and also has some firepower to provide. Not to mention the fact that CK Zhao, BNC, and Diozera all played together on Intense last year. Not
Yes.
for a very long time, but specifically Diozera and CK Zhao, they played on that team together for quite a while before Diozera was pulled back over to MIBR Academy, which, to be honest with you, I think bears mentioning because Diozera looked kind of bad on MIBR Academy initially. Goes to Intense, gets loaned over to Intense, and he looks like a brand new player, like the best player on that team. And MIBR Academy decided, yeah, actually, we want that guy back for obvious reasons. And he came back and looked like an even better player on MIBR Academy before joining this Elevate project. So for me, I think Diozera's got a ton of upside. I'm really excited to kind of see what that looks like. This is a team that has a lot of very good qualified pieces to it.
No question. I do agree with you. And I think that if I compare the two teams, I'm probably looking at the edge going towards Elevate. But let's check out the map, Veto, and see which maps these teams are going to be playing on. And, well, I mean, I'm not necessarily too surprised by what I'm seeing here. I kind of expected to see Train or Nuke come in from Dusty Roots, but actually, because Elevate likes to pick into it, Dusty Roots take a little bit of a different path, going to Dust 2. Again, we don't have much data on Dusty Roots because, at least over the last 3 months, because they haven't played that much, and having 2 new players on the roster is going to make it even harder to read them, but I think Dust 2 is a good pick with a new roster in play.
This used to be one of their favorite maps, Dusty Roots, that is. In the past, it's been like their most picked map. Unfortunately, it hasn't necessarily netted them like a ton of wins, but this is definitely one of the maps they could find upsets previously. I do think that they ran into those issues that I was talking about with their previous iteration of just like firepower not quite being enough to like stick in some of these games with some of these teams that they were playing previously. Nuke has been a big favorite for, I think, this core of Elevate as well. So I'm not that surprised to see it. I am happy to see an Inferno decider. I don't know that we're going to get there, though, JRT.
I don't know either. Like we said, we feel like Elevate are a pretty strong team. Sounds like the game is going to be ready for you guys. So we are going to head into it on Dust 2, which is Dusty Roots' map pick, and Elevate's deciding to start T side. I'm not sure if that's correct, but interesting decision if that is the case. And yes, had the choice of sides, went to T side. Oh, yeah. Am I wrong?
Elevate on CT.
Yeah, okay. Well, it said T side on the map, Veto, so don't blame me, guys, okay? It's going to be CT side.
I'm blaming you. You
no,
specifically.
Don't blame me. All right.
I think
well,
the better decision is on the
Yeah.
CT anyway.
Yeah, of course.
A little bit of contact for BNC. Won't be able to take the first frag, but that's CK Zhao's responsibility on Catwalk, and he's arrived onto the scene. Flashbangs to help them scale, but Dusty Roots are not going to be opposed, at least until this bomb starts to get planted. That's safe, so no way to stop it.
Okay, CK Zhao going to try and get a shot off here next. Finally collects the first scalp. That's the first frag for Dusty Roots post-planter in the round in general. For Goody, hoping to capitalize on more. They've got a decent setup, to be honest with you. And there go a couple of bodies. Zed is going to manage to get one back, but there's still work to be done because Tommy Jed's all the way towards long. They don't know when he might pop up. Now he does, but I think they've got the bomb defusal under control, and indeed they do, with Zed getting the last frag, and Elevate will get the round.
And that's nicely done. Shout out CK Zhao, who has done a brilliant job of not only just taking that first fight. He's super hard on Catwalk when he doesn't have any support, but he gets that first win and then gets into Gandalf as well. Before any contact made, he's even able to take another fight whilst the bomb's getting planted. So Dusty Roots are starting that post plant at a 3v5 because of CK Zhao's ability to get into the mix individually and find opening duel and then get back into position. Force buy-in for Dusty Roots is not too unexpected considering their bomb plant.
Yeah, they're going to bring 3 Galils in. No AKs because they wanted that util anyway. It looks like they've expended a little bit of it at the beginning of the round. They will have a flash, smoke, and a Molotov left on RZK. Diozera. Good smoke thrown in front of him by Dusty Roots. They are trekking down mid. Nade tossed at RZK's feet, so that's the first damage in the round, going the way of Dusty Roots. Obviously want to try and make an impact here immediately and not allow Elevate to convert off their pistol round. And you see Elevate, I mean, they've already got a decent buy up themselves. You know, 4 rifles available, only 1 MP9 in BNC's hands, so they're ready for this force buy.
Ready indeed. Look at how slow it is for Dusty Roots. I mean, talked about limitations and utility. That's definitely the case, but going to be very tough to make any sort of approach either site. B seems like the plan. Another blocker smoke Zede's got in his back pocket. I don't know if that's going to go down before they hit the go button, but with 25 seconds, yeah, I was going to say, it's either toss it or don't. Makes it even harder for Dusty Roots to bounce through this.
Oh, and he peeks out at the perfect time, Vincent. Zed going around there from window, getting one. His teammate does fall, but he's still got a good position to try and counter RZK here, as this bomb will get planted and actually loses that battle. RZK! What a shot from the Deagle onto CK Zhao. That could turn the round in their favor, with only BNC and Lash left standing, going on this retake. Smoke tossed down. Lash looking for something, anything, hoping that someone overpeaks, but BNC's got other plans, charging through the smoke, lining him up and knocking him down, damage done onto Next as well, and Lash finishes that off. Well done from Elevate on the retake in a 2v3 scenario.
I mean, RZK certainly made it possible, but you have to transition that into a victory, and to be honest with you, just not the worst post-plant positioning there, but yeah, could have been better. They just didn't have time to get into anything better position. So Elevate taking advantage of the fact that we were so available to get back onto that retake quickly, push the gas pedal and go. And they'll transition that into a victory. Dusty Roots, another bomb plant, down to 1 guy. You know what that means? They keep up a little bit of this pressure. They've got a lot of extra money to play with that bomb plant, but they don't go all in. It's not all the chips in the middle.
Nade toss there by Elevate, just to get some visibility through that smoke, or at least trying to damage someone who might be coming long, but no one is, and, well, that space could be taken up by BNC shortly. We'll see if he decides, to take that pathing. There is someone watching on the other side, so need to be cautious if that actually happens, but in the meantime, Dusty Roots do take control of mid. 4 players stacked up here. Kind of being given to them by Elevate. Pretty passive approach on mid for them. 3 players leaning A, 2 towards B, and no one really watching mid. I mean, yes, you have Diozera from window over at the B site, but they could easily punch through mid. And that one smoke in Tommy Jet's hands, I'm assuming, will be used for CT.
You got to be intentional about it, because, like you say, it's just the singular one. They had a flashbang as well, but that's just been utilized to take mid-door control. Elevate, same situation as last round, by the way, with this passivity. They're really letting Dusty Roots have their way with mid. And so the fact that Dusty Roots have been so slow actually works out pretty well for Elevate. But 25 seconds, Dusty Roots going to have to go soon.
And the late smoke again, right? That's for B doors. Diozera going to get the shot onto RZK, 5v4, and there is one back from Tommy J. They've actually managed to make their way on A. How has this happened? Got towards the A site, bomb planted. I don't know if they're going to win the round, but certainly, well, that's going to help. MaxCore spotting out Lash with the scout. BNC's got a favorable engagement here against both players, but loses the second fight. Finally, the trade comes through. A lot more difficult than expected for Elevate to get back in towards this site, but they will eventually, yes, secure it from Zed's MP9. 3K for Diozera.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a concerning round, though, to be honest, for Elevate. It's, a couple of bad decisions, right? They give a little bit too much information. I think it was CK Zhao who was rotating down into CT. That information given over, that's what allows the Deagle to get invested into that position by Tommy Jed. And then I'm just not really sure why Lash is in such an exposed position there at long. Was so easy to isolate, and the scout, the perfect weapon for the job, I guess. It's probably the worst case scenario for Lash there, that it's MaxCore scout that swings him, but still a little bit questionable in my mind. Regardless, Elevate will recover. It means that they are really not building any sort of bank accounts, though, whatsoever, as this is a 3-0 lead, but they still will be lacking even if they continue to win in such tight fashion.
And on the other side, the economy a lot easier to stabilize on T side. You see them, they've got the full buy-up for Dusty Roots, the AKs, the AWP. So you're right. I mean, should Elevate continue to have struggles in terms of converting rounds, their money's not going to stabilize ever, and you need it to on CT side, no questions asked. CK Zhao, a little bit of spam through those double doors.
I think it's almost the first time that Elevate have even pretended or tossed any rounds down range in middle there. They're so passive the last 2 rounds, so a little bit of a difference.
There's the nade toss. Doesn't really do much damage, but at least keeps players on notice for Dusty Roots, who have really favored this slow play here, Vincent. Every single round so far, they have not gone out before the 30-second mark, and this one will be absolutely no different. Trying to execute in towards A. And like you mentioned, CK Zhao hanging a lot longer at mid than they had previously for Elevate. Now that nade, could it do damage? Not really. And next gets the open on CK Zhao. That means mid is lost. They can rotate themselves. Damage taken, a lot of it against Flash, but it's a great Molotov and Flashbang to push him back a little bit and make his life difficult because he's trying to get some visibility. He's got his long flare, but that's already lost, and now it's up to Lash by his lone spam.
Round done.
Denies the bomb plant. The round is indeed over. Z just has to stay alive, and he tucks tail and gets out of there. Elevate get a 4th.
I mean, that's sometimes the danger of playing it down to the very last moment. That's very much Dusty Roots' general MO. They do like to play slow, and I didn't know if that would change with the changes in this in this core, but regardless, it seems like that maintains the same similarities. And I think that it's a very clear understanding for Lash that is what they like to do. He was playing to delay that entire time. The bomb plant in the round. That's all that they needed to do.
Flash. Engagement.
What?
Oh, did he even? He must have seen him. It's not through the smoke. That was a clean shot.
I think his
That's
toe
crazy.
was poking out there.
Yeah.
That's what we saw.
That is ridiculous, though. Great awareness coming through from Lash.
More ridiculous from Tomajed to walk through so brazenly.
Yeah, that's true.
No support, no nothing. He's just thinking he's catching the timing. And I guess to be fair to him, I've been talking about how Elevate have generally been really passive in mid, exception being that previous round. So maybe hoping that that's going to be the case. It was not.
45 seconds left. Dusty Roots, similar setup that they had in the previous round. I imagine it'll be the same execute. They're hoping that they'll have a different result. Lash is still there, albeit in a different position. He's towards Car instead of ramp this time. CK Zhao is waiting over at Goose. He wants to throw a flash to support. Yeah.
I think that's going to help Dusty Roots out a lot. Yeah.
Not throwing very well, though. The Goose player is able to tuck in, right? CK Zhao's here, and Lash getting that frag makes his position even more potent. I don't know if they're going to clear it. They do! Great awareness from Brigudi. And now that bomb gets planted, 4v3 advantage still for Elevate in the post plant, Vincent.
And they maintain Lash here at long with BNC support. Very important. That's going to be a nade that Theozera actually dodges out very well. I thought he would eat the damage, but no. Split him up. Theozera hits the first, and now Brigudi in a tough spot with so many heads on his screen. Next, with a wild amount of shooting required for him to find his way out of that one. Not to beat. And as much as Dusty Roots, that execution looked a little bit better with regard to the intentions, the execution itself, where those mollies hit. They mollied, both Sight and Goose, and I'll be honest, neither of them were really effective.
No, they weren't. I mean, the Goose one, the player was still able to tuck around that corner, so not the greatest throw or positioning, and then the ramp one didn't really do much either. So it's okay. I mean, look, Dusty Roots, they've got the right intentions and they are getting the bomb plants, so that's good. The problem is they're not winning these rounds. And I got to give credit to Elevate as well on that 4-man P coming out from ramp and long in towards, looking up towards Cat. It was really effective because the spacing was good. It's hard to get transfers from the players that are above, and not to mention even get a shot off because you're being peppered with bullets. 5-0 for Elevate, and that's one of the first rounds they've had 3 or more players standing. They had 3 remaining in that previous one. So you see the economy maybe starting to show signs of stabilizing. It's not there yet. Dusty Roots, if they don't get a handle on a round soon, this could end up being very one-sided to the finish line here in this first half.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Next score, there's no up money really, but the amount of residual cash that they have is thanks to the loss bonus and the bomb plants that we've been talking about. Go scout instead. Lash with, I think, his first AWP actually. What did he see? I've got no idea what RZK saw. I mean, that's just got to be the craziest spam once he's blinded.
I think that's just luck. I think that's just pure spray control and a little bit of luck sprinkled into the mix, because I don't see how he had any information. Now Tommy Jed pops out towards CT, CK Zhao and BNC gone. This could be that first round that we were talking about. Dusty Roots absolutely needs. We'll see what Zeke can do. Do they overlook him? Not really. Yeah, he could have had one there, but couldn't find his spray. And it is now down to Lash, who will just likely save the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, this round for Elevate, it looks like it's fallen so incredibly flat, but in reality, I would call it incredibly unlucky there.
Yes.
That first fight, I genuinely no idea how RZK has connected that. It's just like the accuracy, like multiple headshots through that box despite being
through the
blinded.
box, yeah.
Yeah, he just happened to hit the flick, and, you know, as he's blinded, he's spamming, correctly assuming he's going to get pushed, but some missteps as well, where BNC and CK are stumbling over each other over in CT spawn, and maybe a little bit of an oversight when Amajed is allowed to get out onto the other side, the CT side of the mid door, without any contact made or information about it. Takes advantage, pushes it to a victory, and as we've been discussing basically the whole time, Elevate, as soon as they lose a round, their money's cooked.
Yeah, and they couldn't even save the op in that previous one, right? So that's another problem for their economy. They do force up here to try and rebuff the Dusty Roots. And I want to say that I don't think Elevate necessarily did anything wrong in that previous round at the beginning of it, right? They had a nice flashbang thrown. It was perfect, full blinded on the RZK side. It's just a lucky spray down that comes through. Guys, we got to hit a quick break because we've got some technical issues coming through, but... All right, we're back here. Looks like Dusty Roots did, in fact, pick up the round there, that force by attempt from Elevate. And we're into round number 8. Elevate still managed to save the A1S from that previous round, but everyone else onto the USPs, and Diozera tried to push mid immediately with the A1S and dies. Luckily for the squad on Elevate, it was within reach, so Z grabs that and heads back towards A.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to really talk about Max Core very much, but you know, I would say previously he was one of two pieces to this Dusty Roots team that was really exciting to talk about.
Yeah.
Was Max Core's AWP, Tomashed consistency, and ability to have this rifling impact. So I think for Dusty Roots continues to be like the 2-win conditions really until we get to see more for them. Is those two guys, Max Core getting off to the races on this round. We'll see if Zeddy can do too much with that recovered in 1S. Seems unlikely. BNC is flushed out. Molotov, the remaining 3 members of Elevate are here, but Max Core almost grabs 2 for 1. But it's not quite the deal he was hoping. He'll get felled.
Yeah, they can just go B. Now they've spotted out both CT players that remain. And this round's probably over. Yeah, definitely. You want that op and that M4 into the next round. You want to make the buy more potent. It might not have been without these 2 guns, and now it will be unless they're hunted out. Dusty Root's going to plant the bomb, and speaking of hunting, yeah, they are going to do exactly that. 2 players already on that hunt in the post-plant here.
It's very defendable positions, though, for Elevate, so not exactly easy to hunt down an op that's sitting inside the pit here. He's got the rifle to help him out.
Oh my god.
So many missed opportunities, and he gets dunked on with the nade. Gotta hit the shots. It may be defendable, but if you don't hit the shots, it doesn't really matter. Dusty Roots, it's a nice recovery. 0-5 to 3 rounds straight. Keeping Elevate honest all throughout those victories means that as soon as their money is broken and the bad situation and Elevate, oh man, how's this happen? I'm just doing the math here. Force buy after the first loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they allegedly ecoed last round and still not buying this round.
Yeah, their money wasn't great regardless because loss bonus wasn't good, so I think that's why they're choosing not to buy this round. It's a half buy that's coming through. They want that full buy really badly, and I'm surprised to see them go for so much aggression here as they lose another player into tunnels. I guess it makes sense with the MP9s, but you just want to hold those tight angles. There will be 1 frag here, maybe, perhaps, not in a second, actually. Yawara and CK Zhao collecting on that pincer into the upper tunnels, but with that happening, Dusty Roots make the quick adaptation, go towards long. Lash has the scout, but he's got no visibility. Oh, okay. I think he wanted to throw that down for CK Zhao, but CK Zhao just kept firing with the AK because he thought he could get something. Now they're going to trade guns. And CK Zhao actually does go in towards long. Max Core's deleted, and this is a 3v2. This is very winnable.
It is. Lash doesn't have armor. He's got a ton of utility. He gets his 1. And now confirmation on Ferguti, the final member alive. But Yawara incredibly low. As this Molotov should make it a little bit easier. That nade's scary.
Oh, the molly missed.
Unfortunately for him, it doesn't make life any easier. Low HP, but even lower on the bullets. Just 2, but he'll get the reload off. Ferguti missing every mark, but still somehow alive. Yawara overwhelms, and the kit lacking, as you mentioned. Elevate will get all the kills. Won't have the round.
Ah, jeez. What an effort there, though. And the half-buy at least yields all the frags. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't really matter, because Dusty Roots had 11k across 4 players in this round coming into it. So, yeah, they're going to have a buy-up very comfortably. They're probably set for the majority of this half that remains. 10th round of play. The guns are back for Elevate, but the lead has been shrunk considerably. It was 5-0 for Elevate. 4 in a row for Dusty Roots means only a 1-round lead. And you see BNC eventually in a position where he could get overwhelmed. There's a timely smoke to get tossed, and that will push back Dusty Roots towards long for now.
CK Zhao also rotating. He's on the supportive utility for BNC now. Meeting up there in middle, Yawara. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's Yawara actually mid, and Lash from Catwalk. Secondary up. What I thought was swinging, but no. Lash is the one to take first contact, and now CK Zhao gets up close.
Oh, CK Zhao actually loses that fight, surprisingly. RZK despite not really hitting the mark on the flash, still wins that fight as he swings around the corner. Does take a lot of damage, down to 25. But they've got a chance here with that smoke thrown mid to B. You have Elevate peering around. Zayde looking for targets. Sees a flashbang, so they haven't over-rotated just yet, but you see them thinking about it, like checking mid. They don't have visibility from A site. Lash does get one at long. RZK deleted.
I don't know why we're swinging.
Yeah. That was a bit of a mistake, I would say, on Lash's part, Vincent.
No doubt. Put it into BNC's hands, though. Hopefully let some of that experience fly, but for Goody, he's been pretty incredible. Especially in these late round scenarios. He's got another one there, his second frag of the round. Z8 going to join up with Diozera. Both of them coming in from long side. Side grade over to the AK. In fact, Diozera going to take a rifle in addition to that. Both made contact. They know that both are long, and so it's a full evacuation for Next and for Goody. They don't want to fight for that. They don't have to, and it's a much more defensible angle. Both on the open, but for Goody with 4 kills. And 4 victories there. Dusty Roots take another one as they'll equalize the scoreline. 5 apiece.
That's quite a recovery, honestly. Elevate, a little bit of a mistake, really cost them in that round, though. Lash going for the repeak when he didn't have to, just could have gone back into cover because you don't have any information on if a player managed to slip through the blue box or if someone's going to be up close. Instead, he swings it again and finds himself 6 feet under. After that, Dusty Roots are able to trade out that frag over towards ramp and eventually get across the finish line in pretty nice fashion. That's a 5th in a row for the Dusty Roots. Timeout going to be called by Elevate because they had control here at that 5-0 scoreline. The only problem that was in their camp was that the money wasn't great, and that ended up being their Achilles heel because Dusty Roots continued to put the pressure on, and they also didn't give themselves much breathing room by going for a force buy immediately after that. I think when I say Dusty Roots kept the pressure on, I meant they didn't allow Elevate to save any guns at any moment. They were really hungry for blood and prevented them from carrying over any type of economic boosts.
Yeah, not only did they do that, but they also maintained their own economy.
Yeah.
Not that that particularly matters now. You know, their economy's set for the rest of the half regardless, but a little bit of a trade. Max score takes 1, but Lash will bounce back and take a frag out of middle. That's going to actually recover the AWP on the ground from Max score. Pretty much should be for Dusty Roots another slow-paced round with the amount of map control that they have currently. They're going to have to take it slow if they want to have any sort of mid-presence, but actually they're going to rotate all the way out. I like how active Elevator being, though. They're clearing a ton of information out of this map. Unfortunately, it's not going to get him into the perfect position, but CKShell's got a chance. It's the first shot. Oh, no, RZK just given an opportunity. He'll get the gun out in time.
Here comes that XQ towards long for Dusty Roots. Smoke going to get tossed for CT. BNC potentially going to pop through it. Just actually shoot some bullets through the smoke, and in fact will connect with Ferguti. In the meantime, TommyJet does get the trade on Lash, so it is still a man advantage for Dusty Roots as they are swarming around this A site. ZA and BNC, I mean, they got their hands full and they're both coming from the same angle. As soon as they get spotted from Cat, they're probably dead. No! They hit the headshot. BNC, that is absolutely massive because now Dusty Roots have to get this bomb planted. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Zayde pops around the corner. Missed shot from TommyJet. Elevate trying to pull this one right out of their hat, and they do. BNC, the last frag. Elevate find a 6 somehow, some way.
Well, I mean, the somehow is BNC. It's somebody more accurately because he hits the... I mean, he had to hit that shot onto the catwalk swing. That's what's required. And the fact that he gets the spam through the smoke as well is absurd and allows them to keep some form of control of that A site whilst they continue to scale alongside Dusty Roots. A little bit of a miracle for Elevate as they finally stop the bleed. 5 rounds in a row for Dusty Roots, interrupted by the Elevate 6th. Final round here for the first half. Going to take long control, but look at things.
smoke going to get tossed there for long. And yeah, absolute long control now because they sent BNC into long house. That is a very significant advantage should Dusty Roots go in that position. The bomb is still hanging out around long, so who knows what decision's going to be made there by Fergutti. I imagine he wants to join his team and not go alone with the bomb into a very dangerous spot that they have no information on. 1:13 on the clock here. Flashbang going to get tossed. Diozera and CK Zao need to be careful because a couple of players for Elevate, might have been them, got caught out in a previous round. Both stuck in CT, and this time, well, that's not going to happen.
Dusty Roots might have tried to accelerate a little bit. They had gotten catwalk control and ton of positioning that they could scale towards A quickly if they wanted to, but they slow it down as per our usual arrangement. Going to be another A end. We've got Lash here with an AWP, and crucially, there's only one flash here. Max Score's holding it, so Lash won't be uncontested, but he's going to have some opportunities, you would think. Actually, they're just fully scaling this until they can get there, maybe get max value out of that one flash, but Lash unaffected. He'll grab another one, he'll fall back, and another defensible angle for Lash. It's a triple kill.
Wow.
Misplays previously, but Lash has them all.
I mean, great work from Lash as BNC is going to collect another scalp, and finally we'll get the last as well on Fergutti. Lash deserves all the credit, though, in that situation, honestly, and you saw him waiting patiently. No, Dusty Roots like to take their time on their executes, but Dusty Roots didn't do a good job of isolating the long position at all. I mean, Lash had free shots every single time, and this time, going for those re-peeks and those re-attempts, obviously making a little more sense from the position he was in, and it gives Elevate a 7th round to celebrate here, so they retake the lead, extend it to 2 rounds, heading into the second half of action.
Yeah, slight recovery from what was strong start, but one that fell away from them pretty quickly. Dusty Roots doing a good job of making that possible. Tomajet, I mean, and Fergutti kind of at the top of the tables with regard to that. Big impressive moments from Fergutti, especially when you're talking about once you get onto the site, him defining the space so they can get into a post-plant position. Good work, but it's going to have to be better work onto the CT side for Dusty Roots.
Yeah, and I imagine Elevate will want to go for a slightly faster pace than Dusty Roots did on their T side. We'll see. It's more typical of the, well, I mean, used to be typical of South American plays to go aggressively, but a lot of teams moving in the opposite direction now as of late. Fergutti, waiting here in pit. Good setup, and in fact, well, not great in terms of execution. Setup was good, but the frags just didn't come through. Lash and Zade get a couple of frags. RZK next to the last 2 standing. Both players spotted out, so now they just have to make their way to the A site to Elevate, get the bomb planted. Should be okay, I say that, but CK Zao now on notice at 7 HP. Those USPs, the long range advantage, somehow playing in their favor for damage, but I don't think that Next and RZK are going to be able to get into this site anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they looked like they wanted to save from sort of the beginning when they were taking those pot shots, hoping that maybe they could catch a freebie, and if so, they would press forward. Don't find that, even if CK Zhao's low. And so they'll just hang on to Kevlar, the USPs that they've got for the next round. Can't disagree with you on the long setup, though, for Dusty Roots. They had pretty much everything you could have wanted there. Like, and honestly, the execution wasn't that bad. Like, the way they take contact and staggered off of one another effectively, I think just more credit to the fact that Zade hit some stunners. Makes it very difficult for them to win out despite good positioning and good coordination. Rare that that's something that you're gonna hear me say. If you have the first 2 of those, good setup, good coordination, that usually means a victory, but Zade says no.
Well, Dusty Roots coming right on back with a force buy here, as they did in the previous half. Still have not had a lead, Dusty Roots, right? They tied it up at 5, but they want to find a way to be in that lead, be the front runner here on Dust 2, which again is their map pick for Goody. Waiting it long?
So, actually, by the way, I
Yep.
don't think it is. We just got lied to.
Did we?
Yeah, I think we did. TV says it's Elevates, and so does the HUD.
Oh.
The graphic absolutely said this was Dusty Roots map, though.
It did.
Yeah.
I
You're not crazy.
I got juked. Yeah. It's all right. Well, that makes more sense. Actually, when you look at the map pools and everything, that they would be the ones to go to Dust 2, and also that that Dusty Roots would pick Nuke because it's one of their most played maps outside of Train. Okay.
Still tough when you're talking about the weaponry that they had this round to even have much of an impact against the long attack. Elevate sweep it aside with relative ease, and bad news for Dusty Roots is that they are back into an eco round. So by the time they really get a gun round going, Elevate are likely to have 10.
What can these Deagles do, though? We've seen some crazy action on the pistols, and CS2 in particular. Oh, well, that's not going to help their chances, though. What a nade shot, but then there is MaxCore with the headshot onto Zede. So they have a 4v4. The thing is, Elevate, we talked about it. They're going to be faster on their T side. They already have been compared to Dusty Roots, which I think is difficult not to, given that Dusty Roots wait till the 30-second mark pretty much every single round. You do see them slowing up a little bit, probably because they suffered that casualty, so they want to be cautious of their approach. They're already getting ready to pop out of Cat.
Still decent reactions from Dusty Roots, though. I mean, they just put someone into Longhouse, and they're going to have the right amount of players onto the A-bomb site where the attack's coming, but it doesn't change the reality that those pistols are not nearly as effective as the AKs and the Galeals. Some intriguing signs, positive signs at the very least for Dusty Roots in the gun round to come. This MAC-10, not all that valuable, but the T-Molly, probably worth just hanging on to. And worst case scenario, if they do push you, Next can maybe farm up $600 extra with this MAC-10. I don't think Elevator even interested. They don't want to repeat their first half, even though the T side will be very different in that respect. They might have been up 5-0, but the losses that they had dealt with over that time meant that they were one round away from getting a reset at any given point. They don't want that again.
Certainly not. Timeout going to be called by Dusty Roots. They're second of the map. They have a 5-round deficit they're staring down on. As mentioned, the economy is much better for Elevate here in this second half compared to the first one after converting off their pistol round victory. So they will be perfectly fine to run those AKs, full util, everything's good to go. On Dusty Roots' side, they're short a little bit of util because they want MaxCore to get onto that AWP. It shouldn't be that much of an impact, especially if MaxCore can convert early here with the big green in his hands.
It is at the cost not just of that utility, but of armor.
The
He's
armor,
a class
yeah.
cannon. So makes his life a little bit more tough, but I can't disagree with this perspective to make sure you get the gun in his hands, especially when Elevate have this 10-5 lead. It looks like they're moving with some purpose right now, Elevate. Just disrespect the smoke that they placed in mid, get right out there and into the mix. Nobody here to receive on the Dusty Roots CT side.
Nice flashes into CT, and yeah, I mean, look, Elevator are already out here. Still a minute 20 left on the clock, and well, the B defense, I don't know if they're going to be left after this push comes through. Tommy Jed gone after getting one, and yep, everyone is dead towards B. For Goody and MaxCore nowhere near the bomb site, so they have to just fall back and save. Elevate, getting 11.
You gotta be careful here. Hold on.
Yeah, they're getting a little over aggressive for a moment. I was doubting it, but yeah. Should be okay now.
Correct that Dusty Roots would be falling back, would be settling in to save, but Yeah, if you do that too fast, you might give them an inroad into this round. Not the case. They slow it down at the perfect time. And Fergutti actually steps away. All right, when Zede swings, it's an ugly spray on both sides. MaxCore hoping to escape. He will make it. Have a look at things. Don't think there's really time nor the inclination for Lash to continue to push all the way forward and into Longhouse. They'll get that saved op, even if they don't manage to maintain the M4.
I mean, the op's not a glass cannon anymore, so that's the good news. Armor bought up by MaxCore. The bad news is they have to force up into this round because the money's a little bit weird. And of course, the rounds aren't there either. They're one away from Elevate being on map point. So you're going to have a couple of MP9s, but the op does help bolster things around the other two guns. Thing is, there's a problem. And that problem is the op's dead. Lash gets the opener onto MaxCore at long. And now we have only one player left on the A site and one down on B. Elevate are not messing around.
No, not in the slightest. Lash dealing with the threat at long. Zede, the threat over at the B site, and next even spotted. For this further confirmation, this forward position from Tomajen might net him a freebie. It will do just that, and there's nobody available to refrag such that Zede just honestly has to give this up. Good decision making from Dusty Roots with this disadvantage, but in the meantime, Elevate scale out towards long. Fergutti now going to arrive on the scene, but this MP9 is just not the weapon for the job. Impressed that he hit that first frag, to be honest with you.
No, I am too. I didn't think he had anything there, so it's pretty impressive that he even gets one. And Dusty Roots might want to reconsider going for this retake without a kit and only a couple of pieces of util. Still, Lash looks towards CT, gets delivered a frag, and they repeat. Why? They decide not to save. Lash gets 2, and it was not really that challenging for him. He's up to 20. He's been having a great game, but those were 2 of the easier frags he's found.
I mean, that first one, it's a nice adjustment that he made in quick order. But regardless, I think that Dusty Roots unfortunately caught between 2 decisions, right? You know, on the first thought is let's save, and then maybe, you know, right as that is happening, the communication is, I mean, we're like really cooked round count wise. Maybe we should try this. It's a 2-on-3. Unfortunately, they pay the price as they go down. Shot mid. Shed's going to get the flash. It's a little too far, but he still wins the fight. Impressed? Yes. But now the escape is going to be tough. Maybe it's not so tough. Yawara fell to Zede, burns, and Elevate fall. Pieces on the ground.
That's actually kind of shocking, to be honest. I thought they would have had them, and now they lose another body. CK's outgone. Look at the health bars for MaxCore next and Tommy Jed. 5-3-9. I mean, that is absurd. And Tommy Jed will end it. Even with that low HP, wins the duel with Lash. That is a very funky round of play, let's say, here in this series. I don't know how Elevate walk out of it with 0 frags on the board, but that is what happens, and everyone gets upgrades except for Next, who's still onto the FAMAS, but that was what Dusty Roots needed for sure. I just don't understand it.
It's a nice start. I mean, more than anything, Tomashed, right? Just making an individual hero moment happen on his own. I think that's the first and foremost magical that he's escaped from Cat after being up so far. Elevate, though, with plenty more opportunities to close out this map. There shouldn't be any worries just yet.
Yeah, they're fine money-wise. Even after this round, might be a little tough to buy up, but should they get a bomb plan, it should be fine. Anyway, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about winning it right here and now. Do slow up the pace a little bit. Dusty Roots 3 players on the A site. This will be the more difficult take. And look at the information they have in upper tunnels too, right? They have 1 player that's already pushed up. That's next. Has all the information that they're not going B. So they can keep this potent A setup, at least for the time being. Should Elevate rotate around, though, into those upper tunnels and find a frag, then things could quickly change, and that may just happen. Zede going up there. Well, finds next looking the wrong way, and Zede wins the duel. All of a sudden, they have the possibility of going to the B site, and that'll make Dusty Roots think twice.
course, there's another defensive smoke out of the B player as well there for Dusty Roots. It's MaxCore who's now lacking anything really as a blocker. Say that his AWP should be enough.
25
Elevate,
seconds.
they got to make the decision now.
Yeah.
They're really split. This is going B, but feels like they're not even in a position to go B yet.
They caught MaxCore throwing util, and MaxCore still goes out, gets one. If he gets a second, this is probably over, but he can't do it. And another frag comes through as well. Now they have to hurry up, plant that bomb. They should be fine. They are. Oh, man, they got the frags too in the meanwhile. It's just Fergutti left in a 4v1. Jeez. Well, he does get one here, but I don't know, Vincent.
Don't think it's going to happen. Diazera playing off the timing, and that is not to Fergutti's favor. Elevate will take map number 1, their choice and their victory, and a pretty dominant one at that. An impressive showing from them. I think that, you know, once they got onto the T side, it was clear that they felt a lot more comfortable. Some of those CT rounds were maybe a little bit questionable, but regardless, they took the win nonetheless, and I don't think it really matters what that CT side looked like when we saw their T side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, their T side was much more explosive than Dusty Roots. I mean, you did see that slower round at the end, but that was the first time they really slowed it down to a significant point. They did end up still punching through to that B site, getting the frags that they needed, and finding the round. So it didn't matter that they went a little bit slower because it worked out for them pretty well. I think Dusty Roots need to throw a change-up pitch in their T side. I mean, yes, they did manage to get 5 rounds in a row, which is impressive, but they could have had that half if they just went a little faster once or twice and kept, you know, Elevate on their toes, because Elevate just continued to run the same setup. They're like, okay, eventually we'll be able to get through. They recovered their economy, which I think was the key thing. And then once they did, they got those 2 rounds at the end pretty straightforward, in a pretty straightforward manner. So that is going to wrap up map number 1. We've still got at least one more map. It will be Nuke, as we're going to switch over to Dusty Roots' map pick. We're hitting the break. When we come back, we'll have that for you guys.
resounding victory for Elevate on map number 1, but Dusty Roots. Map 2 is their pick. Maybe things can be different here, JRT, or get off the races fast. There's no slow approach for Dusty Roots this time. MaxCore with a double entry onto the A site. We'll get the bomb down, and Elevate might just walk away, to be honest with you. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, they still got BNC within striking distance, so I think he wants to at least try to get one, and wow, he gets goosed in the dome there in heaven. He's trying to distract for Diozera, which may work. Does Diozera clear to his left, I think is the question. He does! Nice shot! A path in, a second, maybe the third. Diozera runs out of bullets, picks up the dualies, gets the frag, flicks around. He's trying to do it all himself. Might run out of time on the clock, and well, it won't matter anyway, as MaxCore does get the last. But what an effort from Diozera.
I mean, what a round from MaxCore, to be honest with you. He hits the double entry, and then he's required to clutch up in the end to finalize the victory. 4 kills total. The opera here for Dusty Roots. That's impressive as Elevate bounced out of a pistol round for the first time this series. They've won them all prior to that point. Both of them over on Dust 2. Elevate, though, similar to Dusty Roots in that last map, they're not going to give it up without a fight. They might be down, but not out. They buy back instantly. The fact that they get 1 M4 up is all the more encouraging.
Yeah, on Nuke here, Elevate have actually only played it twice over the last 3 months, and that includes their ESEA Open run in advance. ESEA Open Season 53 run. So they won once, lost once. The loss was in overtime, so could be something there. That said, in this round, there's probably nothing because they're just on to what is not a great force buy. BNC will get that shot onto Tommy Jed with the 5-7 and gets the upgrade to the Galil. Okay, I take it back because Fagrudi's down to 11 HP, so this is still very winnable on the Elevate side.
I was going to say, if CK Zhao can even get anything done with that 5-7, it's even more scary. Great work there from Fagudi, trying to deny the bomb plan, but Fagudi feels too smart for it. Beats out the opening there of the double doors, and BNC will slide away to save his recovered Galil and armor. Yeah, this is, I would say, for Dusty Roots, again, it's kind of hard to read what their actual map pool looks like, but this is their second most played map is Nuke, and I'd say Nuke and Dust 2 are the maps I've seen Dusty Roots play the most, even though they aren't even close to their highest win rates.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last 5 times they played, they actually lost 3 and won only 2. And the losses weren't great in some cases. 9-13 against both Fluxo and Crew, and then 1 overtime loss against 9Z, 12-16. But still, hasn't been, let's say, a stable fighting ground for Dusty Roots. And I think Elevate, although they haven't played much, and I understand Dusty Roots picking into it both for the fact that Elevate don't play it pretty much at all, and that they're good on it, or were good on it for Dusty Roots, and they play it a lot, and they feel comfortable here. It's anything but a sure thing, especially once the guns come out.
Yeah, and it's not one that Elevate haven't previously played. It's just not really
exactly
with this iteration of this team. So they had actually a couple of nice wins on it. Back even further for the introduction of CK Zhao and BNC, when including Red Canids and 9Z. So at least that to fall back upon. This round shouldn't be too much of a problem, though, for Dusty Roots. Love that Molotov.
Doesn't make them overlook Diozera, though. Well, Diozera pops up, and it will be handled. 3 players stacked up in ramp, and doesn't work out at all for Elevate. Those are some great clears from Dusty Roots. CK Zhao not far behind, as RZK gets it in a clean anti-eco coming through for Dusty Roots. Here come the guns, though.
Yeah, where the real difficult work starts if you're Dusty Roots. The T-side start always is going to be more difficult when you're picking into Nuke, but winning that pistol round is such a relief in that regard. No AWPs to speak of on either direction, so getting M4s and AKs, the vast majority. So much forward hold in yard, but a lot of early utility being placed in that direction to maintain that. Oh, that spam is awful close to RZK. Still escaped with his life, only temporarily.
Oh.
Diozera dunks a nade on his head.
Yeah, that's a nice nade toss, and this could get another nade frag here. For Duty's gone as well. Flash eventually spamming down Tommy Jed. It leaves only Next and MaxCore. Next, despite the fact he gets that frag, will be low in health, and maybe something happens now after MaxCore spots out CK Zhao. It is a 2v3. They need to get that bomb planted. MaxCore still has to cross a danger zone, and the nade frags are coming through from both sides now. MaxCore gets lashed, and the trades are coming back and forth until the end, where Diozera closes the door in front of Next's face. No bomb plant in the round, and no round victory for Dusty Roots.
A bomb plant, not a big deal for the T's over on the Dusty Roots side, but it is a big deal that got so much more expensive for Elevate than I think it probably should have been. A little bit overzealous there from CK Zhao. An overlook. And it puts a little bit of a nice touch there on the end, where Dusty Roots are down on worse purchase than they were in the previous victory. I like that Lash is able to tuck in here. His MP9, that's at least a very solid defensive position for Yard when you have lesser weapons.
Util being deployed here for Yard. There's that molly for credit card. No one's home in that position. There is a player at secret, so we'll see if he can strike. I think that's Lash. It is. BNC in the smoke and Mini. Uh-oh. This could get dangerous for Dusty Roots, and MaxCore spots out BNC. Tommy Jed gets Lash, and then Next finding CK Zhao. This is a very clean effort here from the Dusty Roots side. Diozera, the last one standing, and he falls by the wayside. There you go, Dusty Roots right back to their winning ways.
I'm really confused, to be honest, at what Elevate are doing in that round. I think that there's no need for them to be fighting in that fashion for Yard when their two ways to fight are like with MP9s.
Yeah.
They have nothing really that's effective at fighting. And by the time their more significant rifles arrive on the scene, it's too late. They're still like fighting for basically nothing. Like everything is lost by that point. And I just don't see why Elevate are positioning like that, especially when they're in good spots already. Like the main with an MP9 is good. Close secret with an MP9 is very good. But we're taking longer range duels, and I guess a little bit unlucky, to be fair, inside the smoke. MaxCore, it's a bit of a crazy one. I don't know how he understood what exactly was happening there, but he laser focus in on it, and he just hits the headshot. MaxCore, dream start for him. He's 9-1.
I mean, honestly, a dream start for Dusty Roots as a whole, right? Because they're on their T side. They already have those 4 rounds. They just reset Elevate in that previous one, so probably a 5th on the cards. This is
True.
quite a good story that Dusty Roots have started to write for themselves. Tommy Jed going to get the headshot onto Zade, and that makes it a 5v4 immediately for Dusty Roots.
And the reaction is to bring down yet another one onto the lower side of this map. But hold on a second, Thomas Jed leveled by BNC. It doesn't mean that things are over here for Dusty Roots, though. Elevate still in a tough spot themselves. Locked on into an AK. That's an armored AK now available, but pretty much everybody regrouping around ramp side. One exception. Dusty Roots themselves should have easier avenue towards the A site. I say that should guarantee it.
Yeah, Diozera, maybe it's going to be CK Zhao. No, Diozera and CK Zhao both trying to go up that ladder, and Ferguti's right on it. BNC probably wants to try and save this AK. He does get that frag to allow his path back in towards CT should he choose to go there. But for the time being, he wants to see what's happening in midi. That's a second frag. Now a 2v2. They don't have the kit, though, which I think is what's going to keep them out of this bomb site.
Not going to keep Lash out of recovering an AK, though, more than likely. That he should go up into heaven and grab it. Or he can grab the one from main. Regardless, it's a huge grab. Just talked about the economic prospects and some of the difficulties. Got to be careful without armor. But it should be plenty of time to grab it after. He's on the lookout. Oh, but he didn't find it.
The problem is the bomb blew it back, right? And then he doesn't know where it went. That's the risk of waiting after the bomb explosion. And either he found it, but it was too far, or just couldn't locate it. And it will be Dusty Roots getting a fifth, and only one AK being saved through. But it will still be a full buy-up coming through for Elevate. On Dusty Roots' side, they're trying to keep the win streak going on their T side. It is now sitting at 2 because it was interrupted briefly.
But that interruption is going to be sort of meaningless as long as they can continue forward. Even this buy round is, not perfect from the Elevate perspective. They do have Lash onto an op. He was so critical on Dust 2 into the victory there. Right now he's settled in, down in secret.
Yeah, Zaday's waiting at garage. I wonder if they're going to circle back into yard instead of going secret on Dusty Root's side. No, they're not. They're just going to go straight to keep it simple. Lash waiting here on the other side. Grudy aware of the possibility, and he tries to bait out the shot, but Lash too quick, hits the shoulder, and gets the frag. And now that might push Dusty Roots back completely away from secret.
Done the opposite. Start to accelerate a little bit. Force Lash back, who's going to maintain a really aggressive position. It's only the leg shot, though, but he's got a second chance as Tomajed just there to sell what is ultimately a fake. Back up to A is where Dusty Roots are leading. MaxCore catches Zede. That's the back of Garage. Double setup here as RCK turns the tide. PNC only one in defensive A, and Elevate now set to try and retake. Lash might have gotten 2 kills, but he needs more.
Yeah, RZK's got the right idea here, but doesn't get the frag. Lash the headshot onto RZK. MaxCore, the last one standing. Beautiful flashbang tossed here by Elevate, but they can't yet capitalize on it. Sure, they gain some space into Mini, and they have the player in heaven. So MaxCore needs to hit one of these shots. That smoke's going to make life difficult. He's going to go ahead of it. Lash has a very favorable fight if he's just looking at the smoke. But he doesn't. What a flick from MaxCore. You've got to be joking me. Doesn't.
No kit.
Oh, he doesn't win the round because there's no kit. Wow, what a shot.
That's absurd. Ridiculous flick there from MaxCore. Does enough to give Dusty Roots the victory. They continue to bounce back after 1 round loss. Elevate had everything done there. I mean, that setup on A was actually nearly perfect for what they were doing. I'm honestly blown away that RZK makes the 180-degree vertical flick to hit the refrag on the BNC, elevated up on the Mustang. That's crazy. But then even beyond that, you've got Lash with the double kill at the beginning of that round. I feel like that should have been enough in and of itself.
Yeah, no, really. That should have been Elevate's round for all intents and purposes, but Dusty Roots are making a case for themselves in a very big way here on Nuke. They may very well get Inferno if things don't start to improve for Elevate. It's got to start somewhere. I don't know if it's going to be here because this is technically a half buy around the saved AK. For Grudy. Waits behind the smoke that's thrown by Lash. Lash just wants to get an aggressive position here, but the smoke pop forces him back. He realizes it's coming through, so he backs down. That said, CK's out, gets the opener onto RZK. Diozera wants a follow-up, and MaxCore is going to find it. Diozera does get that second frag, but it's going back and forth here. A seesaw ride that is, for the moment, in favor of Elevate, but they have to be careful.
They've got so much map control, so much positioning right now. ZA still maintaining coverage, so there's no real chance to flank into A at the moment. They continue forward. I don't know about that, but it's a great trade. Tomijed now alone. So separated are these Elevate members, and that means that he's able to isolate that first fight.
I'm surprised Diozera goes back in for another look there, right? Instead of tucking himself and waiting for information. And that will give the Dusty Roots another round victory. Tomijed wins the fight with 21 HP remaining. They are now winning 7-1. Elevate cannot get anything on the board, even in these half-buy rounds where things start to swing their way. They can't get it across the finish line, and Dusty Roots are winning all the clutches here on Nuke. Here come the guns for Elevate.
In that one, Elevate can really only look at themselves. Some big mistakes. Misunderstandings maybe of what the positioning looked like, because Dusty Roots, they should have been in trouble there. Flash might get one of his first opportunities to work his AWP out in yard. Gonna get a nade to break open that first cross smoke, but there's nothing seen. We'll try again. And this time, he gets the vision.
Nice shot from Lash. I mean, look, Elevate needs something out of this half. 5 rounds would be maybe the only acceptable result, I don't know, on your CT side of Nuke at this point. And, well, they got to take baby steps to get there. And those first 2 frags are going to help. 5v3 in their favor. Still a lot of time left for the Dusty Roots. RZK was critical to their A entry previously, but this time he won't have much of a distraction. Previously, they had a couple of players coming from mini. If he goes out of hut now, it's all up to him. And BNC is in a much better spot. He's got the high ground. Smoking to get tossed in towards Squeaky. Tomijed just walks right through it and walks to his death. So does RZK, and BNC's position is indeed too strong. It will be Elevate finally getting a second round.
Yeah, but I don't think that really gives me a lot of confidence. The way in which they win this round is, you know, some sharp shooting, great work from Lash, but a little bit of an oversight on the Diozera's position. They're not so worried about the rifle in secret when Lash has already made his position known over in Big Garage. So Dusty Roots is just a little bit of a mistake. See how they can recover it. This is not great economically. Dusty Roots. As Elevate take their final tack pause too.
That's crazy. Already all timeouts burned here for Elevate. Only 9 rounds of play. Nothing left, but I guess when you're down by such a margin on your CT side of Nuke, you're desperate to get back into it, and you need as much time as possible to talk things through and find an answer, which they did in that previous one. Like you said, maybe not as convincing as we'd like to see, and of course the Elevate want to see either. Here we go. Yeah.
Lack of tools for Dusty Roots is going to be problematic this round. Talking about the first set of utility that we've seen pretty much every round for them out in the yard, well, it's put a huge dent in what they have available already. Just a couple smokes, flash, Molly left, and Z8, another off angle for him.
Ooh, that's a tough fight. Yeah, he gets one, but trade out immediately. There's an upgrade available. RZK spots out CK Zhao, and look at this quick pace by Dusty Roots again, paying off. 4v3, they're into the B site. A couple of players are on the other side. A lot of work for Diozera, a ton, and one is not going to be good enough. He gets traded out immediately. 3v2 in favor of Dusty Roots. Lash watching with the op, but he can't really aggress very much, and the problem for Elevate even more so is that both players are coming in from the exact same angle. Bomb getting it planted here, smoke popped, visibility gain, but the shot wasn't there, nor was the angle being held by Lash. Tomijed finds him, and that leaves BNC on an island. BNC, can you hit the shot? Can you get it? I don't know. Nope. Tomijed plays the mind games and will win the duel in the end.
Really high impact multi-frags from Tomijed over the course of this Nuke. I mean, he's won them 2 rounds individually himself. And we've been seeing those multi-frag possibilities come through from both he and MaxCore as a whole. Dusty Roots, 8 rounds already feels like an insurmountable number. On the T side, well, it might get worse. Elevate. Another purchase. Fortunate how impressive that 1 round looked, that they save everything. And a great first shot from Lash. First time that he's been towards the ramp side with his AWP, and he connects.
So another 5v3 for Elevate, similar to the position they were in that second round victory. Again, max they can get is 4 rounds here on their CT side. Certainly every single one counts and helps. This is not at all the way they envisioned this map starting off. For Goody, Max Core and Tommy Jed looking to gain that space into yard. 2 players already out. Zade watching from garage. Oh, he's got a favorable angle here. Yeah. Tommy Jed actually flicks around and almost catches Zade. Both players on notice. Zade wants that fight again. Dodges the flashbang. Tommy Jed loses the fight. Well done from that Zade in that extended engagement.
Should be the round guaranteed, surely, at this point. Great work from CK Zhao. Swings from the back of the site to catch for Guti. And Max Core going to hang on to a knot. At the very least, hope to. I don't think there's too much of a risk of it getting caught. Not a lot of time left, and that's going to burn out the clock. As he puts his tail between his legs into T-spawn. I mean, you'll take that. Again, for me, these rounds that Elevate have won all half have been about, you know, good individual moments. And to be fair, there's a little bit more to it than that. Some good setup to take those fights, thinking about Lash and Yard. But regardless, these are victories that Elevate have been able to pick up that don't necessarily bring them too much to build off of. 4th round seems likely, though, considering the investment available here. Dusty Roots are pistols for the majority, and Max Core saved AWP. Would be the big, heavy firepower.
Surprised Max Core doesn't drop a Mac 10 or something. He has the money, right? A little bit weird there, but maybe they just prefer to have the pistols, perhaps. Lash waiting in ramp. AWP in hand. Dusty Roots hoping to convert a 9th round in their favor heading to that second half, but the odds are against them. Tommy Jed almost catches Zade off guard, but Zade reacts quickly and takes care of business. That said, a follow-up nade and a shot fired from Max Core, still not enough to get the frag on Zade, who actually manages to fade away completely.
Impressive that he gets out of that. Probably should have been a missed shot from Max Core, lets that happen, but now Dusty Roots are in a tough spot themselves. There's really not a lot of utility, but nobody really prepped to toss it. And it's probably just going to be contact with this AWP into the A site, or maybe the pistols in front. Regardless of what it is, it's not ideal.
Yeah, PNC under a lot of pressure, and well, Diozera and Zade supporting him well, so it doesn't really matter. Max Core, the last alive, but probably not for long. 5v1. 21 seconds left, hits the shot on BNC. It doesn't even matter at this point. I think the round is already over. And it should be a 4th picked up for Elevate. Max Core making a fight of it, but eventually it does indeed end. And Elevate find their 4th. So I would say a salvaged first half for Elevate. Not great. I wanted at least to give them more of a chance. I would say 5 would have been better, but it's still something.
Better than nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think Dusty Roots should be so happy with what they've been able to do there. That's an incredible performance, considering the T-side start, considering what we saw over on Dust to begin with. And I think that, for me, Elevate a couple of lacking moments when it comes to how to react to losing space. Dusty Roots, they were far better. And some of those advantage situations that Elevate were in that they managed to fall flat on. That's the other thing that makes me a little less than happy about even that 4-round recovery.
Well, still, it does give them those 4, so a pistol round victory here, it could change the entire complexion of this map for Elevate. If Dusty Roots get it, though, we could very quickly be on to map number 3. What have you got for us, Elevate? Decent chunk of util here, 6 pieces of it. Already tossing a few. It's looking like a quick A-his on the cards. Tommy Shed waiting here, hits one, but gets traded immediately off the flashbang thrown by Lash, and another one tossed in to give space to Elevate to move forward. They could duck into the vent, they tried to, but RZK, the Executioner, gets the frag. That said, CK Zhao gets a couple back before Next is able to respond. 2v2, Elevate a good chance of getting this, and Diozero waiting at the vent will get the headshot on Next. For Goody, the last one standing, he thinks it's going A. Is he correct? I don't think so.
Diozero just waiting a little bit longer might as well allow Lash to meet back up with him, and fair enough. That's happening slowly but surely. Full minute to play with, so it's no biggie at all for Diozero to wait this out. Might end up going back to A. No, gonna step out of the vent instead.
The timing. This is ridiculous. For Goody, coming around, freebie shot. No, Diozero, what a flick, 90 degrees across, and hits the headshot onto Fergoody. Elevate do indeed find the pistol round.
It's so dangerous for Diozero to make that decision to continue to hold back and wait there instead of confirming the plant over on B, but I like that he does that. It's a willingness to let Lash cook out in yard. Yeah. And once they see that there's like no contact there, then it's almost guaranteed that Fergoody's got to be ramp. He's got to be ramp or got to be lobby, and stunner for Diozero to close that out. He is leading Elevate at the moment, 15-8. Impressive.
Four spies in for Dusty Roots. Diozero spotted out some bodies, but couldn't collect the headshots, so... Or I should say spotted out a body. Couldn't collect the headshot on it. Damage being dealt here to Dusty Roots, but nothing lethal just yet. As Elevate want to take as much space as possible to get that map control. Give them options, right? Because they got the deep smokes thrown. For Goody, along with Tommy Jet. Need to be careful. They're popping around here. BNC on notice, but still managed to get the frag. Swinging around, looking at blue box now. Supported by Diozero. This should be under control, and it is. Oh, what a shot from MaxCore, but again, I don't think it's going to make a difference.
No, I mean, he's going to get another one, though. Even more damage done onto BNC. Was one shot away from defeat. They're a pistol. Or that scout. Even more damage would be nice, but I think MaxCore wants to hold what he's got. He's got the scout, but he's also got that armor. And so that's what he's going to try and hang on to. Elevate. Don't think there's any world that they're going to go too heavily searching. And they do not. Round where Elevate decide to take the duels in yard, work their way through them. And it all goes perfectly with the exception of MaxCore's victories there at the end. Make it more expensive, but not prohibitively so.
Yeah, a little reminiscent maybe of what happened on Dust 2 for a moment for Elevate in that first half where they just couldn't get a handle on their economy. But 3 left alive is more than serviceable. MaxCore going to bring that scout back forward into this round, and no force buy for Dusty Roots here, having not done enough damage to justify it. Half buy comes through. I would even say a light buy, because there's no armor for anyone except for MaxCore's that was saved from that previous round.
Elevate really defensive off the rip. They don't want to walk into a stack, don't want to walk into any sort of shenanigans that Dusty Roots have set up. So right now it's just a very clear line Elevate draw across the map, looking for aggression, looking for any forward face. Prepping what I can only imagine with Lash being handed the bomb, an upper hit.
Seems likely Next could be very dangerous with this 5-7 in this position. They got the smoke thrown for Mini, so that's isolated. Here comes Next. Does he get one? Does damage. Today needs to find that frag. He doesn't. Now support is there for MaxCore, and RZK manages to come through, gets the shot with the USB, but eventually put down to dirt, as it will be Elevate gaining control of this round. A couple of scary moments, maybe. Now it's just for Goody left in a 1v3.
Fantastic little recovery for Goody. Don't know how much he's going to be able to do. That nade lands right on his noggin. So it's 70 damage right to the skull. He'll go down. Once again, you know, Elevate might be in trouble here and there, but that recovery in that round, impressive. BK Jaw apparently a big bait fan. 8-7. Still a lead for Dusty Roots, but here's where it might be ripped away.
Shot for MaxCore. Like you said, a chance for Dusty Roots to get back to their winning ways, and MaxCore finds exactly what he's looking for on that peak. BNC, ooh. He's about to come into that angle that Tommy Jet's holding. Instead decides to deploy the utility and slow down the pace. Today pops through that smoke, unsuspecting was RZK. So that is a quick trade found by Elevate. And they have to be careful not to get caught out with util in their hands, but they will not.
Love that position there. Where today is just kind of walking into a smoke, playing its fade, trying to play a surprise angle there. And Dusty Roots are surprised. Recovery, though, already made. CK Zhao and BNC down. Oh, but this might just be perfect, to be honest with you. Right direction for Elevate. They target door, and there's nobody here really to stop them. MaxCore has gotten onto the site, but his op, it's going to be effective, but very difficult for them to maneuver around. Oh,
wow.
What a shot! Zede will fall. Might be enough. Lash should get the bomb down on B, but he's in a 1v3.
Doesn't even get the first. Wow. I mean, that's a ridiculous shot from MaxCore, right? He's just holding the angle for players to come towards the A site, but catches one jumping down the vent and had half a second maybe to react to that. And absolutely effective. So it will be a 9 picked up thanks to MaxCore's, not only his opener, but that shot we just talked about, which softened up the hold in the B site significantly. If that second player gets through, we could be talking about a different scoreline. But it will be 9-7 for Dusty Roots.
It will be. The bomb plant gives Elevate that extra little bit of cash injection that they need to warrant another purchase. It's a great amount of utility. They've focused on getting that as opposed to weapons. Which presumes they might be focusing something a little bit different this round. Maybe a more punchy upper hit with all the utility, all the bells and whistles. At the very least, a bunch of that getting set up right now. Whether or not that's a fake, though, yet to be seen.
There they go, Elevate. Want to punch through, but the incendiary delays them. Finally, they're just going to go through after a flashbang is tossed, and this is going to be stressful for Dusty Roots to hang on. Yeah, BNC already gets the opener. The second goes to Lash. If they don't get one back soon, Dusty Roots could get overwhelmed, and they are. 5v2 in favor of Elevate. It's all going their way as they'll be isolating Dusty Roots around victory almost certainly.
I mean, essentially 4 players are there at the A bomb site for Dusty Roots, and they don't get anything. A bit absurd. And a little bit of a whiff there from Perguti allows CK Zhao to maybe even take MaxCore's on. This is very impressive Dusty Roots. Can't say that they were in the best possible locations. Those forward positions at door certainly exploitable, but Next goes down on the back of the B, or back of the A site without any resistance. His timing on the Molotov was perfect, but he's eliminated almost immediately as that fades. Dusty Roots get bested. And you know what that means? CT Economy on a knife's edge. Right back to nothing.
This T side for Elevate is looking similar to what Dusty Roots deployed when they were on that side. Which is not good news for Dusty Roots if the trend continues. Some shots being rattled off through the smoke. They do connect on one. Luckily for BNC, it's not his head. And he will slip down in towards Secret. I think the bomb has already gotten down there as well. It has. That's on Lash's back.
They get down into Secret here with these numbers. This should be the end of Dusty Roots' chances on the round, considering their commitment to Deep Yard and their commitment to A. Started to be heard, but there's no chance really for Dusty Roots to do much of anything off the back of that information.
Oh, nice shot from Ferguti. That's something. I don't know if it's going to make a difference in the round, but still, it's an upgrade available once they realize this bomb is going to be planted towards the B site. There's that AK immediately grabbed once they hear the numbers being punched in. The bad news for Dusty Roots, we're all tied up. An 8-4 lead has been just absolutely picked apart. Zade gets that frag on Ferguti, so no saved AK either. Oh, maybe not. Maybe next we'll grab it.
Yeah, he's got the refrag, so...
Yeah.
Maxwell is going to be heard. This is just a scout, though, and he's actually moved up onto T-roof at the perfect time. Oh, I thought maybe that timing was perfect, but CK Zhao, it's caught as well. That'll be a really strong save, considering what they walked in with. Dusty Roots walk in with pistols for everyone, and they claw back 2 AKs in the process, though Elevate allowed to tie the score. Very similar situation, I feel, for, you know, where Dusty Roots, they were able to claw back in the first half of Dust 2. Tied the score line, but then couldn't take a lead. Now Elevate the chance to do that, but take the lead.
Tommy Jed?
There.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Who done it?
Looks like a CT smoke, so I don't know. Could have just been a CT smoke picked up by Elevate. Whatever the case may be. Will be a 5v4 for Dusty Roots.
Really strong positioning from ZA and from PNC right now, but the problem is the bomb's not anywhere close. And I mean, they have a little bit of utility, but there's no smokes to help the bomb effectively cross this huge open gap back over to Secret. So that's the number one problem that Elevate have got to solve in the next 45 seconds. It's pretty easy if you don't have to solve it. They just give you freebies. A little bit of an overstep there from Thomas Jet means that whilst Dusty Roots have all the map control they could want towards lobby, they do not have the lower bomb site.
Max Core trying to get back into this site. Lash will only get one, so this might tempt Dusty Roots in. Yeah, definitely will. Diozera waiting in dark. They're not clearing it for Good. He's trying to, and he gets the headshot. Now it's all up to Zade. They go back into control. They have to stick that defusal. He gets one, looking for the diffuser as well. The second can't get the player that's defusing the bomb, though. Finally does, but it's too late. Dusty Roots managed to sneak around out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one for Zade, who I think does a brilliant job of taking away every gun, recovering it up, and bringing it to the next round with him. It's just a tough spot to be in, though. An even worse spot. If you are elevating, playing so slow there in dark, only to get hard cleared by Ferguti. Dusty Roots take back the lead, put themselves onto double digits. Eliminate one round. Lash making the conversation once more quite difficult to have. Early rotation down into the B bomb site. Second man joining for duty next, both here. I want to see a repeat of what Tomajet did that last round, and yeah, it's actually the same thing. He's just starved of information, and you can really feel for him, but gets overzealous.
This is all trending Elevate now. And I think this is even more problematic due to the fact they lost every single body in the previous one, so their economy's terrible, and they only have RZK left. RZK, realizing the situation, is probably just going to try and save the AK, but I imagine that Elevate might want to try and hunt him down. He sees a day. Looking for that target, but that's just some excellent work again from Elevate, getting the yard control. Really not much Dusty Roots can say about it, and yep, they will fall. Whoa, maybe not. RZK? Okay, yeah. User right around the corner will get that frag. Anyway, so no guns saved through. That could lead to Elevate taking the lead.
I mean, probably should, in all honesty, lead to Elevate taking a lead. Just a, I love this saying. I don't know if I stole it from someone, but it's a bad time to be broke. 10 to 10. There's never a good time, but there are worse times than others, and this is one of those.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, because just the economy doesn't favor you after that point, and you could very much be on the losing end. It would be a shame for Dusty Roots because they had such a good T side. But on the tail end, Elevate pick up a couple of rounds, I guess, build up that confidence as well. And after getting the pistol round, they've only lost a couple here in this second half.
Blacktop Plank here. Yeah, up on the T-root, but RZK gets spotted and removed.
Yep.
There might have been a chance. Chances here. No, nothing, actually. Dusty Roots. Ironically, have a ton of info. They know what's going on. They just can't do anything about it. I'm a little concerned. Why aren't they grouping and hitting B? This is fine.
Good question.
Okay. Especially fine now.
Is it? I don't know. Max score. What can he do? Nothing. Okay, it is fine. You're right, Vincent. Only Max left with the 5-7, and he is flushed out quickly. Elevate will indeed take their first lead on Nuke in round number 21.
It's only now that Dusty Roots proc their first timeout. See, this is a little too late for me. Had plenty of opportunities to start to pull things back and talk things over, getting Inro on the mic, but they wait till round 22. To be fair, very important buy, very important to talk it over. Discuss what comes next for Elevate. I think that they've done a good job with their yard control. Dusty Roots, their reactions have been to take towards lobby as you would anticipate, but by the time they do that, Elevate have the man advantage and usually have somebody down secret as well. So I think that Dusty Roots need to target stopping that secret push or need to play a little bit more passive in the early stages.
Dusty Roots devoting a lot of utility to this early round. Wanting to try and fend off Elevate's pushes, and I mean, hasn't really deterred CK Zhao much at all. Tommy Jed, favorable spot, looking at this smoke, and hits the headshot on CK Zhao, so that's an upgrade immediately for Tommy Jed. Now he's got RZK coming from mini next, spots the frag on today, and this is trending very well for Dusty Roots, and in fact, it looks like a round victory now, with only Diozera left standing. Multi-kill from Tommy Jed, and only one frag in return on the other side. Dusty Roots have tied it up. We're going the distance.
Yeah, pretty much the whole way through. Dusty Roots showing Elevate they mean business. Plenty of money to repurchase all of the best weapons for Elevate. And now we're on a knife's edge for this one. Feels like the winner of this next round probably wins the map.
Max Core and Tommy Jed have really been the key pieces, though, for Dusty Roots. Max Core 23 and 12, a much better performance here than on Dust 2, and Tommy Jed 17 frags for himself. Without those two, it's really not much to be seen for Dusty Roots. And on the other side, it's been more of that team effort, right? Although I say that, Diozera 25 frags on the board. Just that everyone's more implicated across the board, I would say, on Elevate than you would say for Dusty Roots. Anyway, we'll see if that matters here. CK Zhao gets the opener, but Next strikes back for a couple. It is still even numbers because Diozera managed to take down Next, but Tommy Jed, he's the dangerous piece. He's the one to try and find, and Lash will do exactly that. 2v2. They've still got an eye towards heaven, but now they've deviated from it. That could be the opening that MaxCore was hoping for. Nade goes through. MaxCore takes a little bit of damage to hold on to this spot. Diozera behind the box, and Ferguti wins the duel with Lash. Diozera needs the quick win immediately. He gets it, looks up to heaven. Missed shot from MaxCore. An opportunity, but he will not miss the second one. Dusty Roots find the 12.
No bomb plant, no nothing. They're broke, and they don't have an answer, Elevate. That is important. That round changes everything. The clutch there from MaxCore. After everything gets turned on its head, the first frag I thought was enough, but Next with an incredible hold. First time that he's really been tasked for near impossible task where he actually comes away victorious. 1 AK. Zhao already down. It feels like Elevate have lost track of what the game plan should be.
And this is why getting that 5th round was so important for them on CT side, and they couldn't convert it, because if they got that, then it would have been already 12-10 in their favor. Instead, now they're staring down at a map point for Dusty Roots, and a third map feels imminent with only BNC, Lash, and Diozera left. They do still have the AK, but they've just lost another player here, Vincent. BNC will be the last one, in fact, and no longer. Dusty Roots, in that round anyway, cruise to victory, and it will be 13-11 in their favor. We've got a map 3.
That we do. And Inferno on the cards, man. That's impressive. And impressive, too, for the fact that Dusty Roots, they have such a grand start. Then they really falter. They really struggle. And to be honest with you, I feel like Elevate, they themselves sort of outplayed what they were trying to do. They ended up making adjustments, trying to preempt what Dusty Roots were doing. And for me, I think if they just stuck with their previous game plan, probably works out a little bit better.
Yeah, no, I do agree, Vincent, honestly. And, well, I mean, that's going to do it for map number 2. 13-11, as mentioned, in favor of Dusty Roots. We're going to Inferno. And this is, for Elevate anyway, in terms of officials, maybe uncharted territory on this. I didn't have a chance to look through and see how much they played it in their ESEA Open season. I think they're familiar with it, so I would imagine this should be pretty even playing ground, but honestly, it's hard to say.
Difficult, but we're going to find out. It's going to be a break, and then we move forward to Inferno right after this. Let's get it. It's a 3-map barn burner here. Our third best of 3 of the day. Elevate took map number 1, but Dusty Roots bouncing back on their map pick. We go to Inferno, JRT. Getting in the mix early on in this pistol round. A duel down Banana. Goes back and forth, but for Guti, and incredible over the last 2 maps, to be honest. The most consistent one, I would say, for Dusty Roots, and he's got 2 frags already.
I think this is the right decision for for Elevate to go through and back to the A site because of how much presence they saw towards Banana. But the problem is, if they don't go fast, then Elevate could realize what's going on, which they do, which will still make this difficult. Trying to come through, fight with RZK. Tommy Jed's got the lineup from Arch. Misses a player slip through, but what a razor sharp shot from RZK as he gets 1 and goes right back into cover. And it will be Elevate with a 4v1. Diozera's got his hands full here, and he will get 1 at the very least, but he still needs to win every single duel, and he won't do that.
Yeah, not quite. So a victory for Dusty Roots off the rip. It's 2 kills for Goody that really do some heavy lifting over on Banana to start with, and even though Elevate, I'm right there with you, I think take a good decision to reroute back towards the A site, but complicate it a little bit by looking Arch side as opposed to Porch. So makes it an Elevate victory. Excuse me, a Dusty Roots victory, but we'll get a eco round. Feels like a first for lose the pistol, but don't force buy.
Yeah, maybe not having the bomb plant is what factored into Elevate's decision here. I would imagine so anyway.
Seems reasonable.
Spam from RZK. Deals with it mostly cleanly. I mean, yes, does get dinked, but that's just the Glock coming his way. Max score, timely peak. And they'll collect everyone. No fuss at all for Dusty Roots and the anti-eco. I mean, look, here on Inferno, we kind of talked about it at the end of that previous map, but there's no real edge for either team, right? It's pretty much a 50-50 toss-up, so I think a lot of this is going to come down to who can gain that momentum early. And I'm not just talking about pistol round, of course. Yes, it's critical, and converting off of it is important, but it's those gun rounds that will determine which side gains that momentum.
Yeah, it did feel very much like a bit of a snowball-y affair as a whole. So I don't think that's a crazy thought process. We get Elevate on the fast gun round, though. Let's see, about to be in a little bit of trouble. He's needed down. He got volleys in his face, flashbangs, and Goody killing everybody. With an AK. He's done so much damage to both CK Xiao and Lash in the process. He eventually falls, but his damage is absurd.
That is insane damage indeed on a bonus round to boot. Next gets the frag onto Diozera. Oh my goodness. CK Zhao and Lash only 63 HP combined. Gonna go for that boost to get information. Heavy lean for Dusty Roots towards A, so that potentially opens up the path for Elevate if they go fast into B. They have the smokes for it. Only Tommy Jed here. So, I mean, can they win the round? I don't know, but a bomb plant's certainly possible.
And the problem is that they're so low. I mean, Tommy Jed and Coffin, he's just gotten information, and he can be really deadly even if they smoke him off, but they've actually held back that smoke. Oh, and that's nasty. Can't believe RZK even got a peek there on the Lash. Thought the smoke had him covered. Not the case. Yeah, might still get the plant.
Oh, he would have had it.
Just feeling all of that pressure. Off angle, he still got it. We'll take that. Plant out of that is best case scenario probably for CK Xiao.
Yeah. But the bad news is that Dusty Roots, they've got 3. They got AK upgrades. Their economy gets a massive boost there because they were just off the investment of the previous round. And Elevate, rightfully so, calling a timeout to talk things over because they know that things could quickly snowball right out of their favor. Thinking about what they're going to invest in this round. Could just be the hero AK. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. with just CK Zhao on the AK and everyone else on the pistols.
I don't hate that either.
Yeah.
BNC's going in for it. Everybody's going to go. To elevate that bomb plant enough to convince them that this is a purchase worth making. They are going to be leading into a full loss bonus if they continue losing rounds, so you're not too worried about the capability of continuing to purchase next time out. Win or lose. Max Court. First guy spotted, that was CK Zhao, seen on the jump, and now he's locked in on this deep steps angle. But it's actually Zede to take the first opening duel. Still fights towards Banana as well for Guti. Not going to hold it back. He stays in the fight. They've lost Banana, and they've lost most of B site. RCK arriving on scene in enough time to maintain control. Worst case scenario avoided for Dusty Roots.
Still a lot of pressure on the shoulders of RZK here, and he will not be able to deliver. BNC with a critical headshot coming through. That opens up the B site, and probably Dusty Roots just going to call for the save.
Yeah, no question about it. I think the only thing within question is actually Diozera doing a lot of lurking over there in the apartments. Catches next. So Max Core's op that's now potentially on be taken away. But it looks like they've moved in opposite directions. So probably safe as Max Core. Elevate, safe to celebrate their first round victory on Inferno.
Yeah, and I mean, good decision as well for them to buy up into this round. They could have gone for just the Hero AK and pistols around it, but they decided that it was worth fully investing, and they were absolutely right. Elevate. Want to have 4 players upstanding. Some Galils got upgraded to AKs there off the ground from Dusty Roots. And it will be, as you mentioned, the first round secured from Elevate. But there's still more than enough in the tank on the Dusty Roots side to get a full buy-up through here. Max Core onto the op. Still hasn't died. He's hoping that won't change here. He will face off against Elevate towards mid. Sees the player, misses the shot. Still going to hold the aim. Look at the util damage. Oh my goodness. Lash the day and BNC down to below 40 HP across the board. But no one has yet died. Finally that happens. Diozera and Zade gone. Oh my goodness. And all those damaged bodies from the util are falling by the wayside.
A little bit preemptive on the resmoke. But yeah, that was a airstrike on both directions. RZK goes down to the HEs on the CT side of it, and like you said, it's 3 players that go down below 30 health. Comparison for Elevate. Max Score spotted, but he's the only one there. And I don't think that's a particular issue for Dusty Roots yet. They are rotating next around in order to allow for a bit more support for Max Core. Elevate still ready here at B. Full kit of utility for CK Zhao. He'll put that to good use. Tomashette turns back around.
Lash and CK Zhao moving into the site. For Goody's waiting over in dark. Oh, they overlook it. Oh my goodness, you gotta look for that. Lash will fall. CK Zhao still a chance. He knows that for Goody's here, but unfortunately now they know he's there as well, and Max Core will rotate over, get the op shot, and Dusty Roots right back to their winning ways. The shutdown in that round largely due to the damage they did with that utility at the beginning of it.
It's not unreasonable to think that there's a possibility Dusty Roots are entirely off the bomb site in a 4-on-2 like that, but you have to respect at least the chance that somebody's there, that somebody's playing passive. Like, I mean, they didn't check oranges either, so literally nothing on the site felt like they got checked by Elevate coming in a 2v4. That seems questionable.
A big gamble, yeah. Well, they paid the price. No bomb plant. They still will have a buy up into this round. 4 AKs in the Tech 9 for Goody. Taken down to 47. So he'll probably fade off here. Don't have that insane util damage that comes through this time because they chose not to fight. They chose to stay back and avoid that utility.
I mean, despite that fact, it's still like heat-seeking HE sometimes here on Banana.
Yeah.
Both BNC and for Goody, the Banana player on either side are both tagged down. A little slower approach, but Elevate's the same outcome where they get Banana control. Attempt here to retake it for Goody. 2 good flashbangs. I don't know how much he saw, but doesn't want to commit to it.
There's the smoke for CT from Elevate. 2 players on this bomb site, but yeah, that's where they have to go. 30 seconds left. There's really no choice. There's going to be a late arrival here, which could catch rotations potentially, but that's assuming they control this site. Now with only 24 seconds left, is there an incendiary? There absolutely is. Oh my goodness. Nade as well. Next, if he gets here. Oh, no, he won't get here. He won't have an impact with his incendiary. Here comes Elevate. They have to be quick. No mistakes can be made. BNC the first. Today the second. And that will be what they needed to get the bomb planted. And up, cherry on top is the frag through the smoke onto Tommy Jed, and it will be a 4v2.
That's a tough one. Tough one because for Guti, actually very well aware his utility usage pretty good, but he's waiting for a flash to come through CT, and he's just a little ahead of it. So Elevate get a freebie on that. Great work for MaxScore to hit his first, but he's traded instantly. To Elevate, waste no time getting onto the site. They don't have to really fight to find out where these bodies are at, as they give them over fights immediately. With 8 seconds remaining to get the bomb down, and Dusty Roots set to save. A comfort conversion. Bad news here for Dusty Roots. They've got money to drop, but pretty much the end of the rope for them in regards to their economy.
They made it work with lesser hardware on their bonus round in round number 2. Or, excuse me, round number 3. Today, opening frag onto Ferguti, instantly traded by Tommy Jed, though. That could push Elevate back, and there's still that util barrage that could come through, although it's not going to be as potent. In fact, there's not much left on it. Maybe next with a few bits and pieces left to help, but he's got to join up to that B site if he wants to contribute in that regard, and, well, that's really not going to be necessary, at least not yet, as Elevate have really slowed down the pace.
Still very much active, though, on Banana. It's just a matter of Dusty Roots don't know that. Plenty of util to set this up, but Thomas Jed seems interested in trying to take a forward duel. There's no util to set this whatsoever, and the RZK is available. There's no need for him to commit to a fight that's already lost. MaxScore joins. 2 of the remaining 3 for Dusty Roots here at B, but as much as Elevate almost certain to eventually commit to this, it's so much utility.
Oh, the triple peak coming through from Elevate. They wipe MaxScore off the face of the map, and RZK the same. Excellent take from Elevate. And just a lack of util hurting Dusty Roots in that round. They could not compete towards Banana, and Elevate capitalized on that every single turn.
Elevate never left Banana, though Dusty Roots had hoped that was the case, and I think Elevate anticipating that Dusty Roots might get some cold feet without information. They do. Thomas Jed at the forward face looks to fight without support from RZK. There's no remaining flashes to facilitate that fight, and you see the outcome. Elevate take a freebie. That's what it feels like. CK Zhao with 3 kills. Next, the saved AK that will certainly be a big plus next round, but it's not going to be joined by much of anything in the way of purchases. Elevate likely to close this distance even further.
Yeah, it's a great recovery after things were trending so well for Dusty Roots, as mentioned. Getting that 3-0 lead, despite the fact that Elevate bought up in round number 3. Huge economic boost for Dusty Roots. They get a 4th, and then afterwards, Elevate managed to swing that first. And since that point, they've got 3 in a row. Now maybe a 4th going to come through. Flashbang. Going to get tossed. Next. Oh, dead. Woo. Dead to rights. Tiozera waiting for that push to come through window. And next has absolutely no chance. It is just an eco round, of course, for Dusty Roots. They do have all the presence on the B site, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough.
Lots of attention to detail for Tiozera, who's been the apartments lurker for Elevate, but very inactive in general. Not something that we've seen come to fruition very much so. His opening 6 or 7 rounds. The PNC not have head armor. Uh-oh. One flash gives MaxCore and RZK another chance. These USPs...
What is this?
Coming away with some success. Double swing, and okay. Well, that might have been the recovery. It should be. Thomas Jed gonna eat a little bit of nade damage. And he's looking to fight, but Lash has support from Tiozera by the time he swings. Whew. A little sigh of relief there if you're Elevate, because those USPs look deadly.
Yeah, that was very, very scary for Elevate, right? I mean, they walked into the stack. It's supposed to be fine, right? I mean, yes, it's a stack, but it's still just USPs. Instead of being fine, anything but, it was 1 frag away from an upset round victory for Dusty Roots. But Elevate keep it in control. We're even able to get Tommy Jet at the end after he upgrades himself to an AK off the ground. Tiozera continues to lurk here towards alt mid, and Lash actually the opener onto Tommy Jet. That was all the way towards top banana. He talked about heat-seeking nades. Well, there's another one.
I mean, they've been near perfect.
Advantage. Yep.
When you're talking about the targeting that Elevate has had, Dusty Roots, they've been pretty good on their own as well. Don't get me wrong. You look at BNC, that damage goes both ways, but... And the 3rd time I think that Dusty Roots have lost someone early thanks to a nade stack.
Now Elevate know that the B site's probably lightly defended. So we'll see if they decide to force the issue or maybe attract a rotation to come through. Will be the latter, attracting the rotation to come through with the thrown util. And Ferguti catches Tiozera. That actually might pull them back towards B, right?
I think it will probably speed them up, yeah. Ferguti is committing to this B fight. They're going MaxCore RZK. Potentially, he actually got the block onto that, so they can elevate onto Flower Pot. Now RZK a lot more effective as he's got a crossfire. Ferguti up elevated, and it's even more. But Lash trades a 1v2. Attempt about to be made, but MaxCore close by. Fake on the plant the first try, but Elevate, they need to commit. Time of the essence. And that should be the end, or not. Big damage. Flash's position confirmed, and good jiggle there from Next to confirm the victory for Dusty Roots.
Yeah, I mean, good job from Elevate to at least get into that bomb site, but Dusty Roots, they hang on. Some good frags coming through on Ferguti's side. Not only the first one that he gets on the lurk, the second one towards the B site. And after that, Dusty Roots just have to win the 2v1 cleanly, and they do exactly that. So they continue back to their winning ways, 5-4 in their favor. Elevate still have enough money to get a buy up through here, but a time it's going to be called by Dusty Roots to talk things over. Probably not happy with how messy that round ended up being towards the latter part, but still,
I don't even know
good
if
job.
I'd call it messy, to be honest. I was about to praise Tiozera for what I think was actually a really smart move on his behalf to get into that position, especially after the contact was made at B. Like, to get that opening frag for free with the HEs. I think that him playing a little bit more risky in that round was actually really smart, but Ferguti just dusted out. Genuinely impressive on that clear. But regardless of how that goes, Elevate still lose the round. Critical for Dusty Roots, this utility. They've got a heavy helping of it at B, but they take all the damage again. They've just
This
got
is
to
rough.
stop fighting this, it feels like. Or at least change up how they're approaching it, because, I mean, they start every round with less than 30 health, at least on somebody.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I mean, it was Elevate at one point, right? When they ate all that util going down Banana, ended up being their undoing. But since that point, Dusty Roots have been on the receiving end pretty much every single time. And they do lose Tommy Jed now through the smoke spam because he's already low. So it only takes a bullet or two to connect to finish him off. Now Elevate, gain bracket control. Dusty Roots, they've got the setup. They've got the manpower on the A site. Just about making sure they don't over-aggress here because Elevate are hoping for exactly that to happen. They're lined up. Maxmore only gets one. They get two back on the Elevate side, and RZK is in a very tough spot in Cubby. Has to time it right on the peak and can't only get one. It has to be two. I mean, hopefully three for him. There's the first, not the second. A-site lost for Goody's trying to take that space back. Over from Library, hits the spam. Okay, 1v2, but no util, so he has to try and get these frags before the bomb gets planted, but that won't happen.
He's cooked. There's two HEs, but Diozera and CK shall have one, and he's 18 health. As soon as the first contact is made, surely at least one of those is coming his direction. Whether it's porch slide or up into the apartments, it's bad news. Might not even need it. Here comes the HE. And that's not the touchdown for Guti, though. I think that's time bought anyway. So he escapes with his AK and life intact. Dusty Roots fall. Let's Elevate. First time they hit the A-bomb site.
Yeah, and it works. Look, Ferguti at least drew out a little bit more util, one more nade forced to be utilized there from Elevate, but they don't really care. They've got plenty of money to reinvest, and they'll do exactly that here into this round. But yeah, no, just a good job from Elevate, taking that space in towards the A site. For Goody, hoping to help his team out by rotating around, but the problem is by the time he gets there, he's the last one left standing. A little bit of spam keeps hope alive, but at the end of it, he's just happy to walk away with an AK, and that's all that they will have to work with here for the Dusty Roots, aside from upgraded pistols.
Be a tough one.
Yeah.
Like all things considered, Hero Rifle has not been the best way for Dusty Roots to win some of these rounds. It's been all about utility and setup, particularly those B-site elite rounds. Correctly and understandably, Dusty Roots are a little tired of toying with Banana. They don't have the tools to do it this round, so why pretend? 3-man stack here towards B, though. The right move, considering how often Elevate have hit this site. Might be the perfect time for Elevate to walk away from their B shenanigans. That's what they do. They take Banana, go back towards bracket, and it's a little bit more traditional of a round from Elevate.
They're putting a lot of pressure on the B site with that utility being utilized, and CK Zhao actually gets the opener, and then the follow-up from BNC, that's pretty much going to be it for the A site defense. Reason that happens so cleanly is because of the util being tossed by Zade here into the B site. Now they're going to think that Zay's faded off. He hasn't. He's in the cubby. Fergudi's got an idea of this. He's like, wait, guys, is someone there? Yeah, they were. Fergudi actually almost convinced himself that it wasn't worth checking anymore, but double takes and goes back to find Zade. But that won't really matter too much. I mean, at least it keeps their guns in their hands for now. But with Tommy Jed falling, it's all up to Fergudi to try and get these frags and stay alive, and he absolutely will. But the pressure will continue. There's nothing for Elevate to lose by chasing these down.
Well, they've lost just about everything, to be fair.
Yeah, but they can.
He's got a kit. He's got a kit. Hold on.
No.
I thought he could make it. Honestly, he's making a good case to me as well.
Terrorists win.
We'll end up saving it. Lash looking, but not finding. Elevate take a tight lead into the final round of half.
This is their first lead as well.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I don't think they ever grabbed one, did they? On Nuke either?
They did. They were up 11-10.
That's right.
It's the only time they've held a lead up until this point. At least on the last 2 maps.
Things all changed right here in round 12 of Inferno, though. Dusty Roots, their perspective on banana control changing as this game goes on. Understandable when they've been so deadly. These nades and utility. Dusty Roots basically fully give it this round. That's been almost never happening.
Elevate don't want to rush things. Falling back after that initial foray of bullets towards Banana. And now they're grouping up at Bracket. Smoke toss, that is for Moto. And they've got another flashbang coming in for Bracket. No one really to fight here for Dusty Roots, at least Bracket. Got a couple players on A, but this is actually a pretty light A defense that will have to be careful the way they deploy themselves. RZK back against the wall, still hits the shot on CK Zhao, but 4 players are barreling down from lane. Next, popping around. Can he get ahead? No. Neither can his teammate, but Tommy Jed will come in to try and do something. Unfortunately, he can't get anything, and it's all up to max score. Look at the HP bars, though. I mean, that was chaos towards the end. Zade and BNC almost dead, but do manage to secure it for Elevate.
Yeah, that's incredibly fast for Dusty Roots to react, though. They get on the flank almost instantaneously, and that 2-man hold that you were talking about, yeah, it's a little bit light, but phenomenally position. It was RZK to get that first one. The crossfire nearly set, but they overstepped the bounds of that crossfire just a little bit. And that's what allows for Elevate to break through. The flank comes in, but Elevate a little bit too prepared, impressed with it. Be sure, Yawara in particular, in the apartment's good for his triple. Tight lead turns into a little bit more at halftime for Elevate. Lovely stuff. Again, we're talking about, you know, a little bit of a recovery. Same situation where Elevate able to recover to a certain degree. Over on Nuke, it's a far better one. Now they take a lead.
Looking at that scoreboard, it's, again, you know, very distributed across the Elevate side in terms of the fraggings. Zade leading the charge with 10. But behind him, it's CK Zhao, 9, Yawara and Lash with 7 apiece, and BNC trailing a little bit more, only at 5. But still, I mean, I feel like everyone's been doing their job to get back into this one. Over on Dusty Roots' side, as has been the case in the previous 2 maps, it's a couple of players leading the charge. Max score again here on Nuke, but instead of Tommy Jed, it is for Goody on 14 frags.
I think
both those players, yeah.
Important to note for Goody, pretty consistently good over the course of the whole series.
Yes.
And it wasn't the #1 priority when we're talking about Nuke, but certainly up there. Felt like sometimes the only one to even have any statements about that Dust 2 game. A little boost coming out there. What a frag for Goody. Up over the top, and Zede falls. There's more to be found here for CK Zhao. It's 2 pairs. Oh, okay, never mind. He's felled, and flawlessly so. Doesn't get a single shot off.
That's just rattling off shots from the Berettas there towards bottom mid. Dusty Roots, they're just slowing it up. They're saying, okay, let's see if you guys want to reaggress some more. No strangers to the slow play. A little faster on Nuke, let's say, on their T side, but here, no. It's Inferno. The slow plays will be back for Dusty Roots. Here come the smokes. Oh, that one missed. That's not the greatest. Missed jump, I guess. So now they only have the CT smoke. I think it's still going to be enough. Oh, except if the nade misses as well. Will the bullets be good? No! Oh my goodness.
They go back, though.
I mean, look, 10 seconds left. They will still get the bomb plant, but that's 2 missed pieces of util that could have ended the round.
Yeah, and to be fair, it is awful close. I mean,
Yeah.
they're 1 second off there, pretty much, from that being a disaster. If Elevate, whatever reason, still had someone at that point at A, and it probably would have been curtains for Dusty Roots' chances on the round. But regardless, that's not what happens. Dusty Roots take another pistol victory. Gonna make it 2. You're on Inferno. Both of these pistols going to their direction. And I think that you can certainly talk about how slow Dusty Roots want to be about this, and we'll see if that ends up becoming a problem for them, because I think there is chances that that does end up in an issue. But I think that their decision-making, even in those late-round scenarios, has been very good.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think that overall their T sides haven't really been an issue throughout the entirety of this series. Even if you look at Dust 2, the T side wasn't the issue, it was their CT side that fell apart. So, I mean, they can go slow if they want because they've been doing a good job executing at the 30-second mark. It's been fairly consistent as well. Oh. This is not good news here.
No.
But, hopefully we'll be back into the swing. Oh, we are. Okay, cool. That was fast. Back into it. I hear players buying up. Well, the clock is going in reverse. That's never a good sign.
So I actually found this out, by the way.
Yeah.
That yesterday when I was testing a HUD, that it actually does continue to increment regardless of what's happening when you disconnect, or like we pause the game. So like in a demo, if you pause the game, it will continue to go the timer if you have a HUD on.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, we caught up. We've gone into the future here, or should I say the present now. 3v1 in favor of Elevate. Fended off Dusty Roots on their force buy, leaving only Next standing with an AK huddled in a corner behind the barrels. 35 seconds left. No utility left for Next to try and flash his way out of this. He's just got to win the fights, and so far, not bad, but the double swing will do him in. Elevate win the round.
Yeah, that's I know we didn't exactly get to see it, but that was a force buy for Elevate. They put everything that they had into that. Made sure to get pistols and armor up beyond that and win at the top of Banana. Allowed to do so, and with Dusty Roots lacking a little bit, take advantage, recover a couple of AKs. Here we are not completely out of our tech problems.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, but it counted down and then it started counting back up again.
Yeah, I saw that time. Yeah. It's got to keep going. It can't stop.
Yeah.
there's no stop button on this HUD.
It's more like there's no stop button on the round. Looks like we're going to take a minute to get things figured out. Apologies for the hiccups. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right. We're back here into the action. Elevate. 8-6 lead off of that round victory that they pulled off after Dusty Roots tried to deal with the force buy. They could not. Lash. AK picked up off the ground, gets Ferguti. Will be engaged a little bit more, you'd imagine, with these Tech 9 trying to go fast, but that's all they do. No frags come through at all. Max Core with 10 HP. He's got a hope, a prayer of something coming through here, but he's got only that Tech 9, and it won't be enough. Zade, the last frag on the board, and Elevate a clean one.
A big victory and a continuation, man. I feel like when they find that force by victory, it breathes a little bit of new life into them. Dusty Roots, we talked about how like slow, methodical they've been as a unit. Well, they don't have the tools to do that in that round, so they just try to pick up the pace a little bit. And they try for a setup towards the arch side. They run into pretty much the buzzsaw. There's nothing to be done. So it looks like we still got to figure things out. We're still struggling. Apologies for the delays. We'll be back in a moment. Oh, alrighty. Well, we've missed a little something, but the good news is we're here for the gun round. Dusty Roots are hoping to get back into this. Was maybe a dream start to the T side. It turns bad real fast. Yet to pick up a round since that pistol or Dusty Roots.
Yeah, this is, oh no. CK Zhao disconnecting. Now the technical issues hitting the players can't be not live because there's already damage that's been done. So Elevate have to continue playing here.
Oh, no.
Diozera gets the frag onto next, and the frags actually go back and forth, but RZK gains the edge 3v2 onto the A site. Can BNC strike back? He does. Keeps the numbers even. Aggressive push from Ferguti, though, will drop him, and it's all down to Zede.
Well, talk about a guy that you want in this type of position. He's been good for it time and time again. How about this time? Good crossfire for Goody inside the apartments, but it's Zede who's going to route that direction. And so he might find a freebie. Ferguti checks, and he's just got the vision. It's almost perfect, and the smoke enough. It's a blocker. Zede gonna walk away and just get out of this round. Try next time once CK Zhao has returned to us. Dusty Roots, they win this one. The back of some fortune. CK Zhao dropping, but you'll take the wins where you can get them when Dusty Roots are losing 4 straight.
Yeah, CK Zhao's back. It's just... that would have been a difference maker in the round. It's a shame for Elevate, but what can you do? Timeout going to be called here. I'm guessing to make sure that all the money's in order for CK Zhao. And everyone else just double checking everything. We should be good to go, Vincent.
It certainly looks like that's the case. The fact that Dusty Roots, though, can take advantage of something like that, it's unfortunate, but you got to grab what you can. RZK had scaled so far forward in Porch. I think that's like the big surprise that helps them turn that round. A double kill. Amen. Like you highlight the fact that there's plenty of money here for Elevate. It's good news. It means that they won't potentially be affected all that much themselves. Next in Tomajed. Having a bit of a struggle on this one right now, but always time to recover it. Always time to bring it back.
Hearing some typing, so I imagine we're good to go. There we go. We're into the action once more. 3-round lead built up for Elevate at the beginning of this half off of 4-spy-round victory in the second round of play after losing Pistol, but Dusty Roots, a little bit of fortune going their way. CK Zhao losing connection to the server meant that they were able to capitalize, albeit it was still a difficult round, but they do get that 7th. Elevate. Gearing up. Utility toss back and forth here. Oh, the nades could have been more damaging, actually, but Ferguti and Tomajed both fade off in opposite directions and dodge the bullet of hitting those nades.
I mean, they've been back and forth so many times already throughout this map. It's almost fitting that that's what's happening. Once again, Flash posted initially towards A, but Zay, here's him coming. Will escape just in time around the corner. It's the same blocker type of smoke. That's the Roots meet once again. Banana Thairs. Ability now to look back. Next is maintain control and starts to claw back a bit more apartments space. The rest of the squad going to start joining. At least in pretending like there's a whole lot more positioning in brackets than there really is.
What? That's a crazy trade that comes through. A Molotov thrown there by BNC gets the frag, but it's Forgoody who came around that corner and got one for himself before dying. So not going down without a fight at the very least. 25 seconds left though. Dusty Roots. Oh, and there's an incendiary that's tossed. I think that's theirs actually, so they're okay to walk on forward. Flashbang toss. It's a great one from Zade, but he can't really capitalize on it. Although he does get one, he will immediately be traded. And now Dusty Roots have time to plant that bomb.
Time and plenty of space to work with. He's gonna break it open. CT smoke. Final man arriving onto the scene, but this might just be a save. Elevate seem to want to stick around. They do have.
They've got the util.
Yeah, and one kit for CK Zhao. Here they go. Okay, first frag. Max Court gonna hit the one, and Lash with a fantastic shot on the off pulls the pistol, so CK Zhao can get on the bomb. The late decision, but one that works out swimmingly there for Elevate.
They definitely were thinking about saving, right? You saw it in their posturing, like, oh, we should probably be careful, our economy's not great. Then they see their utility and say, hold on, let's push it back. Let's see if we can do this. Great pop flash thrown, blinding off the players on the site, helps a couple of frags come through. In fact, that second one almost came off a spray transfer through the box over on the left side of the site, but it still happens at the end, even without that transfer being converted. So well done from Elevate. They get themselves an 11th. The Dusty Roots money is gone. They have to go for a half buy here. It's going to feature some upgraded pistols and body armor. CK Zhao. There's the nade on the fadeaways. Zade looking for something on his side of Banana. He wants to get aggressive. In fact, just has to spam through the smoke, and then a frag gets gift wrapped in his direction.
Maybe a little bit questionable there for Max Core to continue spamming in that fashion. Like going for the same shot through the smoke at the same interval. End up taking another look through this, but Zede is still here. It's not as if he's gone. He's given them that information by spamming through. I don't know if he spotted anything, but he's certainly going to hear Thomas Jed now. Tons of space for Dusty Roots to maneuver into, but that doesn't really mean too much with these pistols.
Yeah. I mean, they don't really have the util for an extended fight like this. Going at the 30-second mark with no real set piece in play is not going to benefit them really at all. Not to mention that Elevate still have util to burn. Well, should be straightforward for Elevate to win these fights because they're going to be dry. BNC, 1, 2. Zade gets on the action as well. And RZK, last one standing, will hit one. Nice shot. The second? He has some chances, but there's really no time. And he's surrounded. Whoa, nice shot. But that'll do it in the end. BNC will win the round for Elevate.
Yeah, I'd grab the op 2, so critically not much lost in the process. Dusty Roots up against a bit of a wall right now. 5 rounds is what they need in order to proc overtime. Not just a comeback, but a pretty big one. Lash back onto the AWP. Team effort, as you had been highlighting previously for Elevate across this map. Lash is posted over on Arch side. They're about to be tested. Big setup for CK Zhao as well. Ahead of the flash, but
Wow.
CK Zhao still escapes. Flash blinded, and he's not going to return with vision before RZK runs him down.
And CK Zhao is obviously lucky to be alive, and now Diozera and CK Zhao trying to do work on this site, but they can't. They fall, and it will be a 3v1 in favor of Dusty Roots. Elevate, they have some money, but it's not great. BNC would be justified in going for the save. I think he's just trying to catch a frag here, if anything, and look for an AK upgrade. Maybe the op. Yes, you're right. He found it. Oh no, the timing. Yeah, Maxcore is going to take care of that.
Thanks him for his services in the op delivery department. So, Dusty Roots take the op, take the round, and a big change of pace that Elevate looked poised to actually handle pretty well PK Zhao a little bit too close, maybe, but otherwise still able to escape with his life. Missed shot though, and the phenomenal flashbangs I think from Dusty Roots are the key differentiator that gives them that round. Elevate just constantly having to fall back, Lash in particular.
Well, good trade from Diozera. Obviously happening on opposite sides of the map there, but still. Or excuse me, not opposite sides of the map, same side. Is where that frag goes down. Diozera taking some damage, down to 46. A couple of players for Elevate waiting on this site. I mean, it's still upgraded pistols. 5.7s could do damage if Dusty Roots overlook them. And they kind of have. BNC gets one today, another 4v2 in favor of Elevate. They could win this on the eco.
Still pretty low though, Zene. It's not exactly perfect, and yes, numbers do still favor Elevate, but Dusty Roots have the massive advantage in the firepower.
They're surrounded. They can't leave.
No, they can't. Gotta stick with it. Max score jingle. Further confirmation. Another dink comes forward, but it's still not gonna work out. The fact that Diozera is still here, he's so passive. Love that decision from Diozera.
Well, Max Core will get that frag on today. But here comes the flank. Diozera will end up being a difference maker with the frag onto Max Core after BNC finds RZK. And in the eco round, Elevate convert the map and the series. They go 1-0 in the Swiss stage, and on the opposite end, Dusty Roots 0-1. But I think, Vincent, we can fairly say that Dusty Roots didn't look that bad.
No, I think the Dusty Roots, considering, you know, this is kind of my first time getting to see this new iteration with them, I think they honestly kind of might still have the same problems based on this than what I saw previously. But I think in general, we saw very good consistency from Ferguti. We saw pretty good work from RZK. Next, there's still a lot of question marks right now for me. Don't know what his exact standing is with the team, but I think there's still a lot of question marks about what he can provide, and some big missing moments from Thomas Jed, but some huge moments from Thomas Jed as well. It's a mixed bag, but the results for Dusty Roots, I think that they prove that they can stand and fight.
No question. And I mean, that's going to wrap this one up. Guys, we got to take a quick break because we have another match coming up right after this. ShindeN versus Yawara. We'll break that down for you in just a little bit. Keep it locked here on CCT. All right, we're back with our final series of the day. It's going to be ShindeN up against Yawara, Vincent. I mean, this one should be another interesting one. We never really know what to expect from these series, but I think Yawara might be struggling a little bit. Obviously, there's a roster change coming through for both sides, but how are you feeling about it coming into it?
I'm right there with you in that it feels a little bit hard to call. I think I have a preference, but I'm going to hold off on that one for the time being. What I am interested in is the fact that, you know, with these roster changes, there's two very like different directions, right? That these roster changes have brought us in. Let's start with Yawara. Let's pull up their roster and talk about it a little bit, because this is a team that for a while now I've actually had like a pretty significant interest in. I like some of the pieces, right? Zhao has been an individually good piece in the past, struggled more recently. And Stacks, I think, is the brightest spot for me on this Yawara team. He's the in-game leader of this squad, and I've been very impressed with the ability for this team to have a lot of consistency with regard to like how they approach rounds. Unfortunately, the results not quite that, but in general, we've seen some good stuff. Revolts is a pretty consistent piece. Nard's one of the newer pieces that I had seen come into this team alongside Telly D, but has been pretty decent ever since joining. That was back in January, and a brand new one in regards to Lacerda, who has only played a couple of games for this squad, and you know, those couple of games were in ECL playoffs, weren't great, but I don't feel like that's a particularly fair amount of film to look at for what this, you know, very young guy is capable of.
No, I agree. It's hard to say. He's very much an unknown quantity, right? We don't know what to expect from Lacerda. Could come through and impress us here in this one, but only 5 maps really to look at. Like you said, joining up with a team like on the tail end in playoffs and, you know, not necessarily having the greatest performance isn't surprising, because he has to learn the system. He has to get practice with the teammates that he won't have time to do. So we'll see. I think we'll jump over to the next roster and talk about that roster change that came through. And it was actually Naz added to replace Roy. Naz previously with Bestia. Last played match, though, was on February 20th, 2025. I think that both teams wanted to see some changes because the results weren't really there. And if you look at over the last 3 months, last time that there was an official played by ShindeN was in April. It was a loss to Velox. In fact, they have a 4-game losing streak right now going. And on the other side, when you look at Yawara, it's actually similar. It's a 2-game losing streak in terms of BO3s, but they also lost 3 BO1s prior to that. So I think both teams facing their struggles here. Is Naz the answer? Is the question.
Well, and this is where I think there's very clear differentiators in how they're approaching these changes, right? For ShindeN, this is Naz coming in, who, you know, it's not like a super old guy or anything like that, but a very experienced guy in comparison to the rest of this team. With his time over on Bestia, should be able to bring in, I'm hoping, a little bit of consistency. What I'm hoping would be able to provide some alleviation of some of the clashes that I think I saw with ShindeN, maybe be a bit more supportive and enable some more good stuff from, you know, the likes of Abiz in my hand. So I think that this is a ShindeN roster that has built up, you know, has taken a more proven piece in comparison to what Yawara did, and, you know, adding that to what has been an incredibly strong IVZ. I mean, this guy is an AWP player that, you know, I talked to Lash, right, coming into our last series. IVZ is a guy that I feel like it never matters what the situation is, IVZ can turn around and win you around. Now, that's not always going to happen, and to be honest with you, it's how often that happens that's sort of a problem for this team. But when he's on, you better get ready.
Well, let's see if he's going to be on here. The first map will be an Opera's Playground, right, on Mirage. So that's good news for him, as that's the pick coming through from ShindeN, in fact. And then Inferno afterwards, which, I mean, we don't have any data points for both these squads in terms of officials on HLTV anyway. So seeing a pick from Inferno coming through from Yawara might be a little surprising, because they're 1-3 on it. Maybe Dust 2 might have been a better choice, since they have a 500 record there, a 50% win rate, I should say. But they decide to go to Inferno. I don't know what the thinking is behind it. Maybe it's a counter pick up against ShindeN. I'm not sure. But either way, if we need it, the third map's going to be Ancient. How are you feeling about this, Vincent?
Yeah, I feel like Dust 2 has usually been a good spot for Yawara, but they've struggled with it ever since losing Lash, and that was like months and months ago. I'm still, you know, still haven't seen Yawara at the level that they were previously without like a very strong offer. So I'm okay with them kind of avoiding that. Mirage, though, it is a similar difficulty as you kind of highlighted. I think that for me, you kind of asked to begin with, and I held back. For me, I think ShindeN, this is their game. They're a team that actually had an incredible run in the final CCT South America in season 2, where they took second place. Obviously not with Naz, but like in general, really impressive to see that type of performance and some really impressive teams that they built. That they beat, on the way to that victory, including like 9Z and Red Canid. So I think that for me, I expect ShindeN to be the victor. And how that goes, that's as good a guess as any, is what I've got.
All right, into the action now. I'd kind of agree with you. I think ShindeN might be the favorite, but I think it's just so close because of the struggles that both teams have had. The op advantage is clear for ShindeN, but there's 4 other players on the server that also have to capitalize, and 5 on the other side that could have a say about that, right? Naz going to get the first one, trades back and forth, and revolts with 4 shots and 4 frags. Oh, goodness me, Yawara look like they're going to take this pistol round thanks to that.
I mean, ridiculous. He might even complete the ace there. Not, it's going to be denied by Nacho, but what the hell from Revolts? An individual that, when I saw him kind of join back up with this team, I think my feelings were, okay, this is a piece that makes sense. He can be a very strong piece to this Yawara puzzle, but that is ridiculous. 4 frags and 4 bullets and a whole pile of bodies underneath him from Sandwich. That is precisely the type of firepower that Yawara would love to see come out consistently.
No question. No bomb plant, but it doesn't matter for ShindeN. They are going to be investing into this round. 4 spy comes through. Mac 10, 3 techs, and the Deagle. There's the nade at Naz's feet, and then he gets finished off by Lacerda. This is not a great setup for ShindeN, but a great flashbang, in fact, by IVZ. Helps support Abyss to get 2. Lacerda and Stax are gone. Stax was recovering, but wasn't enough, it seemed. 4v3 for ShindeN.
They're out.
Yeah.
Yawara just not going to step forward for this, not going to try. And you can understand that. I mean, good utility for ShindeN. There's 2 smokes helping lock Yawara in to the site proper. Lacerda with a first shot that's very nice, but trying to not even do too much, just had some support. ShindeN hit the shot, though, and Abyss with a double injury supported by IVZ's flashbang. And that is, to me, the general win conditions for ShindeN, right? It's Abyss's rifling, it's IVZ's opping. Those are the 2 individuals that you really want to talk about. And under BK1's in-game leadership, I'm hoping that the addition of Naz can allow those guys to be unlocked more consistently.
Yeah, I mean, Naz, there's a good piece to add, like you talked about. A lot of experience on his time, on his side, having spent a lot of time with Bestia, and I think one of the older players, the oldest is still, oldest is still BK1 at 26, but he's the second oldest at 24. So it's basically a veteran addition that's coming through here. And like you said, just has to support this team. If he does that and lets the riflers, young riflers, come through and do their work, then I think it's going to be fine. Anyway, we are tied up at 1. It is going to be the 4 spy wars, of course. Yawara are not going to back down. They had 3 guns saved through as well from that previous round. They're going to re-smoke connector. There goes the smoke for window from ShindeN. Zhao, he feels like he wants to slip out here. Maybe off of a peek or a smoke break from window, but they don't have the nade to do a smoke break, so they're just going to toss him equal forward, flashbangs and all, and that's not going to work. Except it does! In the end, a 3K comes through. That was off the second wave of players from Yawara. 2v2 now. Chaotic round.
IVZ is going to go towards A. Is going to try and get out of this, but he has made the cross. Low health. You are sticking around with this for the moment. Revolts is starting to think things are not adding up, and so he'll lean towards A. IVT got to buy some time for his teammate to rotate, and that's what he's done. Deep, very defendable position in jungle, and he's heard the cross as well. So Yawara, I think both of these players in CT known at this point.
Yeah, IVZ and Abyss, you highlighted them as being the key players for this squad. Usually IVZ with the op, but both of them with AKs now. They try to defuse the bomb. They're sticking it. They're not even checking. Oh, IVZ at the last second does get the frag onto Nards, and that should do it. He will fall, but it doesn't matter. The bomb explodes, and Revolts just has to walk away with the AK in his hands and a little bit of frustration.
And that's so close, but yet so far, Yawara didn't have a kit. There wasn't much to be said with regard to trying to piece up those duels. They do so, but at the time, the biggest problem, critical decision-making going correctly there. IVZ, who, you know, has a rifle, not his preferable weapon, but gets the bomb down, takes some crucial space, and confirms the victory. Or going to continue to buy back in, though, despite that fact. ShindeN take mid control. It's unopposed this time. Yawara, it was a second phase of retake towards mid last round. This time they don't even try that, and the cutoff here for Naz is likely to be the final nail in the coffin for this round for Yawara.
Yeah, they're already completely backed off the B site, obviously, since these three players are postured towards A anyway. Nard's looking in that direction, but that's all he'll do. Throws a smoke. And they're going to try and fade off as much as they can. Revolt's getting a frag there will help. It maybe deter ShindeN from going for too much of a hunt, because the money hasn't stabilized at all for ShindeN, and they lose another body. Maybe Yawara pulled into a fight here, and they will be. IVZ gets one, but pulled back from Nards. 2v2, and both teams' economy have yet to find a way to stabilize.
This is true, but Yawara in a far worse position.
Yes.
Than ShindeN are. Miscalculation from BK1, I guess.
Maybe it's not so great for ShindeN.
Yeah. I feel like there can't be that much of a difference, but there really is.
I think it would be justifiable for Yawara to force up here, but it's just a matter of you want to stabilize your economy, and you have two rifles already, pistol upgrades, and a little bit of utils enough, and they decide to accept that fact.
Yeah, it's also a matter of, like, you can force buy your entire half away very easily.
Yeah.
And I like the decision to just play it safe. Let's get a real gun round. And this is absolutely winnable. These AKs are incredibly effective. Not going to be checked. Up on the balcony. Lacerda.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. First, and those flashes supported from stacks are perfect. They allow time for Nards to arrive. IVZ alone. And a 1v5 attempt will be made, but not even close.
What? What happened there? I mean, you have two players walking out of apartments up against just the USP. Obviously, the first one, you know, unexpected. It happens. But the second one, it's just because a flashbang came through and blinded the player, and there was no real possibility to react. It's just the fact that they both ran out there and didn't really clear the corner is a big enough problem as it is on a pistol round, especially when you know they're going to try and be cheeky and maybe stack the site. But, I mean, to lose the bodies in that fashion is really a tough pill for ShindeN to swallow after doing such work to get to a 3-1 scoreline. Now Yawara, having just gone for the eco in that round, it works out beautifully. 4 players left standing, 2 free upgrades available. The economy suddenly looks a lot more favorable for Yawara.
Yeah, a massive turning point. And at least ShindeN with pistols and armor for the vast majority of their players. It's a nice tag. I believe Nard's a little bit out exposed in the open. You're gonna walk up connector and into the stack. Zhao takes the second contact. And there's still revolts here. I don't know if I've seen this before. He'll grab the first. He's now alone, though. He's got to buy time, and he slides into their balcony position. I think this makes a lot of sense. That smoke buys ever more time for the rest of his teammates to start to rotate in.
They just naded revolts to give him visibility. I actually love it. Revolts gets that shot onto IVZ. Takes a little bit of damage, but it was worth it. Nacho finds one back here. 1v2. Needs to hit both shots. Unfortunately for him, it looks like they're going to set up for a trade situation. So he should only be able to get one, if that, and doesn't get that one. Revolts finds his third on the round. He's 13-1 for Yawara.
Yeah, 4 kills in the pistol round. He picks up 3 in a losing effort in round 2 or whatever that was. I mean, that's a round 3, excuse me. And another triple kill in this one. He is racking them up fast. 3-3 score line as ShindeN forced to save for the first time. We got one flash at this. This is a B-pop with this single flashbang going to be set by IVZ. And that molly splits them off, so the Tech 9's up ahead, eats the brunt of the HE. Gone from bad to worse for ShindeN. It never looked good, but it continues to get more and more difficult.
Now this round is probably over. Yeah, definitely over now. With Lacerda getting a couple of frags. And IVZ will be not long for this world. Stacks the last. Yawara have pulled it back. They've got the lead in their hands once more. 4-3. They did win that pistol, right? And they lost the round afterwards. That's when ShindeN recovered. But 3 in a row for Yawara means that fortunes may have changed, but they are back to the guns for ShindeN.
Back to the guns, but you know, that included in those aren't AWPs. A little bit lacking in a couple of the utility belts as well. ShindeN aren't perfect. They've mostly been uncontested, though, with their mid-control for the most part. We're talking about maybe a late swing from Catwalk and then that second phase retake of mid that Yawara pulled off on the round that eventually was clutched up by IVZ. Double nade. That's nasty. That's the type of little details that I see from Yawara that make me a fan of theirs. Some good protocols. To be very low risk, but still threatening on their mid control.
ShindeN slowing it up just a touch. Smoke for window comes in. They're going to collect that bomb. Start their march into the A site. Revolt's waiting here. He's had some big plays so far. Multi-kill rounds. And he's going to get the first onto a Biz for himself anyway. Follow-up? No. IVZ this time gets the trade, but it costs him a pretty penny. Down to 19 HP and isn't able to get anything else afterwards. Still 2 players up. They might be able to get this bomb plant off, and they do. BK1 and Nacho both trying to find a place to hide here in this post plant. That could be effective. You see BK1 going into connector and Nacho taking up positions in jungle. This is actually pretty strong with the bomb planted for them. Nacho just watching to see if anyone's going to come in on his flank, and that is the right idea. But Lacerda tapping the bomb may turn his attention in the other direction. It does. That allows Stacks to get the frag, and it's all to BK1. BK1 flash to oblivion, and Stacks will drop him. Defusal comes through. Yawara on to 5.
Yeah, a nice round, all things considered, and even well coordinated with regard to that retake you're talking about. Sometimes can be very difficult with BK1 in such a prime position. Nacho needs to win the jungle fight, doesn't do so, and puts BK1 in a nasty scenario where he's just working a 1v3 that never can really be won, especially not when Nacho, or not when, I think it was Nards who had the 2 flashbangs.
Yeah.
ShindeN Take attack off the back of that. They get onto the A site, but they can't convert. Their mid control has been effective, but some little protocols that Yawara toss in there in the last round that disrupts them.
Yeah, no question. I mean, one thing that I liked for Yawara is they were patient on their retake. They go for that fake defusal that draws the attention of Nacho. And I think that's the difference maker, right? Because it's like, oh, I have to go back. I have to look at the bomb. Even though BK1 does have visibility eventually gained, it's because he turns around that he loses that fight with Stacks. So, well done from Yawara as they extend their lead to 2.
First stop out in the server here for Nards at the very least. First, I think, in general, to be fair, ShindeN haven't had one either.
That's right.
Nard's been pretty darn good for Yawara since being picked up. Very least a statistical outlier for some of the tough games that Yawara have had. Great off angle though from Lacerda. That's very difficult to win, and BK1 falls again. Made control every round for ShindeN, but whether or not that converts into anything more seems questionable.
Naz managed to slip in towards Market, and this makes Stacks' life very, very difficult, especially losing Lacerda as well, but they overlook him. Naz continues to get frags, which is crazy, but they've overlooked the band player, and this could be their undoing if he hits the shots. He absolutely will. Miss the first player, but eventually goes back for him. 1v3. Down to 0. Well, not a 1v3, 2v3, but 1v3 on the site, and it is going to be Yawara, even with Naz's efforts there, getting a 6th.
Yeah, I've gotten no idea how Naz got into such a prime position. He caught the A rotator, but then the fact that he's then so fast getting into the back line into Market with an AWP and catches both those guys who are on catwalk off guard is the surprising factor there for ShindeN. Regardless, Dax, who, you know, credit to him, he missed the mark on that first shot, like, and didn't get like flustered about it. He just took what he knew he could get, and, you know, took the right next steps, even though he whiffed. I'm impressed with that.
No, you're absolutely right. And I mean, it's on ShindeN to try and punish that, but they're just unable to do so. I think Kastak's position was just so surprising, right? The fact that he was even at Van, they don't have the ability to generate the firepower they need in that situation to frag him out, and just absolutely beautifully done, right? He had all the information and he didn't, like you said, let himself get flustered. He still utilized it perfectly. So we're into round number 10. Yawara doubling up on the scoreline of ShindeN, who, again, still don't have an AWP in IVZ's hands, and that's going to be important for them to get probably on CT side if they can't do it here on T side. But I would argue they would have better chances of success if he had it. So we'll see if that ever happens here on this half of Mirage. Nards gets the opener. Looking for a swing, trying to get a follow-up, doesn't just yet, but there's IVZ with the rifle, getting in position at a perfect time.
Lacerda's still here. Great dink. A lot more damage done, but can't isolate onto Lacerda. So there is another freebie. It's a Biz's rifle now who takes control. Revolts, denies him on the jump, but there's still one man left, and it Stacks, but he's low. Nacho, not a whole lot of health either, and they haven't gotten the bomb down, so there is a pretty long timer on this round. Long timer, but he doesn't have time to like walk this all the way. This is just a save.
Yeah, surprised. Well, I guess I'm not surprised he didn't go for it. 12 HP. You've got armor, a kit, an AK. That's a lot of money, you know? So he wants to save it. You might argue that he could go for it if everyone was healthy in terms of the money, but Lacerda's not. He's down to 950, so saving the AK can drop for Lacerda, or keep it for himself and drop Lacerda and M4, whatever the case may be. But ShindeN do win the round, and it's just a nice work from a Biz cracking through towards that B site to isolate 2 players into Market, which, I mean, is difficult because the second one came through and kind of caught them off guard, but they just had the right timing. Because I think it was after Revolts gets that first, he pulls out the util, and right as that happens, ShindeN send a player out to try and frag him, and it's really no problem at that point to deal with that threat. So ShindeN doing good work, and they earn that 4th round victory, but they're going to be right back up against it here with the 4 rifles and the AWP in Nards' hands. But good news, IVZ's got the op.
Yes, he does. First chance at that in this round. going to be involved with the mid attack here, but it's, you know, a little bit of a slower one. This default for ShindeN. They're going to take the B control first before they start to scale their mid play. A bit is over towards the A-bomb site where he's been tasked of maintaining space and control. But as our usual arrangement, I mean, Yawara very much passive in the way they want to hold mid. Saw Nards take a fight just through the window smoke last round, but that's more of an outlier. A mid-round grenade from Nacho and BK1 that tags them both heavily.
Chow, the first, the second, and the third. BK1, Naz, and Nacho hit victims. They fall in a heap. And it's a 5v2 just like that for Yawara. What a turn of fortunes compared to that previous round. Abiz and IVZ still in a good position to get a frag here. Oh, that flash misses the mark completely. Zhao, the fourth, on for the ace. And Abiz's position is known. He's falling off. I think he just wants to save.
Might be able to, but they're on the hunt. He's going to have to fight his way out of this. Stack's already in a pretty nice angle. He's spotted.
10 seconds.
Oh, and here comes the
They're going to wait.
AWP on the other side, too.
Yeah, I mean, no choice for Abiz, right? He has to try and take a fight because if he doesn't, he dies after time and then doesn't get the money. And he does need that money in his hands. So there you go. Yawara, very convincing round thanks to Zhao. And we're into the last round of this first half. ShindeN's had their moments, but overall, Yawara's looked like the better squad so far.
Yeah, they definitely have. And I mean, I think, you know, the way that they played around each other, the big part of that results having a great opener to this map doesn't hurt. It's going to speed things up a little bit by the look of things. ShindeN. It's occasionally been where they go, but it's almost always through middle. Just execs have been a very rare sign. You're going to see them try, but unfortunately for them, Lawrence is ready and waiting.
And, well, Naz and Abiz are going to get a couple back at the very least, and they're making a case for themselves here to get a fifth round. A couple of players stacked up at CT that could change their fortunes. Bomb going to get planted here. Incendiary toss forward. They go for the spam. They think the bomb's being planted in a different spot. The only thing that does is gives away stacked position. Nade sails through. Doesn't connect for any damage at all. Nacho waiting for that jump to come up and gets the frag. It's actually BK1 to take care of business there. Nards exposed. Probably dead as he misses that shot. There it is. Lasarda, the last one standing. He can't do anything either. So ShindeN do at least salvage one more round. That's a fifth.
Great fifth it is, considering how stacked up that A-bomb site was. I mean, Yawara had three guys there. They had Nardzizop playing Overwatch from CT. Zhao was inside of Sandwich, and then they had Revolts on the site. That was actually, like, best case scenario for an A-site hold against like an A-pop, but yet ShindeN still ripped apart that defense. And a great post-plant position from Naz, who gets over all the way into jungle. The fact that nobody there testing him, I think, really gives them a ton of information. It allows ShindeN to focus on the CT push, where the vast majority of the defenders are coming back in for that retake. A slight recovery. But I think, like you were highlighting, all things considered, Yawara, a pretty good half for them. I think they should be happy with where they were able to pull that off, especially when you consider that they, lost the second round after winning the pistol.
As we wait to get going here. No, I agree, yeah. Yawara, not looking too shabby at all. They would have loved to get an eighth, and they had the positioning for it, but ShindeN just ripped their heads off. Won the aim duels. If you look overall at Yawara's stats here on the map, it's, again, a very, very small sample size. I have to remind everyone, only 3 matches that we are considering here. But they have a higher T round win percentage than CT round win percentage. So maybe for Yawara, they'll still be able to pull this one off with a strong T side and be able to fend off what was an interesting last round of play and could lead to some momentum for ShindeN here into this second half. We'll have to wait and see, and we're not going to wait very long. 7 seconds left until we get going here in the second half of action.
Well, shout out back into the first half. Revolts' incredible pistol round. 4 kills.
Yeah.
See if he can do something similar. Ridiculously impressive. Revolts this time is working the vast majority of this utility. In fact, it's all of the utility currently left. 1 smoke, 1 flash. He's just tossed the smoke. Gonna go for top con. The rest of the Yawara make their way up. Connector, Nacho. He's got 1 in him, and Abiz handles business. He's inside of the palace, and they're caught between difficult positions, Yawara. Abiz makes him pay.
Yeah, no magic this time from Revolts' pistol. ShindeN not only making them pay on their advance through mid, but once they try to set foot on the A site, they've got the answers there as well. And a 6th round picked up. Yawara, no bomb plant means no force by this time, as it'll just be a Glocks across the board. Full eco. Maybe just going to try and do a Glock train into the B site. We'll see what they decide. No, they're going to stack up here and wait for a push potentially to come through mid. Interesting idea. It assumes CT aggression. I don't think they're going to get it, though.
I mean, I don't hate this type of play.
No, yeah.
When you're talking about an eco round like this. And Glocks are particularly impossible to work with on this map, I think. No matter where you go, whether it's like 2 different problems, right? A site, mid, you got to close the distance. That's nearly impossible if you don't have any utility to make that happen. And at B, well, feels like it's easy enough to close the distance, but you're all in a very clear choke point. So might as well just play the round out, let ShindeN use their utility initially, and then I guess going to swing together. And there it is. Could be an easy cleanup. Nacho will farm up some freebies, get Nas involved too. ShindeN take the freest round they're going to have pretty much all game.
Indeed, because here come the AKs. At least 4 of them. One of them a Galil for Revolts. But yeah, I mean, Yawara looking to get back to their winning ways. But, you know, they opened the door a little bit to ShindeN's recovery by losing that last round of the first half. And ShindeN are trying to blow that door wide open with a round victory here. It is technically a bonus round, but the firepower is really, really good on the ShindeN side. Stacks coming around from Cat. Oh, double take. Saw the player and then is able to bag that frag onto Naz. Thing is, Nacho's right there to get the immediate trade from ladder room. Information gained at the very least for Yawara, excuse me. Now they're going to close the gap at mid and try to gain that mid control. Looks like they have it.
They do. And there's no real easy way. There's 1 flash here. It's on Nacho. So no really easy way for ShindeN to like fight for it again. They're actually just going to take contact here. More than likely up on catwalk. But actually as they start to fly up cat itself, ShindeN fall back. It's going to be a meeting of the minds. IVC up front. Nards trades, and it's BK1 right behind the final member of Yawara, jumping out of the apartments and onto the site. But the bomb still has to cross, and Lacerda in a tough position to do that. The Molly should allow a little bit of coverage. It will. Revolts is here. The smoke as well. Nacho. Now information gained about Revolts' position, and as the bomb goes down, that could have been the game-winning play to push forward, but Revolts handles business.
Some big team damage coming through there, but unless Abiz tries to go for this, that won't make a difference. Okay, Abiz moving out. Wins the first. Okay, now it can make a difference. Lacerda down to 25 HP. Here's the footsteps. plays it right, buys more time off the bomb. Oh no, but not enough. That will be the round for Abyss as he gets that frag and the defusal. ShindeN continue their run here in the second half.
I mean, bailed out by Abyss, no doubt. It felt like the timing was there for Nacho to push forward and to take the fight whilst the bomb was getting planted. Doesn't take that timing, instead waits it off, and then puts his faith into Abyss. And like you said, a little team damage certainly hurting Yawara in that case. But ShindeN bouncing back heavily. They win 3 straight to start this second half off right. And this is really fast indeed. They're going without stopping. Nothing at all in the way here of Yawara, but they take the fight since IBZ's up from jungle. It's Abyss on the site and Naz as well. Everything goes wrong for Yawara. They fast play towards A and they meet a brick wall.
Yeah, they tried to make it work there with the guns that were afforded in that round, but unfortunately for Yawara, you're right, they hit that brick wall. And one of those bricks was IVZ with the AWP. We talked about him being an important piece here on Mirage. T-side didn't really get that many opportunities with the big green, but here on CT side is where he will probably start to awaken. You've already seen it with a couple of frags in that round. And right here, well, there's going to be 2 rifles purchased up, but the rest are just pistol upgrades. We'll see where he gets involved, if he gets involved, because players are heading more so towards the B side, although there are a couple that are moving into A. I think this is just a distraction that they're hoping they can time right, but I don't know if the timing was good at all, because Abyss gets 2 towards A. Those A players are gone. BK1 lines 1 up. That's Lacerda. Knocks him down. Nards gets the trade, but IVZ will take care of the last. So yeah, felt like the coordination was a bit off. I saw the idea there for Yawara, right? To send those 2 players to A and start firing away and distracting, but they didn't give, those B players anyway, didn't give the A players enough time before they actually activated.
Yeah, it felt like everything was one step behind. You know, the B guys probably don't need to be the first contact, and if that's the game plan, if it's a double fake, well then sure, but they can't continue fighting whilst the A players are fighting because you're giving a lot of mixed signals over to ShindeN then. And IVZ getting out the look an underpass. He doesn't see anything, but Nards catches Nacho on catwalk. IVZ doesn't stick around.
Don't know if Nards spotted that, but IVZ jumped up and his head showed through the smoke on the screen. Anyway, it doesn't matter. IVZ gets another shot here in connection onto Revolta. Biz gonna find Lacerda. 4v3 turned into a 4v2 now with BK1 spotting out Nards. Opper lost. Zhao at risk. BK1's hunting for him, but Zhao will win the fight and stacks this as well into IVZ. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression from ShindeN because it's now down to a 2v2. Naz looking for the player that just took out his teammate but can't find it. And you see Yawara trying to fade back into the B site, or at least looking to regroup. Maybe into mid.
They know that Abyss was at A. He got a kill, and he's still alive. Naz, typically the rotator. He's a connector player, but he's actually made his way into underpass. This is a great call. And he might just, if they don't check, and they won't check, he's going to find the back turn. How much the back does he see? Stack's dead, and that's the bomb drop. Zhao actually recovered it. Great bounce on that bomb. Very fortunate that it goes into Zhao's hands. He's got a quiet map. And now's his time.
1v2. Zhao hits the shot onto Abyss. 1v1 now, spots the last player. Naz has a massive HP advantage, and it will count because Zhao just can't even get a shot off. Naz adds a little BM to the mix. 11-7 in favor of ShindeN as they win again here in this second half. Have not lost a single round to Yawara.
I love the reaction from ShindeN. They lose mid-control. Nards gets the opening pick, and the immediate play there is IBZ and Abyss tag team get aggressive down at ramp, and it's both of them picking up a single kill each to help turn the tides back in the direction of ShindeN. That's quick decision-making that's going to get them very far in my book. It makes it very difficult for Yawara to recover. Lovely stuff, but now it's about to meet a very difficult fight. Revolt catches him, and he's tapped away for a second. Nacho could turn it again. He's got to find the timing. Surely this has been heard. It won't matter. He doesn't see anything. Might just save this.
Yeah, the money, despite the lead for ShindeN, isn't great because a lot of these rounds have been really close, right? So they do indeed decide to save. Just lose that site early on in the round, and then don't really have the players in position to punish. Timely utility from Yawara as well to really isolate any potential fights. And you saw fading in towards top mid. I think that's the trade that was hoped for by Nacho, is Revolts, who was already engaging, got 2 frags, but then Nuke was low. But the fact that he escapes, just icing on the cake for Yawara, honestly, is they have all 5 players alive, and will get, finally, a round victory here in the second half.
Yeah, T-side rounds have been pretty tough to come by. And then showing up on their CT side. Not done yet. Still plenty of cash with those 3 saved rifles. It's going to stay that way probably for ShindeN, even if they continue losing. Again, feels like a lot of direction early into this round for Yawara. Pretty spread out, but they can adjust based on how this mid fight goes. With 2 players close ramp, they're very poised to react fast.
Flashbang toss there by ShindeN, but the opening frag goes the way of Yawara. They just explode out of the ramp, and it catches Abyss completely off guard. And I mean, there's still 2 players here, but Yawara now, after finding that, slow up the pace because they want to wait for those mid players to find some space and join up with them. That link up's going to be critical, right? Because it applies so much pressure towards ShindeN. And now with Zhao finding that frag, good flashbang through Nards as well, it leaves BK1 kind of isolated here. Yes, he has his jungle player, but no longer. This is fantastic for Yawara, unless they overlook BK1, which they kind of have. Trigger discipline from BK1. He's waiting and waiting for the chance to strike against another player. He knows that Revolts doesn't have the bomb, so he's probably waiting for the bomb carrier to go up here. There we go. Free frag, swings around, gets the second. Finally a trade for Revolts. That could have been worse. But it is just Nacho now.
I mean, could have been worse, but also isn't all that big a deal.
Yeah.
Time not really of note. Nacho getting into position fast, but Revolts hits a stunner for another triple kill. The multi-frags from Revolts have been incredible for Yawara. Really saving them. So many times that, you know, Yawara might be out of rounds if it's not for this one guy. And then reach into the back for another tack. I said money's probably good for the next round too. It's a little awkward. Yes,
Should be okay.
They have the money, but Abyss and Naz are both very broke. And this is going to be interesting. They go sort of halvesies. I like this because of how important IVZ's op can be. I know it hasn't really been shown yet, this map, but this is the faith that ShindeN have in him. They get him a hero op, basically. Everyone else saves around. BK1 making the sacrifice for his star player.
Okay. We'll see how this one shapes up. Loss bonus is not that high. I mean, it's only at the second stage for ShindeN. So I think even then they should be okay for a buy-off next round if they lose here, but the plan is not to lose. They want IVZ's op to shine. 3 players stacked up close here towards a ramp. This is going to be tough for Revolts. He comes out here. Wins the first fight onto BK1, though, and the second. That said, Nacho and Nas strike back for 2, maybe a third. Yes, indeed. 2v2, though, as the trade is good off of Nards' op. IVZ and Nas, worlds apart at this point. They can still work together to some extent.
Critical position
Cat.
here from
Yeah.
Stacks. He's inside of jungle, and he's made life very difficult for any sort of rotation back off of this A bomb site for Naz. He doesn't really want to do that. He can recover a rifle in this area if he wanted to, and he's actually going to step forward. Catwalk is where IVZ is currently located. It's a slow crawl for Yawara. Nards is where it stacks. Oh, the timing is bad.
Oh.
But Nas still survives, and it's IVZ's Ot that he's flushed into. Nards has everything to do. A 1v2, and he's got another 1v1 duel against the opposing Opper. What a ridiculous angle for IVZ to be holding. He's in the middle of Narnia, and it's a huge surprise for Nards, who goes down.
Honestly, that's a good read from IVZ, right? Because they find the player going around, cycling through window, figuring, okay, he's probably trying to get to underpass at this point, so gonna be a B play. IVZ, realizing that, goes right towards the apartments, has an eye on exactly where the player is coming from, and hits the shot with no questions asked. 12-9 for ShindeN. Yawara require 3 in a row just to push this one to overtime, but ShindeN would like to close it out. Yeah, they actually did very effectively block that mid smoke. Not the easiest thing to do. And
Yeah.
IVZ capitalizes.
I mean, that's tragic. Stax is thinking he's covered, but he is not covered in the slightest. Oh, it's the last bullet from Zhao! BK1! That's a headshot, too. Oh, that's crazy. It fades away into the freebie. And it goes both directions. IVZ opens, BK1 falls, and Yawara have mid when it all comes to the end of this.
Nards knows that Nacho's here at Cat, so he's watching with his AWP, hoping that Nacho gets over aggressive, but he still is a statue at this point. Doesn't want to peek at the wrong moment, and now, well, he just might. No! Support from Naz, in fact, ensures that Nacho's trek down Cat is not lethal. 4v3 in favor of ShindeN. The move is on here for Yawara towards A, but Naz shuts down one, Nacho the other, and Nacho the last as well. It will be ShindeN recovering here and taking a map victory.
A map victory where, to be entirely honest with you, I think Yawara had so much going for them in that, in general. I mean, the starting out with Revolts is 4K on the fifth round, but even beyond that, they had so many big moments from individuals that were able to kind of bring them rounds time after time. I'm a little bit concerned that Yawara actually don't find a way to like look more competitive, considering how good they were in that first half.
No, I do agree. I mean, the second half was rough for them, and considering that their T sides have been fairly good on Mirage, at least from the limited data set that we have, that was a bit of a shocker. And we did see a lot of close rounds. I mean, to their credit, they were coming down to the wire up against ShindeN multiple times, but the problem is they weren't winning any of the clutches. They were on the short end 2-3 times in a row, and that's when ShindeN started to really build that lead, and the recovery was more than that. It was an 11-7 lead. Finally, you get Yawara striking through with 1-2 rounds, but at the end of it, once the guns settle in once more for ShindeN, it's over. So yeah, I mean, great work from ShindeN. They were into this one, like we said, the favorites. And I think, Vincent, you kind of encapsulated that well in the pregame. Now we go to map number 2. We'll have to see if ShindeN close it out or if Yawara can push this to a third. We'll hit the break. We'll be back in just a bit.
little spicy opportunity here for ShindeN as they take their map, but now they have to move over to Inferno JRT. It's listen, a good chance, but it's still going to be tough. This is definitely a place where Yawara, I think, likely to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at their results over the last 3 they've played here. I'm still surprised they picked it, Vincent, to be honest with you, because you look at the losses that they suffered. Sometimes you're like, oh, a team, they lost, but it was close, and there was a lot of close rounds. And no, that's not the case for Yawara. Solid 8-13. Fluxo 1-13 and Bounty Hunter 6-13. It has been a struggle for them, but they decided to pick into it. Maybe because ShindeN are on a 2-game losing streak here. I don't know. But looking at the losses on ShindeN's side, a lot closer. 10-13 against Red Canids, who are a very strong team right now, and 9-13 against Velox. Their one win was against Sharks, which are also a pretty good team right now. So I mean, look, these are results that are a while ago, so that's another thing to keep in mind. ShindeN haven't played on this map since April, but still, I feel like ShindeN, despite the fact that yes, there may have been a couple of losses there in a row, are a team that's poised for victory here going on to map 2.
Well, and I think the position that they're in, bought in a couple of different ways, right? Abyss had an incredible map. Number one, I was really continued to be impressed. I mean, was talking about, 2 guys, right? IVZ and Abyss coming into that. We didn't quite get to see like the huge IVZ performance, but that's fine when Abyss is playing so well, and a good team effort surrounding Abyss in particular. I thought we saw some solid stuff out of the rest of the rifling core, Naz, BK1, and Nacho. I think that can sometimes be a difficulty for the ShindeN team, but both BK1 and Nacho looked very good. They were hitting all the shots that you kind of anticipate to see from them, and that's all despite the fact that was kind of my talking point coming out of that map 1, is that Yawara actually looked like on an individual level that they were hitting, and it didn't matter. I know that like the numbers didn't really necessarily say that for Zhao, but he had a lot of high impact moments. Revolts with an incredible map number 1, and Stacks had some big moments too. I feel like Yawara had a lot going for them, and they still got beat comprehensively.
Yeah, that first half, we thought the individuals were better for Yawara than they were on the ShindeN side, and I think that was the case. It's just that second half where they really exploded, right? Naz, the newest addition, at the top of the scoreboard, 17 frags, but I agree with you in highlighting Abyss. I think he was critical. Even IVZ, first half, not as much, and I mean, he didn't have the op that much, but in the second half, it actually went really well, right? He only had it one time, and in the second half, he had it a lot, and it was working out very beautifully for him. So I would say that IVZ actually serviced himself pretty well given the circumstances. So everyone on ShindeN looking good, and Yawara, you still can't take away what Revolts pulled off with 24 frags.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he looked darn good in that loss, and that's sometimes hard to do. But he made it look just that much better. Scale here for Yawara. Oh my goodness, Zhao. Allegedly that was feet on the ground, but I disagree. Great shot from Nacho, but he's got a whole lot of players coming at him. The T's fly forward, and he falls. The bomb site under T control. Yawara will punch in the numbers.
Usually pistol rounds not going that well for Yawara. Only 25% of them won here on Inferno over the last 4 maps. But here it's shaping up decently. ShindeN obviously going to come in on the retake. There's a nade that sails through. It doesn't do much damage against Zhao. ShindeN looking for targets. It's the right spot to look. Are they going to realize it? Nope. Nards pops out at the perfect time, and it will be Yawara coming out with the pistol round.
Those are some of those times where I'm impressed with Yawara. This is a good one. That post plant was fantastic. The timing and understanding who was meant to swing off of who was perfect. Making sure not to overstep, but also having everything covered. That was beautiful. And once they got into the site, and I mean, even the entries there, Zhao with a stunner to open the proceedings. And that is just about all that it took. The post plant positioning, Yawara clean it up nice and easy. Gonna see ShindeN force by. Go for 3 players towards A right now with IVZ Scout in the mix. A good return nade as well. Yawara eat it. Both Stacks and Zhao hit significantly, but all that just to take banana control, well worth it for Yawara.
Yeah. Let's not forget they had their struggles against 4 spies. See if this is going to be another situation where that occurs. They are reading it correctly by falling off this B site, which has been stacked by ShindeN. 4 players there. Only one towards the A site. Tucked into Cubby, though, is Nacho. And if they go in the opposite direction, that's almost certainly a bomb plant. And they are going lane. Util being tossed around. Oop, I think that smoke went a little farther than they wanted it to, but it doesn't matter. Gonna re-smoke arch side and head into the A site for this plant, Vincent.
Yeah, and that's going to mean ShindeN going to hold on to all 5 guns and try again next round. Basically do it all again. It's a pretty high value way of getting 2 force buys out of just 1. You stack the site, give yourself a really good opportunity to win the round if they hit the site you stack. And if they don't, run it back again. Try the same strategy, but hopefully to a better result in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, for Yawara, they get all 5 guns into the next round, so that's going to be great for their economy. I agree for both economies, I guess it's beneficial. But Yawara getting this round will make it 2-0.
To get technical, there's no kill bonuses.
That's true.
Given over. I mean, we're really pinching pennies there. But...
Either way, Yawara happy to be off to a good start here again, as they were on map number 1.
Well, and for it not to be counterfeited immediately like it was on map number 1.
That's true, yes.
I guess there's still time for that.
Yeah, they still managed to do pretty well for themselves in that first half, despite being counterfeited, right?
Yeah, 7-5.
All right. Almost 8-4.
What this looks like. Yeah, it looked like you wanted to play a little bit more of a dangerous game. A little bit extra utility bought in as well for ShindeN. This round, it's not just one of those clear-cut stacks either. They have 3 towards the B-bomb site. Naz left out on an island, but that's a great first shot. 1 flash, and that leads the MP9 farm up another one. There's still 1 defender there on the B site in the form of Abyss, and not exactly Dawn either. Excuse me, that's BK1 on the B site. It's Abyss and IVZ who are tasked with covering A. Disadvantage for ShindeN, but you know, there's one mistake, and they're right back into this round.
Arts throws the smoke for CT. That'll likely call for reinforcements. Still a lurk. That's Lacerda at alt mid. But ShindeN have the right idea. If this B site is hit, they've at least got a couple of players waiting here. No, IVZ falls off. Okay, well, it's off to BK1 now, and BK1 is dead. So that will be the B site lost. And ShindeN, I mean, you don't have to eco here. You already did in the previous round, so it might be worth trying for something. But at the same time, there's no kit available, so perhaps they just decide to save. I don't know. We'll see, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike IVZ sticking his nose in. There's a low HP Nards to find. And in addition to that, you know, any extra damage done is probably good news, but it's not sexy, but the right call is just save the armor that Abyss has, and that's what he's doing. So I might look to get an exit frag. That's also a possibility. There's some risk, but some reward available to him if he does that. Going to be a T stairs in a moment.
IVZ, hoping for some economic damage. Will get 1. Does he keep them on the site? Long as the second as well. Revolt's gone. That's massive damage. If they lose the last, it's even worse. But Lacerda takes care of Abyss, gets far enough away from the bomb, and will survive. It's only 1 survivor. So, I mean, that makes up for the fact, for ShindeN anyway, that they let all 5 survive in the previous round. But it's still going to be a tough task for them here coming into this next one to find their first. Oh, they will have their full buy-up, 4 A1Ss and the AWP in IVZ's hands. We'll see what he can do on Inferno, which isn't technically a map where offers can always thrive. CT side, certainly some opportunities, but not nearly the same situation as it is on Mirage.
You know, and that's definitely the case, but I would say that his style of opping lends itself to this type of map and being a little bit more effective here usually. Okay. Would be my take. very quick, and likes to go for some of these close range re-peeking. So I think particularly around the A site and around Banana would be very effective. Gonna look really silly if he doesn't do well. I'm talking him up.
Well, you could be right. I mean, he is posted up on a close angle. So, see if he wins that duel. He's got support on the other side from Nacho, who's kind of posted up arch side repeatedly here on this map. Pit player Abiz. Smoke going to get tossed right into the eyes here of Lacerda.
A little bit of a stack towards B occurring right now, and I'm not quite sure what the information they're rotating off of is.
Ooh, that's a lot of info for Yawara now. Hearing the drop down from balcony.
Nacho's on the way back, and he's got Naz in tow, but it's going to be a little too late.
Molotov sail in. Abiz only gets one before he's traded. Oh, and a missed shot from IBZ. The op not panning out for him. It's up to Nacho, and he doesn't get anything. Nas and BK1, the last two standing. They're trying to get back into this site, but their A defense has melted away, and they might fade off.
Yeah, that's devastating. I'm really not sure what ShindeN rotate B off of for. Or rotate to B, rather. Like, Nacho goes B. It's almost just like a random stack, though. There's no contact made over at A. And in fact, as that's happening, there is a couple of flashes and a smoke being tossed. And there's nobody making contact at Banana. I just feel like ShindeN, they almost do it for fun.
Maybe it's just that I want to say it's a tendency read, maybe based on past experiences against Yawara, but at the same time, the rosters have changed so much, and they haven't faced each other for so long that I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Yeah, a little strange. I do agree with you. 4-0 in favor of Yawara, and ShindeN call the timeout and say, hold on a second, boys. What is happening here? Why did we rotate B?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, the answer is just a gamble, right? But
yeah,
I don't know. Usually, that type of gamble has some sort of inclination, and there probably was. I didn't catch, but regardless, it's gonna have to be good. These saved guns gonna help them reinvest, continue to put on the pressure, and certainly a good start for Yawara, but not overwhelming.
Very much recoverable for ShindeN. Who actually are a better T-side team here on Inferno than CT side. So, you know, you still need CT rounds, of course. It's something to keep in the back of your minds as we move forward here. 5th round of play. Naz waiting towards top Banana. Nade going to sail through. And in fact, Yawara's not challenging too much in the early round. They're giving up this space to ShindeN. And that's a team nade onto Naz, I believe. No, excuse me, it wasn't. It was a CT. Wait, I'm going to take that back, Vincent. I think it was a CT nade that sailed through. It was a Molotov that came from Yawara. Lacerda moving in, and he's dead to rights. Abiz gets a couple, finally. A bit of a shutdown here for ShindeN.
Yeah, Anubis is going to grab another one. There's 4 kills, maybe the ace? No, Zhao there to deny it. But ShindeN needing somebody to take that first step, and Abiz does just that. He was so critical in a lot of those, like, impact frag moments back on Mirage, and he does it again. They try to test him out the balcony onto the A bomb site with Yawara beat down but not out. There's still much work to do if you're ShindeN. Having a full contingent of their utility, though, going to be very helpful.
IVZ on the rifle here, not the op. Haven't really seen that much from him just yet, but very well changed. ShindeN are putting a lot of emphasis, as is normal on Inferno, but like 3 players down Banana at the beginning of every single round, and they stick around for quite some time. Now you're going to see Nacho fading off after 30 seconds expire on the round. Still dedicating 2 players down banana. I'm surprised they don't keep one tucked into logs or something here, having gained all that space. But they want to get more of an emphasis towards the A site, and I can't necessarily blame them for that.
Well, I mean, they're not getting any response there at the bottom of banana, and Naz is already half HP.
Yeah.
Time to go, though, for the A play. IVZ, Nacho, and Abiz all here. Nacho doing the heavy lifting whilst Abiz there gets activated. BK1 arrives on the scene from B, late to the party, but plenty of time to have an impact frag there. ShindeN shut down. The apps pop twice in a row. Might be time to maybe not call upon that apps pop for a little bit.
Man, it might also be time to challenge Banana a little bit more if you're Yawara, right? Because if you give that control to the CTs, they can just do what you saw there. Stack up 3 players towards the ASI with a fourth leaning in, and then you're walking into what is effectively a slaughter. So Yawara need to change up the game plan, maybe call a timeout here and talk it over, because like you said, the last 2 rounds been identical approaches and identical results, losses.
Yeah, I think that you can respect, especially that first call, but the fact that Yawara were aware that ShindeN got full banana control at the very beginning, like the obvious next step in the game plan there for ShindeN is to stack A, like after that. And I think Yawara were trying to, because the way they sped up, I think they were trying to catch that timing where ShindeN might still be a little bit understaffed at that A bomb site, but they didn't catch it. And Nacho shut it down anyway, so it really didn't matter if they caught or not. Like a bit of a happen bet. Stacks is on a hero rifle. He does this here every once in a while. I wouldn't say he is the individual to watch, but he does tend to pick up some impact frags. He's your classic IGL fragger, if that makes sense.
It does.
He's never going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but you can certainly rely on him to get a couple of important kills over the course of a T side.
Still a full minute left on the clock here for Yawara to work with, but time continues to tick away like sand through the hourglass. Eventually, it's going to run out. Need to make a move. Utilities exceptionally limited. Only a flashbang available for them. And they're walking into rifles.
Particularly far away from this, so Naz and BK1 alone, but they're handling it. They got it unlocked. Naz with 3. BK1 grabs the other 2. A little bit scary there for ShindeN. It thinks it started to go wrong, but they don't. All's well that ends well. Pretty dominant opener for Yawara, 4-0. Now about to be a tied scoreline if ShindeN can pick up a 4th.
Here's that util sailing through. The nades don't do that much damage to Yawara. And again, I think one thing that's good for them is they're challenging Banana. I just feel like they made perhaps an incorrect call in terms of their timing. And of course, given the util they had left in that round previous to go for the B hit. They will have a lot more this time.
Yeah, and the coffers over here at B pretty empty, actually. IVC's, I think, return here. Oh, fantastic shot from Naz, and here's the ticks into the Molotov. He's got the op to support him as well, walking it up, trying to get a kill. This is a deadly duo of IVZ and Naz who take them all one by one. They fall at the top of Banana. ShindeN revolts. Left holding the bag. Honestly, I don't see a very clear avenue to get back into this map, or rather to this round, excuse me.
This is where emotionally it can hit pretty hard, right? When you're going towards... Oh, goodness, revolts. How does he still get that frag? Oh, goodness, Naz, not quick enough to react. They've got the information now, and I don't think there's enough time for Yawara to work with. Flashbang doesn't really do much. BK1 might be blinded, but he's able to recover. IVZ finds Lacerda, and then BK1 gets the last into Revolt. What I was going to say, though, was you go to the A site, you get denied twice in a row. You say, okay, let's make the adjustment. Let's go B. Denied twice in a row. And I mean, it's not just like, oh, it's close engagements, we're going back and forth getting trades. No, ShindeN is absolutely obliterating Yawara on both sides of the map. So if you're Yawara, now you're calling a timeout saying, what do we do? How do we change this? I think maybe throwing some fakes into the mix and not just telegraphing your plays would certainly help for Yawara. They haven't really tried to do anything. It's just been, the standard milquetoast pushes towards each bomb site with the executes in the mix. They've got to use that advantage you have on T side of Inferno where you can make those quick rotations and play for the fakes.
Pretty uncharacteristic T side thus far from Stacks, I feel like, in that aspect. It's, a lot of these slow but sort of obvious moves without any of the, not even like necessarily like fakes that he doesn't necessarily love to do those. It's more just like his map control that's missing. And once again, a late attempt to take banana control met with a ton of resistance.
I mean, ShindeN don't have to change the thing. Yeah, they do. As you're saying that. The nade sails through. Abyss tapping on forward. Nard's actually managed to connect with one. Nacho's a little isolated in a mini 2v1 here, but he's got support from BK1 that eventually arrives, and that is handled pretty easily. ShindeN continue to build up their coffers. We'll have plenty of money available. This is 5 in a row for them, as Yawara have been stuck on 4 for quite some time.
Yeah, they're falling a little bit flat right now. This is the chance to change things up. But, I mean, I think you've been correct in talking about the difficulties with banana control, whether taking it, not taking it, trying to take it, but not very well. Looks like they're going to be in to go for this fight. 2 AKs, though. Right up in the mix.
Look at this. Look at Naz's positioning here. Great flashbang throw, but he still gets one on Zhao. I mean, even when you do things right for Yawara, something goes wrong. 4v4, BK1 takes care of Stacks. A little off in terms of the spacing off that flashbang. Nards does manage to fight through the chaos and get a trade, so it is a 3v3, but health is low for Nards after that engagement. And now they have to decide where they want to go. At least some success in the early round, though, this time for Yawara.
Well, it's not just some success either. It's actually fantastic positioning-wise for Yawara to resettle themselves, but right through the smoke, and Abyss just holding it. Oh, that's unlucky in some ways, but Revolts, it's a massive gamble that nobody's going to be there. And one where they really haven't tested Archside all that much, and I feel like it's a surprising decision. IVZ's on A. Nards runs to B. But is he going to win this duel, this race?
There's no smoke. Oh, he got one.
Just a flash.
No, it was a flash, excuse me.
Spotted.
It's enough.
Oh, there's eight. Is that going to land? No, doesn't land, but IVZ hits the shot. That nade was enough to scare him off the bomb.
It was just a nade tossed in the air with literally zero chance of connecting. But like you said, it's enough to be like, whoa, what's happening? You know, he pulls off the bomb, and then around the corner comes IVZ, and he gets the round victory. So, I mean, look, like you said, some very excellent control gain for Yawara at the beginning of the round towards Banana. But afterwards, a risky push through the smoke ends up costing them a body. And while it goes back and forth after that point down to the 1v1, they still cannot collect a 5th round, which means ShindeN now have got 6 in a row. And the even more concerning thing is that they don't really have the money to go for a full buy here. They're saving once more. Naz gets one. Trade comes through, but Nacho's right there to get one back. That said, I mean, this isn't... Well, now it's bad. Because the damage done to Yawara was significant. And BK1 is just farming the frags off of the damage that Nacho did earlier on. Lacerda the last one.
Yeah, and I mean, he's not put into a position to succeed. BK1 giving him some more chances than I would have liked, but BK1's nailing the shots. That's also something that I've been impressed with for ShindeN this series right now, is that BK1 as an individual, like, looks far more comfortable than I have seen him previously. like I said, he's the leader for this ShindeN squad, to my understanding, but sometimes really struggled on an individual level to keep up the pace. That's just not the case at all, that he's competent to fight with his team.
No, it's been fantastic, no question. And ShindeN might be on for 8 in a row here. Yawara on the gun rounds have been completely silent. Now they wait for the push to come through, and I'm surprised ShindeN mixed up at all. Nard's at 3K. They didn't have to do that. Things were going their way. Absolutely no reason to go for a change-up pitch here for ShindeN, and Yawara punishes at every single turn. Still have one player left on the site, but he's getting flashed repeatedly, misses the shot, whiffs the spray, does get one, but it'll be only one in the round. Lacerda with the last 2, and Yawara do pick up a 5th.
Nice to see them pick up a 5th there, and I'm going to play defense there for ShindeN a little bit too.
Sure.
I think that, you know, at the same time, there's 2 ways to look at that. The first is what you teed up, right? There's no necessity to throw the change up when your fastball's working so well. Well, at the same time, you know, sometimes that fastball can start to look the very same, and you don't want to give Yawara the same look every time. And I think making an adjustment preemptively can be a good way to close out the half with momentum. And that's, I think, what ShindeN are looking for. Does not work, crucially. It gives Yawara a little bit of a breath of fresh air.
I mean, reminiscent of the way that first map went in the first half, except in the opposite direction, right? It was Yawara with the 7-4 lead, and they had the right setup. And I mean, actually, it wasn't aggression that cost them. It's just that they had everything going their way and then melted away and allowed ShindeN to get that 5th on the board, and then ShindeN won the map. So maybe Yawara can repeat that, except on their side. Although I still think that even though they get that last round, on the gun rounds, they looked flat. They had the one victory prior to that where they managed to pull it there. I should say the one round where it came down to a 1v1 and it was still ShindeN that won it. That was the one round where you're like, okay, things are interesting. And then they get the last one, but I think that's more of a decision from ShindeN to push down mid that cost them rather than Yawara playing better on their gun round.
Yeah, in general, Yawara's T side there looked like they didn't have particularly strong plans in place. No, it looked one-dimensional. And as if they really weren't prepared, which is crazy because this is their map pick. Either way, T-side behind them. We'll see what ShindeN's own T-side looks like with the tight lead that they have. Pretty wide array of utility to set this up as well. But Stack's the first to make contact, doesn't fire a shot, but sees 2.
I'd say a pistol round here for Yawara would be very nice. Will they get it? That's another story. Stack's already the first casualty. Now ShindeN likely just going to ratchet up the pace and go in towards this B site. They've got the smokes and the flashes to utilize here. Already smoking off CT. There's the Molotov as well for Newbox. That leaves the options very limited for Yawara in terms of maneuverability. Nard still gets 1 and the 2nd, but has to reload. Tries to pick up the gun off the ground, but it's just not in time. They're overloaded towards B. That ensures a bomb plant, but with the frags that came through, a retake is possible.
Yeah, both Lacerda and Revolts have both clawed their way back into this position. They've gotten through Church, and now they're at Coffin. Locked in on 2 positions, but they're getting flanked at the meantime. It's a little bit dangerous, very scary, but it's not going to matter. Flank activates, and everyone swings at the same time. ShindeN from start to finish. Naz opener, and the close is almost just as swift.
I'm just checking something here, Vincent, because I noticed a troubling stat for Yawara. They've only won 4 CT rounds over their 4 maps played. So they've won a CT round per map on Inferno.
That's pretty rough.
And it's not just because, oh, you know, they're losing on T side and they don't get any CT rounds because of that, because they switched over to CT side and didn't have much. No, they went an entire half with only getting, I think, 1 round on CT side. It is very, very troubling in terms of that sign for Yawara. In fact, it was 2 rounds, but still, that's not good.
Yeah, it is troubling. Troubling history, to say the least. I love that nade, by the way. I'm a big fan of that nade. I know, I don't know who first threw it, but it's lovely on a round like this where often you're going to get a couple of players stacked with pistols at CT. In fact, might have been with you. I saw a double nade on the pistol round just onto that location.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. This still,
It's a nice nade. Yeah.
Yeah, big options here. Picked up and recovered. Revolt's jumping, continuing to find some support. Nacho's low. As he's stuck. He's got the bomb. They're gonna stick around. They're gonna stick with this. Seems questionable to me.
I mean, it is. Look, Nacho's got to be traded here, and he's not. Oh my goodness, setting up util in that moment for Nas is not the right idea. You've got to be ensuring the instant trade comes through, and now he's got a very difficult task ahead of him. Does connect on a shot through the smoke, which makes Nards a little bit hesitant to push forward any further. Bomb plant going to come down. This is another player's coming down from Banana. Will it even matter? I don't know, because Nards could finish him off before that becomes an issue. Nards loses the fight. Naz trying to clutch the 1v3 and get a 4K on the round. Stacks only has to connect a couple of bullets. Yay! It doesn't matter. Naz going to get that, and it will make it a 4K, and the clutch comes through.
Wow, what a recovery. A sigh of relief there if you're ShindeN. Thanks to Naz, who now 14-7 leads the charge alongside BK1 in the fragging department. Ridiculously strong 1v3 clutch. He's allowed to piece them up one by one. It doesn't change the fact that gets so close when it shouldn't have been possible.
No, it was an eco. It wasn't even a force buy. That should have been a much cleaner round, and it took everything out of ShindeN to pull it off.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like Yawara found something out of nothing there. Big boon and a big opportunity too. ShindeN take the timeout, and you can see what it's done to their economy. It's, very dicey. Nacho's got just one Molotov in his pocket. That's IVZ low on utility as well. And the Biz has to take a SMG.
This is a nice move here by Yawara, going aggressive in towards alt mid. They get the first. IVZ heads up there, despite being flashed, does get the trade, and that'll push back Yawara towards the sites and off of that aggressive play. But they got 3 players waiting to receive ShindeN into this A site. Abyss in Apartments, this is a dangerous spot for him. He has to time it right because he's got that Mac 10 and could do a lot of damage if he comes out at the right moment. Nas does get that shot into Nards, and there's that right time. Abyss hits it perfectly. Revolt's trying to recover there from Library, but the problem is the smoke blooms and he is fading off. This is a save.
Biz, that timing is perfect. You're absolutely right, but it's actually Naz that creates the opportunity to make that happen. That shot, I mean, he's like doing the dunk slide there a little bit, to be honest with you. It's a very difficult fight that he is taking and then winning to open up the possibilities. That locks in the second guy towards Porch and ensures that Abyss can then get activated without anyone even looking his direction. That's a dynamic duo right there that's been very threatening. Stacks might even go down here. Fortunate that he stayed alive.
There's some frustrations being vented there on the tail end of that frag for sure.
And it's been I was talking up Stacks a little bit, but it's been a stinker from him, to be fair. Revolt's not doing much better. But a huge amount of utility for Stacks to keep in his hands. He had a full kit of util.
Again, I just don't understand the thinking from ShindeN to pick this map. It's just a weird decision.
Yawara, you mean?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant Yawara, of course. I don't understand the thinking for Yawara to pick this. It's not a good map for them. You look at ShindeN, I guess they're trying to pick a map that could be problematic for them, but just go with your good ones. Go with the ones you're comfortable on rather than trying to punish pick. Anyway, still not over. They might make me eat my words. Stacks gets the frag onto IVZ. And, I don't want to break it to you, Vincent, but I kind of have to do this. IVZ is not playing on Inferno. That off didn't really do much,
I'll play a little defense. I don't think he played bad on
Okay.
the CT side. He is getting cooked here on the T side, though.
Well, 10-5. No, I just had to do that to you. Sorry. Abyss and Nacho going into the apartments. Less than a minute left on the clock for ShindeN to make their move, and they've already lost a body. And 4 players ready to receive them on A. And they're all bunched up in bracket, which could be a problem, especially if the apartments player gets through at the right time. Zhao getting BK1 will allow them to be a little bit more comfortable. There's that apartments player striking Abyss again, this time with the Galil. The problem is he's losing his teammates left, right, and center, and he's only down to 34 HP, so that's not going to be great. In fact, they managed to clear up enough space to get the bomb planted here and give themselves
another
a chance.
Too.
Yeah.
It's still not great, don't get me wrong, but they can isolate this Naz, who's now exposed in the open, but that might speed them up. Great work from Nard, still jumping somehow. Leaves Abyss low in the pit, and that's certainly not going to do for very long. Yawara, they'll clean up a victory, finally take a win on the CT side. That's one. How many are they supposed to get?
2.
All right.
That's the expectation anyway.
I thought that bomb plant was going to give ShindeN a little bit more cash, to be honest. They're still pretty broke. I don't think they can afford to buy off the back of that, though it seems they are anyway.
That's surprising. I thought they were just going to go for the eco here, but they decide off the bomb plant to send it. Maybe feeling confident in their rifling and their force buys. We'll see if this pans out. They're just giving up the space towards Banana, although none of this has been confirmed by Yawara. You know, they toss the util down, but they don't send anyone getting information. So I think that's why you see those 2 players so committed to the angles at B. And here, overloaded is Nards, but he's still able to survive at the very least and deal at the damage up against Naz and IVZ. No frags to speak of just yet, but Revolts and Lacerda do team up for a couple. Revolts trying not to get traded, and he won't. Well, he does now, but still, he did the damage he had to, leaving IVZ alone and isolated here after planting this bomb.
All 3 coming from the same angle, though. That means this Deagle's particularly threatening. Looking for the first shot, but it stacks to do the widest of swings possible, making it impossible for that Deagle to connect. It's Yawara. 2 straight rounds. It's another bomb plant. Surely not, right? I really hope not.
I don't think so. I think a half buy would be more beneficial for them in this case with some Tech 9s, and that's what they're going to do. No, they shouldn't have. Honestly, they probably shouldn't have gone for the force in the previous round. Given they had a 4-round lead, it was completely unnecessary. But
yeah,
now they will. Yeah.
Let's touch back on that if ShindeN loses this lead, because you know this map goes Yawara's way. I'm going to be looking at that as a possible turning point.
Yes.
A little bit unnecessary. So what is required, and they have all the necessities, ShindeN, for these for this B attack. 2 smokes, a couple of flashbangs, all the little bits and bobs that would be requirements. We're gonna go through the smoke. Very passive.
This is not great for Yawara. Stax does manage to get a couple of frags, but he loses Zhao, and now has to fade off the site. So a bomb plant pretty much guaranteed here for ShindeN. They tried for the smoke plant on Yawara, a pop, I should say, on Yawara's side. Lacerda does get Nas. Oh my goodness, IVZ and Nacho are walking wounded, and there goes Nacho. IVZ as well. Yeah, that's a pretty clinical retake from Yawara, and they do get themselves an 8. Still 4 players standing, building up the economy. Don't look now, but Yawara have more CT rounds here in this half of play than they've had in any CT round on the previous, or CT half, I should say, on the previous 4 maps they've played here on Inferno.
Yeah, and those rounds right there look darn good. I mean, given maybe some freebies comparatively to ShindeN by the dint of those force buys, but still, wins are wins, and that's all we care about at the end of the day. Nards are going to have the op. Continue to put that to good use. It's same forward positioning hold here for the rest of Yawara on the B area. Zhao eating that nade. Painful way to start the round.
Oof, speaking of painful ways, Stacks gonna take damage as well. Nades are mortar strikes here on the ShindeN side. And now, with that happening, Yawara doesn't get the information down Banana. They lose control of it. They still have Nards waiting, and Nards actually connects on the frag against IVZ. Can't seem to find his rhythm on the opposite side, though. Nards at 20. ShindeN falling off of B as a result. Could be walking into the open arms of Yawara once more.
3-man setup here today. Very forward position for Lacerda. He's got Revolts to support on Porch, though. Smoke's gonna isolate. Miles Revolts, at least a shot. He's gonna step forward. Revolts falls.
Oh,
and
no.
Nacho puts up into the mix. It's Stacks who's gone. The site now theirs. ShindeN somehow turned this around, and Yawara looking to save on this. 3-on-4. They just say the numbers don't work. We're saving.
Yeah, I think it's just because 2 players were stuck on the B site, right? And the only one close to the A site was Lacerda. It would have taken too much time to get them out there into position. Util is limited, I would say. Not even limited. There's just none available for Zhao and Lacerda. Nards has the full belt, but then they have to distribute the Util amongst the 3. No, there just isn't enough time to justify it. And going for the save is the right call. It keeps the economy healthy. I think the biggest concern here for Yawara is it gives ShindeN an 11th round, and now they're facing off with the possibility of ShindeN getting onto map point the next one should they win it. But at least they'll be okay in terms of their economy, so they can continue buying up and investing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really strong economy. With 3 saved guns,
Yeah.
they have enough for, even if the worst case happens, right, where ShindeN win this next round, I mean, they're still buying. So,
yeah,
I think that definitely the right decision from that perspective, that to enable them to continue to have impact regardless of the outcome of this next round. Might be a time for ShindeN to change their pace up a little bit. They've been pretty fast about banana control. Been relatively lacking with regard to bracket. Only been late moves in that direction, if anything. So maybe a chance to catch them off guard. But it looks like we are into a tech pause here.
sounds like they're typing. I think looks like, or might be, everything resolved. We'll see. Usually that's a sign, but this time might not be. Anyway, look, I think ShindeN have serviced themselves much better on the rifle rounds, so I feel like now that we're in the thick of it on the second half, it's going to be difficult for Yawara to strike true with anything more. Like we said, you know, they've got a strong economy, even if they lose this round, to buy up in the next, but they want to win here, and I think they're going to lean on Nards quite a bit because he's the only player with a positive KDR at this point. Sitting at 20 frags. Everyone else is not looking great. So they need him to go for an opening duel, find it, and then fade off into a site.
It has been a bit of a recovery, though, for Stacks, who's been heating up a little bit. You really need to call on, I think, Revolts in particular to be the one to step up. No doubt that you need to continue to put their faith into Nards, who had a great game, but can't do it all, surely.
Yeah, we're missing that Revolts from Mirage, right? 23 frags to his name. He was the big piece for Yawara when things were going right for them in that first half. Obviously quieted down, and I want to say quieted down. He still had some moments in the second half, but it wasn't as effective. Nade sails through. That's big, yeah.
Wait, that's so deep. They have no idea that he's here. He gets a freebie, and you'll eat all that damage for the man victory. Yawara working from behind. And it's an instant regroup. I love this call from ShindeN. They're going to just contact up to a certain degree here at A. Only 2 players here in defense.
Flashbangs, incendiaries, everything sailing through here to try and stave off the advance for ShindeN. Revolts gets an important frag. We talked about him needing to come out with something, but Lacerda and Nards are the ones to answer. Nards with a 2K, and then Revolts gets the last for a 2K of his own. Yawara fend off that push from ShindeN onto the A site, and that's exactly what they needed.
Dude, what was that from ShindeN? That was abysmal.
Yes.
That was so bad. I'm like mad at how bad that was just because of how good everything else was. Love that now just getting up into the mix there. So aggressive. It's a surprise for Yawara, and then the regroup is instantaneous. They're ready to hit A. Then they just like don't hit A. It's just like not even an A hit. It's
yeah,
like so flat. A wet noodle of an A play.
Yeah, just petered out completely towards the tail end. Now they try to go for a quick one. Lacerda says, yeah, get out of here. Sprays them down. Oh, hold on a second. BK1 and Nacho. They pull it back. I think that was a, yeah, that was a 2v5 in favor of Yawara. And now, what has happened? Nacho with 2, BK1 trying to get his second. Picks up the op. Nacho now has the AK, flashbang through as Yawara want to regain control of this site quickly. They're trying to send both pieces in from opposite angles, but how has this all gone wrong?
BK1 picks up the Tech 9 instead of the op that he had recovered. The AK is in prime position, knows where it's at. Nacho hits it as well. 2v5 completed. ShindeN make magic on the A-bomb site.
That is unbelievable because Yawara had full control and ShindeN just did not take their foot off the gas pedal, continued to push up, taking the fights, winning a 2v3, a mini 2v3 on that A site, which in itself is exceptionally difficult given the firepower they had coming in, and then get the plant down, solid post-plant positions, upgrade their guns, and even with the upgraded op, BK1 says, you know what, that's not what I need. I want the Tech 9, and it was the right call, because he swings around the corner, lines up the headshot, and nails it. So at that point, it's a 2v1, and nothing Yawara could do, because they already knew where they'd be coming from. Unbelievable turn of events, and for Yawara, that is perhaps the final gut punch of this map and series.
Yeah, that's unreal. I mean, maybe a little bit of time there with the tech pause to settle the nerves a little bit, but Yawara, I mean, down, not out, but certainly down. All the bells and whistles for ShindeN in round 22. They want to place Nards. He's going to go arch side right now. If you're looking for a mid fight, it's just the passive approach to the mid angle. Get boosted, stacks at the forefront, but IVZ misses the shot.
A little risky going for that peak. I mean, Stacks had a prime opportunity to punish, but didn't get visibility quickly enough. And he will fade off of B. In fact, they are gambling A at this point, are Yawara. Maybe trying to work off of the tendencies that ShindeN have had, but this is the wrong decision because ShindeN have sent 4 players down banana. It's only Nards here. If he hits a shot, they're okay because they can send for reinforcements. And that is what he does. Hits the shot, you can fade off, get another player with you. What's going on? Get that second player in. He's not coming. Okay, finally arriving, but it might be too late. Nards, Util raining down upon him, misses the shot, and now has to fade off the bomb site because no one was there to support. Smoke pop doesn't yield anything either, and this should be a bomb plant.
It should be. It's kind of okay, though. I mean, yes, mistakes made. I'm right there with you.
Oh, they might go back A.
That's a little bit scary because Abiz hasn't actually cleared this out. Lacerda's still here, believe it or not. This should be a huge surprise. Or maybe not. Abiz kind of looking for it, but Lacerda still wins the duel. They had all of B. Now they're going back to B. They had the whole site.
It's such a weird decision, right? Because they had the smoke up and everything, and now they put themselves in a situation where they could lose the round. It requires a clutch from Nacho. A 1v3 turns into a 1v1. The nade, excuse me, 1v2 now. 1v4 initially, and he wins the duel against Nards.
He might have it. No.
Oh, just barely misses out on the chance. The plant time runs out on the clock. But like you were saying, and like we were trying to discuss, it's just so strange for ShindeN to back off of a site they had full control of. I mean, what mind games are you playing?
Yeah, Abyss also gets the lurk frag. Like, that's such a huge victory because now Lacerda is going to be so late to this retake. There's no chance that he's there in time unless he just fully sprints. I honestly felt like that was a question of who wanted to lose the round more.
Yeah, it felt like it.
I mean, Yawara is so late to that rotation, almost as if they weren't rotating, committed to not giving Nards any support, and yet still Nards handles business. All in the meantime, ShindeN move away from a B site they owned.
This might not be live.
No, it's not.
IVZ's not moving. All right, well, we can talk about it more. There we go. So we're going to do the match medic. But, yeah. It was a very weird round that we just witnessed. There's no real question about it. I just don't understand why you would fade off after that. It's just overthinking it. I think that's as simple as that for ShindeN. Just trying to be too fancy when the simple play, the original plan, would have worked out beautifully. We do have a tech pause coming through now to work things out.
Yeah, I think the issue is obviously Yawara had guns at the end of last round.
Yes.
There we go. Man, I thought they had better money, to be honest with you.
No, they don't. I think that's the problem with the way that round was won. Down to a 1v1, only one player left in Yawara. They've got bits and pieces to work with. The 3 MP9s, you do have the couple of rifles in the A4, excuse me, the A1S and the AK-47. But they have to go for this buy just to get that util, which is so very important on a map like Inferno. And on the other side, actually, speaking of good money, ShindeN, much better than expected, right? They're going to have 2 AKs, 2 Galils, the AWP, util strong. So it's going to be difficult for Yawara to convert another one.
Difficult, but not impossible. Look at the powers that be last round. See those possibilities flying once again. 3A early, or B, excuse me, early for Yawara. Nades. You can space over down banana, but ShindeN, it opt out for the time being. In fact, it's a really clear group. I think the amount of utility might have been an indicator here for ShindeN. Pretty clear about their intentions early. Take bracket control, and they might continue to scale. They've got entirety of arch side. Use these better weapons to their advantage.
Yep, there we go. BK won the first, IVZ the second. Revolt completely whiffs the spray, and yeah, it's all probably over. Zhao, the last one standing, and only gets one before he's traded, and just like that, we're all wrapped up. ShindeN are going to take it 2-0 in their favor. That was a weird map, let's say, Vincent, where we saw some questionable plays from both sides of the server, but at the end of it, even with ShindeN, the mistakes they made fewer of them, for sure, overall, and were the better team I want to say by far, because Yawara looked rough.
Yeah, it felt like by quite a large margin. Though, to be honest with you, it kind of, I feel like it's pretty interesting, right? Like, ShindeN, especially on Mirage, looked like the better team by far, but like, on Inferno, honestly, just like the more consistent team more than anything, which is, another way of kind of mentioning where you were going with that. But still, all things considered, I think ShindeN pretty happy with the way that things went down here. They looked like they had some, a lot of really good moments. Some of those moments really questionable, but I think that's going to happen when you're, first of all, kind of betting in a new piece to the puzzle here. But in addition to that, a lot of young pieces on this team.
Absolutely, and well, that's going to wrap things up with the victory here for ShindeN. They go 1-0 in the Switch stage, and Yawara have to, unfortunately for them start at 0-1. Guys, we are going to sign off for now, but we will be back tomorrow with 4 more matches in CCT Season 3 South America Series number 1. Have yourselves a great night.